socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
He won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, July 1st, first day of July. Pride Month is over. Pack it up, is what I say. Okay? We're live. We're alive. No more wokeness. Wokeness is done. Okay? Wokeness is done is what I would be saying if I was kidding. Wokeness is back on the menu in a way that it never has been. Because guess what? Guess what? We just selected another socialist in the Congress, okay? And the numbers are growing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's woke time. It's woke o'clock. It's over. It's done. Malak Kuros, one last night. You guys already know. It's a beautiful experience. I'm glad to have been able to share it with you. Mexico's celebrations last night made New York Knicks look like a parade. Yeah, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into all of that and more, but what a night it was. What a day it was. What a life we lead. Back to the old school camera setup. Yes, we've moved some stuff around. There's a reason why we did that. I'll show you why. Here, are you ready? When I have a guest on, that's for the record. Just want to start off by showing you something. This is what Dave is working on while I was away. And that's what Kami says. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh my God, we're on a golden Capitran. I didn't even realize. I'm a little out of it right now. And so excuse me for being just a little out of it. But it's a little red. Okay. But that's because, every time David touches the cameras, he loves tweaking it and making it red for some reason. But yeah, guest wide shot for when I'm interviewing a guest here. Okay. And then guest cam single when I'm interviewing a guest here. So, and then this is my single, I guess, when I'm interviewing a guest, when I'm talking to a guest like this. So that's the situation we got. Okay. Numerous camera angles. And yeah, I'll have someone clicking away on those angles. But yeah, when I have someone here that I am interviewing, I want to make sure that it's a little bit more dynamic. So that's what we're going to be doing. So that I can just talk directly to my guest. Okay. Are you going to be talking about the New York Times? Sienna polling today? Yes. The beverage box has been moved. The bottom of the shot's blurry. No, it's just showing the monitor. Mainstream media cinematographers beat the fuck out. Yeah. Anyway. PBS. Getting upgraded. Putting up numbers. And also trying to make it a little bit nicer as well. Victor Marx is only 1,400, 0.4 votes behind We Are Charlie Kirkmeyer in the Republican primary for governor of Colorado. HasanAbi and Scott Bottoms is doing his thing out back, taking his back shots. Milot had this cooking. Oh, no, I know. This shit was fire. We'll get into all of that and more. Honestly, 1310 suit, because you really running shit. Thank you. I'm a little tired. Not going to lie to you guys. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm doing. Honestly, yeah, I drank a little bit last night in celebration, as you guys saw. But more importantly, I wasn't just getting yacked out off the Henny, okay? I was off that oxygen. That's right, the oxy, straight from the source. Altitude sickness got nothing on your boy. I was fucking spamming that O2, baby. O2 boys. Oxy boys. Different kind of oxy, though. Not Oxycontin. Oxygen, okay? I was doing big whippets. Yeah. Where's Oxygen, Bert? Doesn't exist. But yeah, hung out with Maylot, hung out with Chris a little bit. And, you know, I listened to her speech. I think I took photos with every single person that has ever knocked on a door. Okay. I think like if you had knocked on a door for Maylot Kuros in Colorado 1, in Denver, Colorado, you were at that event last night and you came up to me and you were like, listen, man, thank you so much for all your work. You pulled me out of the right-wing, you know, rabbit hole. And also, thank you. Like, I'm here. I'm very excited to be here. You played a big part in that. And I took photos with everybody. That was crazy. Someone said I was Mickey Mouse. You're actually missing one because my wife knocked doors and was not there. Okay, I missed one person who didn't go to the event that was also there or wasn't there. But in any case, it was peak last night. The vibes were fucking excellent. The vibes were peak. I went to sleep and I could not sleep. And I don't know if that was due to the altitude. Could be. But I just straight up could not sleep at all last night. And I don't know how I'm going to make it through this day. I got the Professor Jung interview. I got a photo shoot after. I got a photo shoot later tonight. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to have these kinds of problems. It's not a bad thing, you know. It was just I'm fucking busy. I got off the plane, did a bunch of phone calls, did a bunch of interviews, and now I'm here. I took a shower. I'm here. Hold on. Ask him about Pax Numerica, Patrick Bet-David presidency. Oh, you mean Professor Jung? Yeah, Professor Jung's going to be in the not in the building, but how's the altitude high hangover? I don't know. Don't drink boners. That's an interesting name. Yeah, you shouldn't drink boner. I don't even know how you could drink boners. Wait, what are we at? Because there's a golden capture is at 7. Oh my God, we're about to carry the flame this early. It's literally 15 minutes in, and we're already about to carry the flame. Golden Kappa hype train, folks. And at level 10, we carry the flame. You already know what it is. But also, God damn, my hair looks fucking gnarly right now. At level 10, we carry the flame. It's 35% off gifted subs, 5 gifted subs, I think. And if you contribute, you have a chance of unlocking a golden kappa that you can use on the rest of the platform. Rosie Wright. Did you read Kamala Harris reached out to Zoran? Yes. Not just Zoran, the leader of the uncommitted as well. And potentially numerous other pro-Palestinian activists as well. I'm not at liberty to discuss anything further about that situation. I can tell you I have not spoken to Kamala Harris. That's it. Yeah, can you find an emote artist? Oh my God, True King of Gondor. Stop fucking shitting on the emotes. They're not poo-poo, okay? Some of you figure out one thing that you're going to hyperfixate on, and then you make it your whole goddamn brand in here. That's all you spam. No, it's not poo-poo. The emotes are good. Sure, maybe we'll update them. I like the emotes. What do you mean? These are classic. Haas what? They're classic emotes. Okay, we'll fucking do a revamp. God damn it. We'll do a revamp, dude. She didn't reach out to any Palestinians, apparently. Wait, what the fuck is this? U.S. agents nab member of group that brought Hasan Piker to Cuba. Uh-oh. The fuck is that? This is fucking paywall, dude. Did this just come out? No, brother. I didn't see it. What is this? ICAP? I don't know who this person is. I don't know what this org is. For decades, the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the People, or ICAP, has been a vehicle for radical left-wing extremism and subversive foreign influence in the United States and across our hemisphere. ICAP is the Cuban regime's premier influence and intelligence front group, exploiting its vast network to spy on Americans, promote anti-Western propaganda, coordinate foreign influence operations, and organize revolutionary leftist movements around the world. Earlier this month, I designated ICAP and several other Cuban organizations responsible for engaging in subversive anti-American activities pursuant to sanctions authorities created by President Trump's Cuba executive order. I don't understand why they're covering this as like the organization that sent Hasan Piker to Cuba. You look so tired. Same suit from last night? No, this is a different suit. But a Cuban national accused of being a part of a sprawling influence network that brought U.S. political streamer Hasan Piker to Havana has been detained along his family and will be deported. Carlos Antonio Loga Dominguez, who has lived in the U.S. for more than a decade, is in federal custody pending removal along with his wife and son. Yoga Dominguez spent more than a decade working as a foreign subversive for Havana's premier influence and intelligence front group in the U.S., the department said. President Donald Trump's administration has been steadily increasing pressure on Cuba in hopes of ending nearly 7 decades of one-party rule. In addition to imposing a de facto fuel blockade, Washington has been cracking down on Havana's ability to project soft power, sanctioning ICAP. Bro, what ability does Havana have to project soft power? It's literally just people who feel bad. Neither Piker nor ICAP immediately responded to the email request for comment. I did not see an email. Founded in 1960, the organization was thrust back into the news in March when it sponsored an international humanitarian aid convoy that delivered 14 tons of aid to the island. Among those participated were Piker, co-pick founder Medea Benjamin, and former UK Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. Piker and Benjamin have both have been sent administrative subpoenas by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control in relation to that trip. Fox News reported in May. I have not received a subpoena. Neither Piker nor ICAP immediately responded to the email request for a comment. Co-pick spokesperson confirmed that Benjamin received the OFAC request and said the administration is complying with it. Cuba insists that groups like ICAP are simply advocacy organizations, but announcing Yoga Dominguez's detention, the State Department called it the central node in a sprawling Cuban intelligence influence operation that traffics vile anti-American propaganda. I mean, this is unbelievable. ICAP coordinates a lot of cultural and humanitarian work between Cuba and abroad and was one of the orgs in the Nuestra America convoy was partnered with. Why are you saying stop? This chatter just sends stuff to Hasan to derail the stream entirely. This is about Belly of the Beast, by the way. Let's move on from this. What the fuck are you talking about? Dog, this is possibly a news story about a far more... Oh, Denim's also, it's official. Denim's beat her court case. Level 9 train, tell him to pump it. What? Denim's officially won her court case. Let's go. I mean, dude, so much is happening. Holy fuck. W Denims. W Denims. L for H3H3 and the entire operation that they had, the entire harassment operation that they launched. Oh my God, dude, I don't give a fuck about the banner guy on the Empire State Building right now. There's like a million things that just you guys blasted me in the face with. And you're over here talking about the fucking Empire State Building guy. Jesus, I haven't even blasted off yet. And we just found out like a million things happened. Holy shit. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. Too much is going on. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired. I'm so red. I look like I have a Mexico filter on my broadcast almost, but it's not a Mexico filter. It's like a 70s filter. Oh. And we're at level 9, Golden Kappa train. We're about to hit level 10. Anyway. All right. Let's blast off. Sean Hannity goes off on Maylot Kiros. Oh, yeah. What a fucking time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Speaking of you and Fox News, you were on it.
Piker.
Bro, Trump is going to put me in fucking prison. I swear to God. What the hell is going on? Back in LA. Socialism wins in Denver. Hogwatch. SCOTUS defends birthright. Sanctions on ICAP were only introduced June 6, 2026. Rubio is Satan incarnate. Do you smoke Denver weed? No. Everyone's trying to talk to Zoran. So, Professor Jung on stream later. Denims, beats, frivolous. DMCA lawsuit launched by Zionist podcaster H3. Professor Jung on later. Get in now. Okay. Do we hit level 10? I haven't been paying attention. Do we have another blast off meme? I don't give a fuck about the Empire State, dude. I don't give a fuck about the Empire State. I'm sorry. Holy shit. The more your candidates win, the more they'll target you. I know. Dave Weigel had a really funny and really good interview with our boy Abdul El Sayed, by the way. That was fire. I know it's an Instagram link, but the McMorrow of Wisconsin has condemned you. Nice. We're about to hit fucking 1930s Germany if we haven't already hit it, and these dumb fucks are still fucking complaining about. These dumb fucks on the Democratic Party side are still complaining about people that the Trump administration is actively targeting. And they're also taking advantage of that active targeting because they also don't like us. Great. Ay, ay, ay. My Smosh vid is out too. Jesus Christ. Too much going on. All right. Obviously I'm going to play in honor of carrying the flame as always once again. Let me blast off and then we'll carry the flame right after. Ooh. Okay. Where do I begin? Where do I freaking begin? Holy shit. All right, let's do it. Bro, you look like you're about to yak. I'm tired, man. I didn't sleep a lot. I didn't sleep at all, actually, last night. I just couldn't sleep. I was too excited. And then I got on a flight early in the morning. I got back home. And then I take a shower. I go live. And then I get hit in the face with, I'm on Smosh. My Smosh video's out. Denims wins her lawsuit against H3H3. Turns out the State Department is like actively pursuing some group that I guess like was also a part of the humanitarian aid mission that we did in Cuba that I didn't even know about. And it's like probably not the best sequence of news and events to hear about in succession, especially considering that I was, kind of oblivious to what was going on. But here's Charlie. Here is carrying the motherfucking flame, ladies and gentlemen. Short time lapse of people across Denver thanking Hasan for inspiring them to get more politically involved and helping them out Kuro's campaign. And remind that Twitter isn't real life. We will continue to carry the flame.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage on. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage on. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
what a night. What a night it was. What a night it was. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, what a day, what a night. I'm going to do more Canvas stuff, I think. I'm just going to freestyle it like we did, cuz like one of the issues when you're door knocking is you don't want to obviously like film people that don't want to be filmed at their homes. So I realized that the way we did it yesterday was really good, really impactful, really successful. And I think part of that was, I mean, bringing you guys in to the process is always, like, bringing you guys into the process is always fun, is always good. And I think it's always valuable, right? Whether it be urging you to do phone banking or even canvassing in general. I think it's cool to see it in action, right? So I found it to be very successful overall. I mean, it's clearly, you came up in a convo about Hong on Wisconsin Morning Radio.
Headline in the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel making big headlines across the country, getting a lot of attention. Here's the headline directly read from the story by Hope Carnop, Journal Sentinel reporter. Hong appears on stream with Hasan Piker, who has said U.S. deserved 9/11. Your take on what that means for her campaign?
Well, she raised a lot of money out of it. And
ultimately, I think that's why she did it.
Definitely why she did it.
That's why she did it. Or maybe, unlike you boomers at 620 WTMJ, Wisconsin's radio station, which I'm always willing and able to go on. Like, most people understand that that's that kind of like old school, oh, this person says something in 2019 and he should be forever yelled at over it. It doesn't, it doesn't work like that anymore.
I mean, I think between that and I guess there was a different, I had never heard of this other person who's, what was it? There was another person, Mike from PA.
Yeah. R.I.P. Mike from PA. That one soundbite. They're gonna use that against Michael from Taiwan for the rest of his life. Okay. Unk is forever gonna get cooked for that one. You got mentioned by Tim Heidecker, my op. Yeah. If that's the standard, the media should always say President Trump, who raped E. Jean Carroll, just released a statement. Yeah. I mean, that's never going to, first of all, it's a pretty bad soundbite law. No, I know. Dude, I know. I didn't defend it. It was crazy. Okay. It's just that, like, I don't think Michael is what do you call it? Like an anti-Semitic person at all. I don't think he is. Like, I don't even remember what it was. I think he either misspoke or he just got he went nutty mode with it. But like, we're live streamers, we're live broadcasters. Like, if anyone is like an actual anti-Semitic person, like, it's not going to be one clip. Like, that's just so dumb. You know what I mean? Yeah, when he said like demonic. He says, honest word, demonic raise was pretty fucking bad, man. No, I know it's indefensible. I'm just saying that, like, you guys watch me. I'm a live streamer. You know this sphere. You know how this stuff works. I think, like, at the end of the day, if someone harbored this kind of attitude across the board, like unconditionally, and this is not a defense of that statement, right? It's indefensible, but like, there would probably be more, right? There would probably be more moments that you can point to, right? You've never said anything remotely that bad? I have not, but it doesn't matter, right? Like people will chop it up and do everything in their power to like fucking turn around and make it seem like there's a convincing case. This guy, Morg Absolute, hate Mike from PA, and even I can say he misspoke and apologized to media smears. Yeah. Are you going to react to how normal the human interactions you had on Smosh were? Sure. Later. Anyway. Boomers trying to comprehend like what's going on. Boomers trying to comprehend what's going on in this side of the media sphere. The media ecosystem is so funny to me, always. WTMJ is right-wing radio. I love that.
Have campaigned with Hasan Piker. He is I don't know if you want to say he is a similar character as Charlie Kirk for the left.
He's extreme.
As far as things, he streams like 6 hours a day. He's been in the public eye for, I remember first hearing about Hasan Piker when he was still with the Young Turks. So that was 2015, 16, 17. So there's a lot of tape, as they say, for this guy's things that he has said.
Asmongold says you started wearing suits to be more like Nick Fuentes. Guy who's only watched one political commentator. Guy who's only watched one movie, and the movie happens to be Boss Baby. Wow. The Schindler's List movie. I'm getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from the Schindler's List movie. Only guy in the political commentary sphere that famously wears a suit, invented suit wearing. Yeah. This political commentator wearing a suit giving another political commentator who is a neo-Nazi who wears a suit, who happens to be the only political commentator that wears a suit. Yeah. Expand your horizon. Okay? Expand your horizon. If anyone has influenced me to wear a suit, it's Kyle motherfucking Kalinske. Okay? Asmo Botting goes to an office. Man, there are a lot of Nick Fuentes fans dressing like him in this office. I went down to Wall Street and I was shocked to see how many people were dressed exactly like Nick Fuentes. I tuned into CNN and everyone was wearing a suit. They must all be getting influenced by Nick Fuentes. Yeah, this lady clocked my ass. She said, I've known about him since the Young Turks, and it's obvious that he's not putting in the same level of effort any longer. A 6-hour broadcast, half day Hossie, except yesterday was like 10 hours, right?
Over the years. And so he also has an audience of like 3 million people. And especially the people who I think subscribe to Hasan and the overlap with people who are fervent about Hong and her policies overlap a lot. So on the one side, it's hard for me to criticize this too much when we just were saying yesterday and giving flowers to J.D. Vance for going on Bill Maher, who's also said some controversial things over the years.
Yeah, OG 9/11 Andy, by the way, ironically enough. Like, that's the OG 9/11 Andy.
That, like, you either agree that people should be having conversations with everyone, even when you don't agree with the people that you're talking to, and that appearing on someone's show doesn't co-sign everything that they say, or you don't, right? And I think I stand on the side that that's what this show is about. We try to have conversations with lots of different people we don't always agree with, and that further understanding only happens through conversation, and the conversation doesn't mean that you agree on everything. So I think it's you either believe in that or you don't, that you can't pick and choose it, because who's the arbiter then of who's too extreme to have a conversation with and who's not?
Yeah, I don't.
The pattern on your suit moves awkwardly on camera. I know when it's too small. Go on this local radio show. I would, yeah.
And I don't disagree with that point because we made that very point on this show. I think where people will question it is people now have ballots in hand. Early voting has started. I just got mine in the mail. Is this a smart decision by a candidate who many times have been called the front runner for Democrats, and smart people like Joseph Becky said that's probably not true, but I guess we're going to find out for real in a few months, not even a few months, 1 month. It is something that you can look at, from 40,000 feet and say, is that a smart move by a candidate in the state of Wisconsin?
Well, I'm not sure caution has been a bedrock of Fran Hong's campaign, right?
No.
Like this is.
Yeah, I think none of this stuff matters. I think what matters is what you're going to do for people. Okay? I think what matters at the end of the day is what you will do for people. It's that simple. What are the policies? Are you a real one? That's all people care about. Okay? What are the policies? How are you going to help me out? And are you actually real or are you fake? That's all Americans care about. Okay? Like, that's what voters should care about, and that's what most voters do care about. And for someone like Francisca Hong, like, her honesty comes from her moral conviction, her courage to say the truth about certain issues that other politicians have shied away from, her consistent advocacy on certain fronts, her lack of interest in backing down, right? That's it. And what's strange to me is that these people don't get it. And I've been saying this for years. That's what's so funny about it. Like, it's almost like there's a post-Zoran universe that we live in now and a pre-Zoran universe, right? Before Zoran, I always said to run campaigns exactly in the way that Zoran ran his. It's not like I decided, oh, it's successful because Zoran won with that. That's what I used to tell the DNC. That's what I told every politician that would listen to me, right? Like, this isn't a new concept. It's actually a very basic and very old school concept. It's called democracy. Okay? It's identifying the needs of your constituents and then showing them that you will earnestly fight for them. It's that fucking simple. The funniest part about this, what is this? You catch a hilarious story in this video essay around timestamp 250.
Slurs telling a
What is this? Is Zootopia pro-segregation?
predator that only bunnies can call other bunnies cute.
You are even cuter than I thought you'd be.
Ooh, you probably didn't know, but a bunny can call another bunny cute, but when other animals do it, it's a little...
I am so sorry.
But again, if prey are a white majority, cute is less the N-word and more... It's not really a word with any kind of heft to it, unless you're a socialist on Twitch. Side note, it's really...
That's fucked up. Yeah, no, Skip and Show's dope. I feel called out, which is true. I did get clapped for that, if you recall. Anyway, speaking of candidates that made promises and delivered on them, let's start our journey. Let's go back to yesterday. And not the victory, but let's walk through the experience. Now, you guys already saw, the handshakes and whatnot, all that beautiful stuff. But there's one aspect of yesterday's experience that I keep going back to. So, we did a canvas lead. We did the last canvas of the day. Chris Rabb, myself, Linda Sarsour, the GOAT, right? The legend. And we went out to an underserved neighborhood in Denver that was surrounded on all parts by factories and a newly developed data center, right? And we were walking around. A lot of people were not home, right? We had some fun conversations. But this was a really interesting moment. There was these people driving around, going to get groceries, and they noticed this big crowd and also a guy with a camera, and they stopped by, right? So we started talking to them, and we gave them campaign lit. You can see it here, right? And it was a very interesting conversation.
Think about the data center that just popped up over here.
hate
That
it.
random
We hate it.
All right, listen. So Diana DeGette, this represented this district for 30 years in Congress, is saying nothing about the data centers because she's in the pocket of big corporations. Maylot Kuros, on the other hand, is going to fight back on the data center moratorium. She got endorsed by Bernie Sanders, too. They want to put a stop to these data centers being getting propped up left and right. You guys are stuck between a factory, Purina factory, and a data center in between. And that's not good for these little guys back there.
Poison. It's literally poison.
Yeah.
This district's poison.
But you only have till 7 o'clock to vote. So
Okay.
if you don't have, do you have a ballot in your house currently?
Yes.
Yeah, you just
I
gotta,
have 3.
You gotta put it in a
Please.
drop box.
Oh, you got
before
3
7.
voters in your house?
But-
Drop 'em
yeah.
off.
Yo, that.
Okay. Drop them off.
Hell
Just
yeah.
drop 'em
Brad,
off.
you just won in Philly.
I'm going to Congress in Philly.
We just
I
let
came all the way out because you have the opportunity to.
Are you from New York?
Huh?
He's from Philly.
Philly. She's from New York.
Yeah, yeah. You know, East Coast.
New York,
East Coast.
East Coast. Well, you have the opportunity to bring someone to Congress who's actually going to change things and not not be with the corporations, but be with the people. But only if you come out. So if you got 3 ballots at home, drop it in by 7 o'clock.
And if you're confused by the names on the ballot or whatever, because like there's so many names, and it's like somewhat intimidating. There's a DSA thing, right? There's a DSA.
Dude, look at Chris. He is a dynamo, man. He is a goddamn dynamo. I mean, watching him in action, it makes sense as to why they defeated the Philly machine, the Philadelphia Democratic Party machine. That man does not stop. You guys doing neighborhood canvassing without a list is insane, Lamau. No, we had a list. There were a lot of we knocked on a bunch of doors, but there were a lot of people that were they weren't home. So we were just fielding people, having fun with it. Yeah, you guys did the OG shit of just grabbing randoms. Yeah. But it worked out. Abolitionist organizer difference? Yeah. I mean, he's such a Chad.
A DSA ballot
so
guy.
Too. You have to remember, this is the pre-Van era. You used to just grab a list of voters without knowing much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've done the Van stuff. I've done that for Bernard, right? Like I have some experience door knocking and canvassing. And it's this is the OG. This is the OG initiative because it's not very productive, There's no, you have to have a level of confidence. You have to maximize on your impact. You have to maximize on the number of doors you're knocking on. But obviously, for us, I mean, I was there with the legends. I mean, I was there with Linda Sarsour and Chris Rabb. Nate Bluen came in afterwards too. Like, Chris Rabb is confidently bald, and that's why he's unstoppable. I think he's just confident, not just confidently bald. He's just confident in every way, shape, and form. The man does capoeira. We don't have another person in Congress. I can say that confidently. You know what I mean? There's no one else in Congress that can do capoeira. Speaking of capoeira, I will be, when Chris is in LA, I'm going to try to get him to teach me how to do some tricks. We're going to try to make it happen. He's going to be in LA for a little bit coming up, and we're going to try to do an IRL where he just shows me a couple moves. You know what I mean? I'm very excited. Anyway, that's a secret. I'm leaking it. New capoeira filibuster tech about the drop. Dog, you're going to hurt yourself. Please stretch first. Yes. I'm a numbers guy. Yeah, Michael from Pennsylvania was right again. A few people saw that I got the New York City DSA slate predictions dead on, accurate, and wanted to see my predictions for Midnight Kuros. Here it is, mail out by 10 to 15. Yeah, you also were wrong about Julie Gonzalez, though. You said Julie Gonzalez was going to be a marginal 1-point victory over Hick and Pooper. I mean, you were right, though. You were dead on this one. Look, I placed a lot of confidence in your predictions. I respect it. I respect it. You cooked on it. ABC News, California Governor Gavin Newsom has been in touch with Zohran Mamdani. They texted each other as recently as last week. Yeah. It's got to be so funny. If you're one of these like centrist neoliberals, you got to be on fucking straight up suicide watch, right? Like if you're a centrist, if you're one of these like centrist Twitter accounts and you're watching all of these like figures that you didn't even know why you were defending, but you were defending unconditionally because you thought that that represented like the moderate position in the party. Kamala Harris is trying to reach out to Zohran Mamdani. Gavin Newsom is trying to reach out to Zohran Mamdani. That's got to be a real moment of crisis for you, right? If you're one of those guys that's like, my whole life is defending the Democratic Party, and meanwhile, all of these figureheads that you've wanted to defend, all of these figures that you've wanted to defend are now chasing after my guys, our guys, okay? It turns out some of them are smart enough to recognize where this movement is going and want a piece of it, okay? Which is not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's cynical, it's desperate, and maybe it's amoral as well if you want to consider it that, but it's not the worst, okay? So, most of them are doing the "you are here" meme unironically. Yeah. So, where was I? What was I going to say? Oh, so yeah. That moment was really important, I think. That moment, that outreach moment was really good. It's educational, right? And the reason why I say that is because it proves once again that there are so many people out there who are just simply never heard from, right? Especially in neighborhoods that have been left behind, neighborhoods that are surrounded by factories, neighborhoods that are underserved by design and struck with poverty. Okay? And these people would go out and vote. It's just they've never been talked to, right? There are so many people who've simply never been talked to, whose needs are never met. They would go and vote if they were heard from. I love that you mentioned that Southeast LA looks exactly like that too. Yeah, it's true. Mélenchon is against AC. Well, he's French. That's my French goat. I have to stand with him. What is this? Timestamp, local news mentioning her presence at the party.
About to make her way outside of this room where she had been, at least for some period of time tonight. She's been in that room at least once, I know, with a far left streamer, Hasan Piker, who has really helped boost her profile. He's here tonight. There's been lines around this place of people lining up to take pictures with him. He has some, what some would describe as pretty far left views on Israel, and obviously Kuros has had to deal with some accusations of anti-Semitism as well. But this is a moment for the Democratic Socialists in Colorado and across the country, right?
Right, there are Democratic Socialists on Denver City Council and in the state legislature, and now soon to be in the Colorado congressional delegation, because obviously a Republican is not going to be competitive in Colorado's first congressional district. Here she comes on the way. All right. Yep. Go ahead and move your camera if you guys want to move the camera over there.
All right. I'm getting out of your way. You do it.
You do it. We'll continue to kind of talk about this here as we.
Yeah. Can you guess what Matt Bennett's? Well, New op-eds about? New op-ed on the rise of the DSA and how Democrats should respond. GIF link. Oh, that's amazing. The far left is poised to take over the Democratic Party if it isn't stopped. Matt, fascism is here, big dog. Everybody knows you're a fraudulent ass motherfucker who only cares about connecting major corporations with the Democratic Party, okay? It's unbelievable that this guy is still crying about this. JLM, Jean-Luc Mélenchon only said Le Pen's idea to combat climate change by putting ACs everywhere is stupid. He's not against AC. I hope not. Yes, I know Matt was a Dukakis tank guy. Of course I know. I know my ops. I know my ops very well. Okay? Anyway, listen. Politico on the Colorado win. You get quoted in this. Oh, yeah. Anti-establishment avalanche buries a pair of Colorado Democratic stalwarts. Okay, we're obviously going to talk about this right now. I guess the last thing I wanted to say is it was an incredible night, and it's yet another instance of proof of our action, our impact as a community, our impact in this movement, right? Like, no one man is a kingmaker. This is not a moment. This is a movement. No one person is more important than the next. And we all played a role in this. Every single person that phone bank played a role in this victory. Every single person that went out and door knocked played a role in this victory. Every single person that's been watching for a decade that went and joined their local DSA in Denver that decided to, like I was talking to some of the people there, like, you know, unionize their workplace, Alamo Draft House. Every single person played a role in this. Every dollar raised was able to combat 3 times the amount of outside expenditure. Okay? Maylot was outspent 3-1. And in the last week, those attack ads kept coming through. Okay? And by the way, I don't even know if it's appropriate to call people like myself a kingmaker. I think it's probably a little bit more appropriate to say queen maker. All jokes aside. Because goddamn, we got a bunch of queens. Some kings too. But a bunch of queens in Congress is crazy. All right. In any case, look at the vibes at the Maylot rally, and then look at the vibes at Diana DeGette's re-election campaign. This is a 30-year incumbent. And that's it. Because of the Alamo Draft House unions, all ADH employees got pay raises. Hell yeah. I want you to know, after the way you talked about joining in on the canvassing and donating to DSA, I've decided to join the next DSA group in my state. Good. I live in Denver, and at the gym, I would only see attack outs on Maylot and never on other candidates. It was crazy. Yeah, they flood the markets. They flood the markets. Okay? All they have were attack ads. They got nothing. Here's the thing. If Diane DeGette took advantage of her 30 years in Congress, she could stand on her laurels, right? She could just straight up be like, here's what I delivered for Denver. Here's what I fought for. Not just simply a signature on a Medicare for All bill that she co-sponsored. You know who else did that? Kamala Harris, right? Not just simply being a person who sat in that role and collected paychecks and collected campaign contributions from major corporations, but someone who actually did the work. A person like that would not have been thwarted by an unknown entity that came out of nowhere. Now, of course, Melot Kuros didn't just come out of nowhere, right? I'm talking came out of nowhere for normal politics, but we're not living in normal times right now. She is just like Daria Liza, just like Claire Valdez, and in some ways just like Zoran Mamdani, a representative of the anger that a lot of people feel, a resentment that they feel towards business as usual politics, of the Democratic Party's feckless nature, its ineptitude, its lack of interest in representing its constituents. That's it. As long as you can actually connect with the voters, identify their problems, and offer solutions, and communicate that you will earnestly fight for their rights, fight to improve their lives, you can win. And that's where we come in, right? That's where we come in. That's where DSA comes in, right? The groundwork, the legwork, the fundraising. Because people like Melot are not going to generate millions of dollars with one signature from a massive corporation with tremendous amounts of consolidated wealth, right? They're not. This kind of movement doesn't work if we can't connect it to the grassroots. So I see myself as the connective tissue in that regard. I see this community as being able to connect with campaigns that are going to fight for all of us. Okay? I think that this community is something the left has not had for a long time. That's air cover. You can put a lot of national leftists on a campaign and give a huge visibility boost so the voters can even hear their arguments. Name rec and ad spending has always drawn us out. You give so much earned media and monetary support that a decent candidate instantly can use you as a nitro boost. That's a new factor that the establishment can't contain. You aren't part of the plan. Yeah. And that's part of the reason why the establishment does not like me and wants to take my ass out. Okay? That's it. That's a big part of the reason why so many people are frustrated with what I'm doing. Okay? I'm supposed to sit back and maybe chirp from afar. I'm not supposed to get hands-on. This community is not supposed to get more involved directly, right? And if someone is supposed to get involved directly, they're supposed to do it in the appropriate venues, right? This is an inappropriate venue because it's unbossed, unbought, unbowed, and not controllable by the party. I'm not afraid to shake things up. We are not afraid to shake things up. We are not afraid to unseat a 30-year incumbent. This seniority fetishism is part of the problem with American politics, and especially a problem with the Democratic Party. Okay? We're doing away with all of that. That's another issue. That's another broad problem within the Democratic Party, right? The idea that everyone has to wait their turn. You just have to sit around, collect those paychecks, and not really do anything, not rock the boat, never put your name out there, never put your social and political capital out there if you're a politician. You just have to wait your turn. That's what Diane DeGette had done for the last 30 years. And that's precisely what a lot of Colorado Democrats were probably waiting to do to replace Diana DeGette, trying to win favors with her, right? Never even being bold enough to try and unseat her. Okay? And we took advantage of that opportunity. Diana didn't do anything, though. Do you think we can win against power brokers like Schumer, Jeffries, and Gottheimer? Gottheimer's not a power broker. And Schumer is no longer going to be a power broker anyway. And if you think about Jeffries, he's a somewhat weak power broker. He does still hold all the power in the party, power of the purse. But tides are turning. And guess what? We have to try. We have to try. We have to attempt to make these changes, sometimes by brute force. Okay? Last night was another major victory in that endeavor, in that initiative. That's it. If these guys won't fight back against the growth of fascism in this country, we'll elect those who will. If these guys won't place the interests of their constituents, the interests of the working class at the center of their movement, we'll put in positions of power those who will. That's a promise. And since the beginning of my career, I never thought that I would be able to get to a position where I can be that connective tissue. Where I can actually put candidates who are worth it in front of a grassroots movement. Okay? Here's the reality. Diana DeGette was confronted by the Sunrise Movement, by her constituents. They said, why are you giving money to Israel? Why won't you stop the flow of weapons to Israel? And her response was, I'm going to continue doing that. Don't vote for me. And guess what? Denver, Colorado listened to that. They heard her.
Not going to agree with me on this because you think
that Palestinians deserve to live. Thank you very much.
No, ma'am, that's not it. Did you? Hi.
Yes, I did record it.
Okay. Here I am.
Hi, Diana. I'm Nicole Shea.
Hi, Nicole.
I am a delegate in Denver. I'm in 5 points.
Okay. Great.
Like you, I really consider myself a women's rights activist. I appreciate the work you've done. I'm just wondering, why do you keep sending money for bombs that Israel is sending to Palestine?
So actually most people think that Israel should be able to defend itself with an Iron Dome. And
oh, most people think that. Okay, got it. Oh, if most people think that, then that's fine, I guess. Oh, my bad. Well, what do you think? Do you think that it's appropriate? You know what I mean?
that's what I'm talking about. But so
defending themselves is different than continuing the genocide in Palestine.
Correct.
You're talking about different subjects, and I'm trying to ask you about the Block the Bombs Act.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Block the Bombs Act. I've read the Block the Bombs Act. The Block the Bombs Act is a very poorly written piece of legislation because it's both too narrow and it's too broad.
So why haven't you introduced amendments
Can I finish? I can't introduce amendments because it hasn't been brought up.
Why are you sending money to Israel to commit a genocide in Palestine?
If the only issue that you care about is this issue, then you should not vote for me.
And there it is. And people heard her loud and clear, right? Can you tell us how something can be too narrow and too broad? I can't. In that moment, she thought she cooked, okay? It's that simple. Here was my farewell message Diana to get last night and the Democrats at large.
Night where Diana DeGette also got punished low-key for the one moment in her 30-year career where she unironically didn't do the wrong thing for demanding the majority whip position away from Jim Clyburn, who told her to fuck off. I think that's low-key part of the reason why the Congressional Black Caucus, and institutions within the Democratic Party did not lend her support. But at the end of the day, if Diana DeGette had done...
Dog, you're hammered? I'm not. I was just not having a good time. Like, I mean, I was having a great time, but I wasn't like, you're out of breath here? Yeah, dog. I'm 1.6 kilometers above water level, okay? And I'm traveling so much, and I'm tired, okay? This is on the 9th hour of a 9-hour stream after I traveled early in the morning from California to Denver, okay? You guys need to give me a little bit more grace, please. I'm asking for it.
Anything in her 30-year career.
Bro, I don't know how the fuck you do it. Honestly, I was at that election party too, and I saw when you left, and I basically just woke up, and I didn't even have to fly home. You're a beast. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you, the hippie one, for understanding the amount of effort I put into this shit that most people don't recognize. Okay?
Would not be in the position that she's in right now, but I have to be thankful. Thank you for not retiring, Diana DeGette, because you allowed a bold Democratic Socialist to run for the seat before seniority kicked in and you were retiring, and then you hand-selected your replacement, which would have been a cookie-cutter, neoliberal, faux progressive Democrat that we'd have to defeat. We would have defeated them regardless, but it would have probably been a tougher fight. So, cheers to 30 years in service. God, no wonder the Democrats fucking hate me. It makes sense. Fuck, I hate me too. Here's a really simple solution though. Stop fighting the left. Join the left. Start fighting the right.
Hold on. Millennial ass music. Okay, can I just say the Democratic Socialist movement that many of you are very excited about is objectively a millennial movement, okay? Even the older, the zillennials, the older Gen Z need to fucking recognize that. You understand? That's all I'm saying. Like, millennials on top, this is my whole life, I've been embarrassed to be called a millennial. I've always said faillennial. But honestly, faillennials are putting numbers on the fucking board right now. And yes, Maylot is spiritually also faillennial, despite the fact that she's 29 years old. Okay? She's a zillennial and therefore a faillennial. We went through 2016. We went through 2020. We saw the Bernard run. We saw so many defeats in the last decade. But through resilience, through steadfastness, through tireless advocacy, the faillennials rose to the challenge and are now meeting the moment. Okay? That's it. That's it. Many of you Gen Zers who have said heinous things on the internet under the guise of anonymity don't understand how much your elders currently are fighting for you and your rights as posters. Okay? Think about the Daria Lisa campaign. Think about the attacks that she withstood. Okay? Think about the attacks that she withstood. Now, imagine your anonymous social media profile, if you were to ever run for office or any position of power, what that would look like, what your social media profile would look like. We have to just white knuckle through this process so that we can chart a better path forward for all of you. Okay? We're crawling so you can walk and then maybe run one day. You understand? We're pushing through the boomer dam that has held on to entrenched power for far too long. We're brute forcing it so that you guys one day can unseat us. Okay? When you see the elderly millennials like myself at the age of 34 doing all this stuff, I don't want to hear the slander about how we're boomers, how we don't get it, okay? We're doing the damn thing. We're doing the damn thing. Yeah. A Democratic socialist born in 1997 just beat a Democrat who first took office in 1997. Respect your elders, Gen Z. We're doing the damn thing for you, okay? For all of us. And for the record, before the fucking millennials get a little too high on their own supply here and be like, oh, Gen Z defined by Nick Fuentes clip compilations, Aiden Ross, and Andrew Tate. Remember, they're going to grow out of it. You were fucking cringe too, okay? We all went through our different phases, okay? And many in the Gen Z will also, not just the Zillennials, not just the older Gen Z, which we also bring into the millennial fold, okay? Because, like, come on, guys, I've hung out with Maylot. She is spiritually Zillennial. She is spiritually millennial. I'm sorry. You can't act like she's a normal Gen Z person, okay? Like, when people think of Gen Z, they think of, you know, people who have fried their brains because their most formative years, leading into adolescence and adulthood, were during COVID. Okay, we're defined by the lockdowns, and we're defined by, you know, watching the worst of the worst content and having that shit fucking penetrate their collective consciousness. If you're on the cusp, you're a millennial. When people think of millennials, they think of Pete Buttigieg and Mallory McMorrow. Yeah, I know. In any case, I don't really care about generational politics. This bullshit, it's reactionary. You already know it's counter-revolutionary behavior to focus on generational politics. What we care about is the immortal science backed by dialectical materialism, historical materialism. You already know, okay? We only care about class divide, and nothing else. This is all jokes. When we're talking about, like, the difference between millennials and the difference between Gen Z, all this stuff, it's just jokes, not serious. You're literally been doing generational politics for 10 minutes now. HasanAbi, what are you talking about, Unc? Okay, calm down. It's just jokes. I'm just memeing. Yeah. Let's get started here from 9 News. Progressive challenger unseats.
Victory parties and concession speeches. Coloradans made their voices heard, and most of the race results are in.
Last night's results setting the stage, of course, for the midterms this November. That's when we'll vote for the state's next governor, among other races. Some of the House races could determine which side of the aisle takes control of Congress in D.C. this fall. Thanks for joining us here at 7:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. We have team coverage tracking the latest from the key races and what it all means as we head into November. Let's get right to 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon with the latest from one of the most watched races in the state, House District 1. And history was made here, Courtney.
Yes, that's right, Corey and Drew. It was the end of a decades-long run in Congress for one candidate. Political newcomer Maylot Quiros unseated Democratic incumbent Diana DeGette. DeGette served 15 terms in Colorado's 1st congressional district. That's about as long as 29 and as old as 29-year-old Quiros. So Quiros celebrated her win last night at the Broadway in Denver. She kept an early lead before the race was called around 10 p.m. The first-time candidate and Democratic Socialist pledged to refuse corporate PAC money. She's also aligned herself with emerging candidates across the nation who are running as young, bold, and unbought. CU Regent Wanda James also ran to unseat DeGette. She conceded at 9 p.m. last night. Quiros has been endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders. DeGette had support from Colorado's established Democratic House delegation. Quiros faces criticism from some members of Colorado's Jewish population over her strong opposition to Israel's occupation of Palestine. Here's her response to critics who've accused her of anti-Semitism.
My commitment has always been to protecting the sanctity and dignity of all life. That includes every single person of all faith, all different religions, and that especially includes the Jewish community, especially now as anti-Semitism is rising all across the state and all across this country. And I look forward to working with the community to figure out how we can combat that hate.
If elected in November, Quiros would become Colorado's first Democratic Socialist elected to Congress. It marks a shift towards more progressive leadership in one of the state's most reliably Democratic districts. Live in Denver, Courtney Yu, 9 News.
By the way, the chirpers that said this is a New York thing only have now, of course, moved the goalpost to, this is a plus 30 Democrat district, of course, like she's going to win there. Like, goalpost moved instantly, okay? Before they were like, oh, this only works in New York. Now they're like, well, this works in every blue city, but it only works in blue cities. And then next up, they'll say, okay, this only worked this time. It was a fluke, okay? So remember, we're just going to keep pushing through it, right? Yeah, what happened? I thought this was just a Zoran only thing, right? I thought this only worked because of Zoran. It turns out it's not a moment, it's a movement. It turns out it's not about one guy. Of course, Zoran has, been an incredible movement leader, right? He's done a fantastic job to build that momentum. But what have I been telling you? What have I been telling you? Okay? All of this is just proof in the pudding. This is literally my theory of change in action. I don't need to fucking beg people to pay attention to it anymore. Now people are paying attention to it. But what's crazy about it is that they're paying attention to it, but they're still trying to take the wrong lessons, okay? They are refusing to learn the right lessons here. They're trying to derive the wrong lessons out of this. With Zoran, they did it too. They said, oh, he's just charismatic, once in a lifetime. He's got a great smile. He's got a great social media team. All of those things are true, but it wasn't because of that. It was because he had the fundamentals. He had the policies and he had the legitimacy. Okay? You have to have the policies and you have to be able to communicate those policies in an honest manner. Did you hear Chapo glaze you yet? No, I still haven't heard Chapo glaze me yet. I've listened to some of the conversation they were having. They were clowning on Daria Liza a little too much, okay? I don't like it. We've all cringe posted. That's my girl. Anyway. But yeah. To be cringe is to be free, okay? That's all I'm going to say. It's the same with your involvement in general. If the candidate wins, you did nothing. If the candidate loses, it was all your fault. They can't make up their mind. I mean, yeah, my involvement is look, you can go and ask the campaigns what they think about it, right? and you will hear what the truth is, right? And some people have. And you've already seen it, so it doesn't matter. You are a part of it in many instances, right? So it doesn't matter what the fucking outsiders say. We know what the truth is. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether people recognize my impact or not. I don't give a shit, dude. What I care about is putting numbers on the goddamn board, okay? What I care about is putting numbers on the goddamn board. What I care about is electing socialists, electing fighters, putting them in office. You understand? What I care about is building this movement. For years and years, I filtered this audience into the Democratic Socialists of America for a decade now. Okay? And you see that. You see that in the Victory Party for Zoran. You see that in the victory party in Denver for Maylot Quiros. And you see that in the victories itself, right? Sounding more like Kobe than LeBron. I don't know what that means because I'm not even taking credit for it. I'm saying we've been doing the work, and not just myself, but like these organizations have been doing the work, especially, okay, for the past decade with limited success. And the job is not finished. It's just beginning. So, you know, it's utterly irrelevant. It's utterly immaterial what people say. By the way, endorsement tracker updated. 2026 endorsement tracker updated. Contested races. Zoran Mamdani, 100% win rate, 3 wins, 0 losses, 1 contested win. AOC, 83% win rate, 5 wins, 1 loss, 1 contested win. I'm 67, 6-7, 10 wins, 5 losses, 6 pending, 2 contested wins. Working Families Party with 22 wins. It's crazy. And Justice Dems at 13 wins, 4 losses, 7 pending, 2 contested, 76%. Bernard Sanders, Papa Bernard with 10 wins, 3 losses, and 3 contested. Now, of course, the irony here is that the best way to go about this is when all of these endorsements and all of these movements work together, right? And there are certain instances where like you can't really do that. Like with Bernie. Bernie couldn't do that with Gonzalez, right? Which we're going to be talking about in a second. Like the leaderboard that I want to look at is Jules Nader. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Update. Quiros will exceed Hamawi's margin based on the remaining votes. She might even exceed Rab still too. This result once again shows the power of the combination of Hasan the Hun and Dem socialists plus key leftist leaders. Let's go. Yeah, this is the real tracker. Okay, this is the real tracker because it shows that when there are, you know, key leftist leaders, when there are key leftist leaders like Bernie or AOC, or if it's regional, if it's New York related, then Zoran, but most importantly with the DSA, you know, I don't think there's a single race in the entire country where like the coalition of forces in some way, shape, or form haven't gotten together, right? And then we build the movement by expanding on the momentum. We build the movement by doing what? Claire Valdez was phone banking for Oliver Larkin. Maylot Quiros was endorsed by Daria Lisa, right? This is something that the Justice Democrats does behind closed doors, very quietly. This is part of the reason why I was always on board with Shoykat's run, even if he didn't get the national attention from any of these other groups, any of these other institutions, any of these other organizations, right? Rab was out there immediately expanding on this victory that he put down. This is how we do it because we have nobody else but ourselves, okay? We have only ourselves to rely on. No one else is coming for us. If anything, they're coming to stop us, right? Daria Lisa was at the phone bank too. No paper endorsements at DSA. What is this? You're amazing, but I really think the crux for the DSA has been marketing. Even as leftists in the Portland, Oregon suburbs didn't see outreach and guidance on politicians, the message is solid. It needs a megaphone. Yeah. Gonzalez dropping out of that rally with Quiros was a bad move. Yeah. I mean, I'll talk about that in a second. Also, credit to Shoykov for bringing out Daria Lisa and Maylot for his San Francisco rally with you. That was huge. and showed he's on the right track, I mean, yeah, that was big for them too. This was very impactful, right? This was a moment when they needed as much media attention as possible. And that's not my assessment. That's like literally their assessment, right? Like these are the opinions of the campaigns and of the politicians who are now going to be elected into Congress. Like they've said that. The Atlantic dropped a new DSA hit piece like 45 minutes ago. I know there's going to be more. The hits are going to keep coming. But you know what's interesting about this? I'm not so lonely any longer. Okay? Back in the day, I was the sin eater. Now they've realized that it's a movement. So now they're trying to spread it around. So at least I won't, selfishly, I'm not the only person that they're yelling about. Okay? Sorry. But you guys can deal with it. Many of you that are in the DSA, many of you that have maybe even worked on these campaigns, some of you that have run for office at this point, you've already seen me go through this process. You've already seen me go through the motion in the last decade or so. You know what it looks like. You know it doesn't fucking matter, right? So you just have to be more emboldened, and you have to be courageous. You have to be brave, and you have to keep pushing. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Linda Sarsour thanked me, and she's the OG tank, right? Linda Sarsour is someone who, Linda Sarsour is obviously Palestinian. She's been pro-BDS, pro-Palestine her whole life, and she's been punished endlessly for it. And I was talking to her about this last night, where it's like, I was like, remember 10 years ago, like, would you ever think when you were at the Women's March, because she was one of the leaders of the Women's March, I was like, think about it 10 years ago. Think about the attacks that you withstood. Think about where this movement was 10 years ago, when how much people will yell at Rashida, how much people will yell at Ilhan Omar, and how little people will come to their defense. I remember I was there. I would be fucking freaking out on every single person that would dare to call these unbelievable heroes anti-Semitic. And it would come from all different avenues, too. It would come from different angles. It would come from supposedly progressive figures as well. The Democratic Party would leave them out to dry. They would hang them out to dry over and over again. Yes, I say it all. I say this. I rip on plenty of Mao's quotes, but this is one of my favorite ones. To be attacked by the enemy is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Of course. I hold that it is bad as far as we are concerned if a person, a political party, an army, or a school is not attacked by the enemy, for in that case, it would definitely mean that we have sunk to the level of the enemy. It is good if we are attacked by the enemy, since it proves that we have drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves. It is still better if the enemy attacks us wildly and paints us as utterly black and without a single virtue. It demonstrates that we have not only drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves, but achieved a great deal in our work.
With all of our friends that we're sending with you, because what's beautiful now is people are not going alone. You're sending a whole class full of them. And so I'm just here because I like to be in places where winners are. I know I might have been a little cocky after New York Knicks won their championship after 53 years, but I want to be where the winners are. And I know the winners are also where Hasan is. And I just want to say this really quickly on Hasan, because I'll be on the record. If this man is the most hated man by the Democratic Party, make sure that you know I'm with Hasan Piker on this one. Because Hasan can sit somewhere on his little Twitch and do what he twitches, whatever that is, because I'm old, so I don't know what he does, but he does something important. But he also comes outside. He's been helping our candidates all across this country, using his platform for good, to be an extension of our movements, and I want you to get your credit for that, Hasan. And actually, I like when you're on the front page of every paper, because that actually helps us, just so you know. So please, just for us, let him hate you, it's okay. It's actually doing something for us.
It's true. It's true. I've been the sin eater for the longest time, and it felt a little lonely. I was a magnet of hate. But now this movement is growing, and it's becoming so undeniable that people are paying attention, that it's not just like one person, right? It's not just one person at all. It's just there's so many of us. So many of us out there pushing for the same cause.
We could not have been more lazy.
You guys did
barely
more
even
for
talked
like that
about
lady
this.
in Los Angeles. Like you had her on like 5 years ago, and she was running for city council.
Yeah.
The one who
Talking
stole the
about Nikki
election
Raman.
against Spencer Pratt.
You know, just like I know his name has come out of Fetterman's mouth too. But if you're gonna credit someone for this or blame them for it, we got to give our boy Hasan credit because he was in New York City more than I am. He was out in the streets of New York more than I was over the last fucking month or so. He was doing like 90,000 people phone banking for DAC.
Yeah. He was talking about them like constantly, like on his stream. There's some guy who like followed him to like watch him play like the Elden Ring DLC, who has to hear him talk about like the primary for New York's 13th congressional district every day.
Oh man,
it's the back like as recently as 3 years ago, nobody gave a shit about any of these races, but now it's like it's a primary election for a midterm is like prime time shit. They got like Steve Kornacki bringing up the board for like a special election in Tennessee. There is so much just interest in this. So thank you, Trump. Thank you.
I'll just note one other opinion piece from the Wall Street Journal. This is by Matthew Hennessy. Headline: Unleash Fetterman on the DSA.
Unleash him. Unleash him. Poof. Imagine us on playing a game still. Okay, shut up. All right. I'm going to pee real quick.
Speaking momentarily
but
after
I'll be back
a victory
in a second.
party tonight in Denver. The 29-year-old corporate attorney turned barista has defeated Democratic Congresswoman Diana DeGette, ending one of the longer careers in Democratic political history. DeGette held that seat for 15 terms and rarely had a challenger. This year, Malak Quiros pulled off what was long thought to be impossible, and she has changed Denver's Democratic Party structure and Colorado politics in doing so. Let's listen in.
This victory belongs to every single one of you! Denver voters of all ages, of all races, of all religions sends a clear message. We will not wait! We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait! We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all! We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and AIPAC. And no, we will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine. We believe that fundamental change can and will happen if we fight for it. If we organize and show no fear in standing up for what's right. That is the message that Denver has sent to both parties, to Donald.
That was millennial. That is millennial coded. That is millennial. I won't lie. I won't lie. The air horn is crazy. The air horn is crazy. That is millennial as hell, bro. Beer, 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 beer.
Trump and to the entire country. I want everyone in this room to take just a moment and look at the people around you. Strangers to you just a year ago, just a few months ago. But tonight,
It feels good to win, baby.
tonight, together,
It feels good to win.
you are all something else.
Oh.
Tonight, you are proof. A lot of experienced people told us this was impossible. They said you can't win without corporate PAC money. They said you can't beat a 30-year incumbent. They said the establishment and the oligarchy is just too big and too powerful to overcome. That's what they said. But 1 year, 6,500 volunteers. 1,000.
I didn't do that.
115,000 doors. 500,000 calls later. You are the proof that the power of organized people beats the power of organized money. I have to take a moment and thank every single one of you in this room, to every single person that has volunteered, that has supported this campaign, to Justice Democrats, to Denver DSA. To the Working Families Party, to Sunrise, to our incredible team, Matt Group, Rebecca, Howard, Susie, Ellis, Marissa, Lauren, Bill, Jackson, Jay, Ethan, Deep, Sarah, Casey, Michelle, to every single volunteer who knocked on a door, who made a phone call, who talked to your friend, who talked to your coworker, who talked to your neighbor, and made—
No Unk mention? I know. It's all, bro, it's done. Fake. It's over. Friendship ended with Maylot. No, Hasan, thank you, sus. Have you worked with Working Families Party? Of course, I've worked with Working Families Party in the past, and most likely will continue to do so in the future. Sure, there was a little bit of friction in the New York race, obviously, but outside of that, the Working Families Party has played a formative role in New York and many other races as well. He got mentioned earlier. Nah, I'm washed. No mention. No mention.
Made a choice to believe that a better world is possible if only we fight for it. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Congresswoman Diana DeGette. I am grateful for her service.
Damn, she thanked me and not you. Feels bad while Bunhole gets the thanks before HasanAbi. Listen, we work real G's move in silence like lasagna, okay?
And her fight for
I'm only in it for the glaze.
reproductive freedom. She helped build the community that welcomed my family to this city and to this district, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Maylot Kuros mentioned in an interview today she thinks of you as a coworker and not a friend. Coworker wig. Once again, Chudwig strikes back.
And I want to thank the one and only
Maylot Kuros says she would not go to my funeral.
Senator Bernie Sanders for his support. And to every single progressive running for office in Colorado, across the country, across this state for inspiration, for solidarity. Tonight we saw wins down ballot. We saw Cello win. We saw Iris win. We are winning from coast to coast, from every level of office. We are taking back our party and our country.
I didn't do that.
I want to tell you something about why this campaign matters, because it matters for what comes next. when I wrote a letter defending students' rights to protest the genocide in Gaza. My law firm told me, take it down or you're fired. I didn't flinch because I stood by every word, and I always will. But I know that will not be the only moment where those in power will tell me to change my tune, to not rock the boat. That seems to happen a lot in Congress. But here in Denver, we stand by our values, and we stand with our community. We are days away from embarking on the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country. I've been thinking a lot about what that means. The promises made, the promises unfulfilled, that this country belongs to everyone who loves it and what it stands for, not just the people born here, not just the people who look
As a radical centrist, I'm deeply disturbed by this hate-filled speech. It reminds me of Zoran's hate-filled victory speech. Yeah, I agree. Talking about, is this true? If so, wild full circle moment. The law firm that fired Melot Kiros for speaking out on Palestine is where the Obamas first met. Wait, no. Could not have contrived a more on-the-nose plot twist regarding Zionism and PMC racial politics when I wrote this 2 years ago. The rise and fall of baby boomer Zionism. Zionism has long been the tip of spear aimed at the heart of the multiracial left. Local news mentioned in Denver last night. Wait, we already saw this.
They weren't not only down when those older, maybe more...
We saw this already. Yeah. They get put out a concession speech.
I want to congratulate Melot Kiros for her victory last night, and I want to wish her...
Bro, last night she was like, oh, it'll take a couple days for us to know the final results. It didn't take a couple days.
All the best in her future. I also want to thank Wanda James for her years of involvement and service to this community. Thanks to all my friends and supporters who have lifted me up in all of my years in public service. And thanks to my intrepid campaign staff who fought until the bitter end to get our message out. Job number one is standing up to Donald Trump and protecting our democracy. And along with thousands of constituents, I want to thank all of the staff from my congressional office, both Denver and DC, for consistently serving the residents of the 1st Congressional District over the years with commitment and compassion. And I want to thank my family, my sisters Kathy and Kara, and my brother Rick and their families, my wonderful daughters Rafaela and Francesca, who have never known a time when their mom was not in elected office, and whose families keep them strong and centered.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a basic concession speech. It's expected. Also, The Atlantic has continued New York Mag's tradition of not fact-checking Jonathan Chait's lazy, error-laden column. Chevalier won a primary for Congress, not the State House. He also misspelled my name. This is not his first article he's written about me, by the way, so it's kind of crazy that he's still misspelling my name. Hasan Piker, who is one of DSA's most influential advocates, campaigned for several of the candidates it has endorsed, said recently at an event, I wish they'd stop calling me a radical. None of these people, he said, gesturing to the crowd off screen, are radical. They just want healthcare. They want an end to American militarism. They want to spend money on roads, on infrastructure, on schooling, on healthcare, rather than bombs overseas, which I assume Jonathan Chait followed that up with, he is actually a radical and a terrorist, and here is why. Okay? I suspect that article that he wrote follows it up with, no, he is actually a radical. He is actually dangerous. He is actually, he's in support of, yep, here it is. Yet Piker himself has followed the DSA's militant line, repeatedly praising authoritarian regimes such as China's, Cuba's, and Russia's, as well as terrorist groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah. He has said that his closest existing model for an ideal society is China, which does not have progressive social values or especially generous welfare state, but does have a communist ruling party. I like that there is no nuance afforded to this analysis. especially considering that in that interview, I described the many criticisms that I have. I have never praised Russia, by the way. It's ironic that they say that. Doesn't really matter. It's bullshit, but nobody gives a fuck, right? And as far as the interview that I did, where I said the closest existing version, as far as the economy goes, the closest existing version of what I would like, as far as like responsive politics, as far as a centrally planned economy, would be the Chinese system. And the results speak for themselves. 800 million people lifted out of extreme poverty, unbelievable levels of rural development that has taken shape in China. That is what I would love to see in the United States of America. But there are certain concepts in the Western world that I grew up with, that I maintain is profoundly important. Due process, free speech, and things of that nature are very important to me personally, right? I'm glad you're clarifying this. Dog, I clarified this in that interview. In that interview. Okay? I want our spending priorities to be centered around the needs of the working class. I want to improve the working class material conditions. Okay? These guys know, or many of them don't even know, but ultimately none of them care. Especially when he says he's praised authoritarian regimes such as China's, Cuba's, and Russia's. Like, what do you mean I've praised Russia? I have not praised Russia. I don't think the Russian kleptocracy led by former KGB agents turned oligarchs as a consequence of the shock doctrine deployed, the liberalization that destroyed the post-USSR Russia. I've never showered it with praise. Why the fuck would I do that? They think the Crimea River clip is Russian exceptionalism. I know, it's so funny. Would they always be like, oh, you said Crimea River? It's like, big dog. Big dog. My position on this, albeit sometimes a humorous quip where I say Crimea belongs to the Tatars and therefore it's Turkish territory first and foremost, is utterly immaterial to what has already taken place. Okay? And it's always people who are pro Greater Israel Project that try to go, oh, it's hypocritical. You think I have an ownership stake in the same way that you feel an ownership stake in the Greater Israel Project? You think I have an ownership stake in Russian irredentism? I don't. I just want there to be a diplomatic process seen through so that more and more Ukrainians are not fucking dying. That's been my consistent position since day one. It's the same for Israel and the IOF against Hamas, where I've demanded a ceasefire over and over again. And it's the same thing that I've demanded in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the illegal invasion of Ukraine. People holding on to Crimea as this like choke point, as this like pivot point, are holding on to nothing. It's so strange to me. Anyway. Putin bad ticker required. A Ukrainian just got charged for blowing up Nord Stream pipeline by a German court. Yeah, I don't even think that was one random Ukrainian that did that. That's crazy. There has never been a moment where I've justified the illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. Not once. And it's so funny that people still run this lie over and over again. Yeah. Take it up with Biden. Take it up with Obama. They were the ones who also did not choose to advance the defense of Crimea and instead recognized Sevastopol as an existing Russian military base, which it was, and thought that the Crimean annexation and the way that they dealt with it, which was without a single shot fired, was objectively very different than the current Russian invasion and occupation of eastern Ukraine. If we can't make these distinctions, then we're being ridiculous. Anyway. You absolutely did support Russia and defend its invasion. You did it when I made it up in my head. I know. People will still push that line. Why is Dylan Burns mad at you? Because I think for a lot of these guys, some of them are very passionate and it's understandable. Okay. But for a lot of these guys, it's a way to advance their own personal grievances. Maybe I made them feel small. Maybe I made them feel silly. Who gives a shit at the end of the day? But that's what it is. There are a lot of content creators who will use like existing global conflict where hundreds of thousands of people are dying to advance their own personal interests. Also, I am objectively anti-NATO. So I think that's probably part of the reason why many of these guys are pro-NATO. I see NATO as an extension of American force projection capabilities, as an expansion of an extension of American empire, which, by the way, it's not just my assessment. Mark Rutte has openly admitted that that is precisely what NATO is, right? I'm in favor of diplomacy. So I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people will just like use anything and everything they can, because having a reasonable argument, having a reasonable conversation around what NATO is doing and what NATO has done is obviously not going to be favorable for a lot of people. I think it's far more defensible than many aspects of capitalism, by the way, from the perspective of like, you know, being a bulwark against Russian irredentism, which Vladimir Putin has straightforwardly proven, right? It is real. It's a real fear. It's an understandable fear. Not going to lie, your analysis had a good friend of mine call me stupid because I said Russia was definitely going to invade Ukraine. I didn't think so. And neither did the Ukrainian government at the time, because no one expected Vladimir Putin to be that fucking crazy. Anyway, let's see what Sean Hannity had to say.
Mayla Kiros wants to upend our way of life, replace that with what, a Soviet-style socialist, system. Step one, getting rid of ICE. Step two, making all illegal immigrants citizens. Take a look.
What's your vision for abolishing ICE?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that we abolish ICE. This is an agency that started in 2003. We had immigration enforcement before ICE existed. We'll have it after it exists. But the thing that I don't think we talk enough about is also what that reform is going to look like. Abolishing ICE is just one step, right? Democrats have been in power multiple times over the last few decades and did nothing to address the immigration reform that we actually need.
Expenditures, increased spending.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think there has to be an immediate pathway for every single undocumented immigrant that's here in this country today.
Now, you might have noticed that many of these socialist lunatics are kissing the ring of a guy by the name of Hasan Piker. Now, this is a rich kid turned socialist podcaster who loves communist China.
Shawnee baby. We were supposed to have a little tete-a-tete. We were supposed to have a convo in person. I was going to come to your compound in Florida. Shawnee baby, why are you talking about me but not to me? You stop responding to our emails, Sean. What the hell? What the hell? His cheeks keep getting fatter every day. It's so funny. I don't know why he's getting so bloated.
Communist Cuba, but seems to not like the USA. In fact,
at least unlike Jonathan Chait, he's saying I praise communist China and communist Cuba and did not say I praise Russia.
In fact, he once proclaimed that we, the U.S., deserved the 9/11 terror attacks. And sadly, Mayla Kiros seems
and that
to
he
agree
hates
with
this fucking country so much. Wait, what?
this. Take a look.
Was 9/11 an inevitable consequence for America based on U.S. foreign policy?
This is such a crazy thing to still, multiple decades later, advance as though 9/11 was just randomly a thing that happened because they hate us because they ain't us. This is established at this point. Okay. I don't understand like what the argument is, man. It's been 25 fucking years, dude. When can we finally acknowledge that American destabilization led to 9/11? I'm not even alone in this. Like, this is one, an issue where there is academic consensus around, and two, even the people that were the godfathers of the post 9/11 global war on terror, the neocon movement, the people who were pivotal in using 9/11 to advance their own agendas in the Middle East, unironically have already acknowledged that 9/11 was a byproduct of our destabilization that led that went on for decades before 9/11. How conservatives think bin Laden chose to do 9/11? Yeah. New York Post says Colorado Democratic Socialist candidate called 9/11 terror attacks inevitable due to U.S. foreign policy. This is unironically a concept that comes across as like far-fetched, I guess, in mainstream media circles still for some reason. But like, this is something that most Americans understand. This doesn't mean 9/11 is good, by the way. It's just analysis. Okay? That's all this is. Where is it? Oh, here's Glenn Greenwald. The level of willful blindness and emotional immaturity when discussing the 9/11 attack a full 25 years later is stunning. The U.S. wasn't chosen randomly. Of course, decades of U.S. violence and dominance in the region played a significant role in the attack. Forcing people to pretend this isn't true out of some solemn reverence for this attack is repressive and deceitful. It would be like saying that Israeli violence and repression played no role in the October 7 attacks. Even the CIA has a doctrine to observe this causal relationship. It's called blowback. Also, a very famous podcast by a friend of the show, Noah Colwyn. Okay? And Brandon. Identifying the cause of X is totally unrelated to the question of whether X is justified. It's good to see that these dumb attacks are losing their potency, as the candidate who said it, Maylot Quiros, basically won a congressional seat last night in Colorado, defeating a worthless Democratic incumbent, pointlessly filling that seat for 30 years. Sex Pestiny is threatening to kill you, by the way. Yeah, I know. I mean, what else is new? That's not new, by the way. That's not new. He's been doing that. He does that every couple of months. If not, it increases the frequency in which he does that. You're lucky your ops don't know the true source of your power. Yeah, that's true. An army of witches casting protection spells at all times is what holds my career up. Okay, but like, are you taking it seriously? What am I supposed to do, man? Actually, I don't. Like, I mean, oh shit! Sean Hannity addressed his cheeks. Thanks to everyone who has checked in. I've already addressed it several times on my radio show, but while training, I developed a painful pinched nerve on my neck. My doctor put me on prednisone to reduce the inflammation, and while it's helping, it led to laryngitis and some puffiness, which is normal for this medication. I'm fine, recovering well, and still training. But apparently a few weeks of prednisone has generated more social media commentary than 30 years of rating success. I appreciate all the concern and well wishes, including from members of the left-wing media. Sorry to disappoint them, but a pinched nerve, a raspy voice, and a puffy face aren't taking me out anytime soon. Yeah, he was training his knees so he can sufficiently please the big dog Donald Trump. Hey, Sean. It has been months since you offered to debate me on your show, then pushed it back. asked to push it and stopped answering my team's calls indefinitely. It's time to talk to me rather than about me. Is that good? Call him a hamster? Maybe he's challenged? Yeah. That's true. Hey, Sean Hannity, it has been months since you challenged to debate me on your show, then asked to push it back indefinitely and stopped answering my team's calls. Since you issued a challenge to debate me on your show. That's good. If he wants ratings better than his puffy cheeks, he should have you on. True. He's on injury timeout. I wish you a speedy recovery. Okay, that's good. He's not carrying the flame? No, it's fine.
Now, Mayla Kiros wants to.
All right, let's continue.
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East, that forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response.
Now, there is one thing that these communists hate more than America, and that is the world's only Jewish state. That, of course, would be Israel. In fact, Kiros was fired from her job as a...
That's awesome. I love when these guys immediately hit that line and they're like, they very clearly are they very clearly are criticizing the world's only Jewish state. How dare they? It's like, okay. I don't know if you know this, Champ, but so are many other Americans. As a matter of fact, that's like the overwhelming majority of American positions on the issue. So I don't know who this is for. I don't know what's going on here. You know?
A corporate attorney due to an obsessive...
Yeah, they said the same shit about South Africa. It's the only white-ruled state on the African continent. Like, it doesn't matter.
Public hatred for Israel. And apparently she thinks, quote, the Jews of Israel had it coming on October 7th when thousands of innocent men, women, and children, they were murdered, they were kidnapped, some were beheaded and abducted. Take a look at this.
After October 7th, it felt like there were very different responses to what had happened. And, you know, I mean, everybody remembers, right, being on social media, seeing like some of the ways people were talking about Palestinians at the time. But I remember being on LinkedIn and like seeing other lawyers just like celebrating what they were seeing in Palestine.
He just claimed that was a quote. Yeah, I mean, he's just playing fast and loose.
The leveling of Gaza and the, just complete destruction. And I was like, what is missing from this conversation where I could look at this as, an inevitable consequence of apartheid, of occupation, decades of occupation, and somebody else could look at what Israel's response was and say, no, that's what we need to do. They need to be leveled.
Now, Quiros has also called for an embargo on all defensive weapons to Israel, including ammunition for the Iron Dome. It would seem that she, only has room in her heart for certain people.
Dude, it's just funny. Like, again, I think these guys are playing with fire when they reveal these positions on Fox News. Like, you're quite literally telling your audience that Melot Quiros is unironically more sincere about the same exact demand that Donald Trump made when he was running for the presidency and won on that campaign promise. Isolationism, America first, reconsidering all of these all these weapons contracts that we have with all these other countries that are just like destabilizing the entire planet. That is what Trump ran on. That's what Trump won on. They play your stream clips like it's ISIS Salafist propaganda. I know, but the difference is I'm wearing a suit talking to a person who is going to be the next congressperson from Denver. It doesn't hit the same. You can't just present us as like these crazy guys who are, militant and in our defense of Islam and want Islam to take over the world or whatever the fuck, Shout out to the one Fox viewer that made that connection. I think we got to give people more credit, especially at this stage. A lot more people are done with Israel. You know what I mean? Including Republicans.
Especially if they are trans children. Take a look.
I wrote all of our policy page a year ago now, but we're updating it this week. And some of the things that we're adding in, there's also a trans bill of rights. It is, I think, incumbent upon us to be proactive in this fight. I think we've been on the defensive, and I think there are Democrats that have even considered abandoning our solidarity and our advocacy for the gay community, particularly for trans people and trans kids. And for that, I would say then you're not a Democrat.
Now, like every other socialist that's running, Melot Quiros espouses a set of truly insane ideas designed to completely destabilize the country and make life worse for everybody. The goal, destroy America from the inside out and replace our country with a communist utopia. By the way, if successful, I promise you, there will be no utopia. There will be suffering. There will be broken promises. There will be pain. There will be more poverty. And at the end of the day, a loss of freedom in the name of false security. Now, it's way past time for Democrats who still love America to stand up against these communist bullies. But the Democratic Party is full of nothing but power-hungry, moral cowards at the moment. And sadly, but for John Fetterman, patriotic Democrats are now few and far between. Take a look.
There is such a polarization, partisan split on this issue, the largest that I've ever seen. Just take a look at this. This is where it really gets interesting and I would dare say a little bit nutty. How proud to be an American. Among Republicans.
I think it's just stupid to, this is to demand stupidity, okay? I want to be proud of America. And there are certainly concepts that America has defended, even though the Trump administration is trying to destroy them, that are great, redeemable. We should be proud of them. But there's plenty of things that America has done that we shouldn't be proud of, right? We have this legacy. We should be honest about it. We can't advance American society. We can't change the American trajectory if we don't acknowledge some of the existing issues and some of the issues of our past. So when these guys on Fox News say, oh, these guys aren't proud to be American, what the fuck? It's like, dude, we want to fix these problems, okay? America has tremendous promise. America has tremendous potential, but we're just casting it aside. We're throwing it away at the altar of profit, at the altar of super profits for a handful of parasitic capital owners that don't have any loyalty to America or, more importantly, to Americans or anybody else. It's that simple. That's why I always say, like, look, America, the entity, is one thing. Americans is an entirely separate thing. And in most circumstances, America, the entity, operates at the behest of capital. And therefore, it operates in an antagonistic manner to Americans, the American working class, the overwhelming majority of Americans that have been left behind.
93% are extremely or very proud. Just a single one, say they have little to no pride in being an American. But look over at the Democratic side. This is where we've seen this extremely or very number. It's been taking a tumble at 27%. But look at this. The little or no proud to be an American actually among Democrats eclipses, is greater than the extremely or very proud number.
What has happened to this once great party known as the Democratic Party? Not that it was ever great, but is anybody really surprised?
Wait, what happened to the great American Party, also known as the Democratic Party? Not that it was ever great. What the fuck?
This is the Democratic Party. Not that it happened to this once great party known as the Democratic Party. Not that it was ever great.
Why did you say that then? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, what happened is Sean Hannity ate the great American Democratic Party. Not that it was ever great.
But is anybody really surprised? This is the result of what
Sean Hannity's hiding the Democratic Party in his cheeks.
There's decades now of Democratic leaders, academia, the media mob trashing our great country day in, day out, year in, year out. Take a look.
We're not going to make America great again. It was never that great.
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us, and in many ways, like Jesus, like the cross, it's been co-opted, and in some ways, its true meaning has been betrayed.
No, not God bless America, God damn America.
Wow, what a flashback to my goat, Jeremiah Wright, the legend.
In the Bible.
Founding fathers did not live and die for this moment. I can't celebrate July 4th.
We tired. We want some of this earth. We'll tear this goddamn country up.
And making America great again.
By the way, it's so funny to put Farrakhan and then Pete Buttigieg. You know, guys like James Tallarico, Pete Buttigieg, and Farrakhan, same guy. Oh, that's awesome. It turns out the Democrats are truly the big tent, the biggest of tents. No tent is as vast and as large, as spacious as one that features Louis Farrakhan and Pete Buttigieg.
That passed that he has promised.
I think that might literally be the entire political spectrum. Okay, I don't even know where I could place Farrakhan, because sometimes he's on the far right, sometimes he's on the far left, right? He's a much more complex figure. It's difficult to fully comprehend what space he occupies on such a rigid spectrum. He's everywhere all at once, but it is hilarious to have Farrakhan up there with Pete fucking Buttigieg, dude.
To return us to was never as great as advertised.
I can promise you, black folks, we will take that day off. We will barbecue because we off.
But black people, that nobody black I know is really excited about the 4th of July.
Everything they're doing runs against making America great.
Well,
it was never great, so I'm not going to say the again part, but
now, this America-hating monster the Democratic Party now created for political gain is now totally, completely out of control. And as Obama's anti-American pastor, the once, famous on this show, Reverend Jeremiah Wright, once said, America's chickens have come home to roost. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new...
God. I'm going to be honest, dude. This is my favorite shit to do. Like, the victory is sweet, but the true nectar is the delicious tears of reactionaries the next day, okay? Victory is fantastic in and of itself. We're advancing a cause. We're putting people into key positions of power. But God damn it, I love Hogwatch so fucking much. I love it. I can't get enough of it, dude. It's the best kind of tears. Oh, how delicious the sweet nectar is of reactionaries crying about socialism growing in this country. We must put an end to it.
It's not just for the Big Apple anymore. Democrat socialist Malat Quiros beating longtime Democrat Congresswoman Diana DeJette in the Denver, Colorado district primary. Watch.
And to every single progressive running for office in Colorado, across the country, across this state, for inspiration, for solidarity. Tonight we saw wins down ballot. We saw Cello win. We saw Iris win. We are winning from coast to coast, from every level of office. We are taking back our party and our country.
So could this be the latest sign that Democrats are losing their grip on the party? Our next guest has been telling us this was going to happen, that socialists would try and take over the party and then the country. Host of Politics in Perspective, Tom Del Beccaro. Tom, is the socialist spread officially upon us with this result in Colorado?
Well, it is, at least in the big cities. And we need to remember that these are candidates that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, to some degree, support. So I know the Democrats are trying to say they're from outside our party. But remember, the theme of class warfare and tax the rich and...
Again, what a jump off, dude. Class warfare and tax the rich. Yeah, those two things are definitely the same. I guess.
Or a wealth tax. These are issues that are embraced by
Like, what these guys mean when they talk about class warfare, obviously, is like, you know, gulags for anyone making over like $100,000 a year or whatever hysterical nonsense they believe, right? Obviously, that's what they're referencing when they talk about class warfare. That's you know, it's hysterical, it's ridiculous. But it's really funny to then say class warfare and then turn around and go, it's taxes on the billionaires. This is ultra violence. Qantas poll, another beautiful poll came out on our boy Abdul at 41%, to Haley Stevens is 35%, to Mallory McGore is 7%, at only 15% undecided. U.S. Senate in Michigan. What can I say? What can I say, folks? Oof. Anyway, let's continue. We'll get to that in a second.
Newsom on the left coast and on Elizabeth Warren on the East Coast.
Elizabeth Warren. Yeah. James Talarico won the Texas Senate Democratic primary, defeating Representative Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett will be replaced in her district by Frederick Haynes. By the way, working with Frederick right now on doing something, possibly in Dallas, Texas. As you guys know, we are big fans of Frederick. We are big fans of the Reverend. He is fantastic. He's a phenomenal orator. And he is also going to be another incredible fighter, another Justice Democrat backed candidate. So it's Tex-Mex time, baby.
Josh got.
Oh God. Okay, we'll do the Pod Johns. The Pod Johns are in this very funny space because, like, obviously a lot of the stuff that's coming out of the DSA is far too radical for their taste, but they're also like somewhat agnostic. Like I'm like the bridge holding, you know, the commies and the socialists together with the Pod Johns to the best of my ability, and it's like it's being pulled. It's being pulled a lot. Okay. And it's interesting. The Pod Johns are just glory hounds? No, that's not true. I give them credit where credit is due. They were early on Abdul. Okay? Y'all are crazy. They were early on Abdul. Fairly certain that they were big Zoran guys too. Plus, there's, you know, Tommy and Ben Rhodes, Ben Hamas Rhodes at the Pod Johns. So there are people within the Pod Johns universe that are far more radical than John Favreau or John Lovett. Like Abdul literally had a podcast. It's like the Gucci bag. Let it go, man. No, I will never let it go. Dude. You need to understand something, okay? Let me cook. It's worked so far. Let me fucking cook. Okay? I don't know why you guys are literally in this very moment still doubting what I am trying to do. Okay? My position on this is clear. As long as people are not an impediment to change, they can chirp after it's over. Okay? I was a Pod Save gal for a long time. You're definitely a bridge from that universe. I used to listen to the Pod Johns and Brian Tyler Cohen. The Pod Johns are redeemable. Yeah. Some very bad people have said that exact same thing. Okay. Look. They say things at times that I vehemently disagree with, like the Daria Lisa criticisms I thought were, you know, I disagree, and I think it's unacceptable. But again, Pod Johns are far more agnostic, and they maintain a tremendous amount of influence over liberals, and they're far more agnostic to our side than the Neratandans of the world. In many respects, they are the connective tissue between the Neratandans of the world, which many of you understandably oppose and despise for good reason. It's understandable. But we need, this is a multifaceted approach, right? We have to exhaust all readily available options. Yeah. And they were, once again, and I think this is important to recognize, they were big pushers of Abdul from the start, right? Some of them at least. So I'm always going to give them credit. Yeah, no, this is me holding the Pod Johns in the coalition. Holding the Pod Johns in one hand and holding the radical left on the other, and just like, no. They're not going to be full-blown socialists or communists or anything like that. Okay, it's just not going to happen. But as long as they're not an impediment to further progress, they're not my enemy. I think I have a fairly reasonable approach to this stuff. Maybe it's because it's my approach, so of course I think it's reasonable, but the way I look at it is the same as anything else. There are a lot of villains. There were a lot of villains in American politics. And unlike the tendency of the left, I choose not to go after my closest associates and closest ideological allies, even if we are in opposition at times. But instead, the target-rich audience that is the rest of the political landscape. Okay? My only red line is when they try to rat fuck, which the Pajans never did, not even with Daria Lisa. That's why I got very mad at Progressive Victory and the Track Ukraine account or whatever, right? Because right before this election was taking shape, they came out and they were like, oh, we think your position on Russia is too ambiguous, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? I think that is a red line for me. That's the only red line that I have. If you, right before, yeah, they defended you enough where they could have just ate off these W's. Like my perspective on this is clear. If you don't engage in wrecker behavior, even if you don't, outwardly come out in defense, that's still fine. You might have your disagreements, but you're not an active impediment. I'll give you this. I'll give you an argument. Piltolta, right? Am I saying her name right? Alaska. She's not a progressive. As a matter of fact, she's a fairly conservative Democrat. Piltola, sorry. She's a fairly conservative, run-of-the-mill Democrat. If it came down to the wire and Piltola was the single seat that gave the Democratic Party the majority in the Senate, you think I'm going to be like, well, I don't know about her opinions on this or that. Are you fucking insane? Are you fucking insane? Okay? It's that simple. I've even made the same argument about Adam Schiff, my own fucking senator, right? My own senator. And he sucks. We're going to carry the flame today? You already missed it. I already did carry the flame today. I already did carry the flame today, partner. Hold on, I'm doing something. Sorry for the brief pause. Awkward pause, awkward pause, awkward pause. Hold on, hold on. Dude, I'm getting blown the fuck up. All right. Let's get back to this.
Well as Hasan Piker, the far left firebrand. Here's what he told Fox and said, this is just the beginning. Watch.
I think progressive politics, left populism, a politics that centers the needs of the working class can work in every district, in every state. That's why I kept saying over and over again, it's coming to a city near you.
Okay, Tom, but both you and Hasan actually said a key word in your answers. The word was city, because it's important to note that
I said district and state as well. If you want to think about the words that I was using, I said district, I said state, I said every district. I didn't say just this district. I said every district.
John Hickenlooper, also in Colorado, but in the Senate, which is the entire state primary, actually fended off his progressive far-left challenger. So,
yeah. And I think it's important to recognize what took place there, right? It's important to recognize what took place there, which we are going to be talking about with respect to the Senadora, the campaign that didn't make it last night.
What does that tell you about the real potential for this to grow? Is this just a city thing? Have the states said, we're not going to go so far with a senator? What say you?
Remember in history that the cities are always more liberal than the countryside, but it starts somewhere. So London was more liberal than the countryside, but the Labour Party grew eventually throughout the country. So this is a coming thing within the Democrats that is spiraling a bit. But I'm not saying it's going to be accepted in Indiana tomorrow, but it is a warning sign for the Democrats today as a party. The country sees it on the horizon.
Switching gears to a race involving one of these far leftists. Going to Maine now. A new Fox News poll on the Maine Senate race shows that Susan Collins has a small 3-point advantage over Graham Plattner. But more of Plattner's supporters say they are extremely motivated to vote this November compared to Collins. Tom, you well know you chaired a state Republican Party out there in California. What should the Maine State Republican Party do with that information with this latest Fox News poll?
Well, remember that Susan Collins has made a living off tight races and seems to win each particular time. This is an off-year presidential election, which tends to favor the...
Mike looked at this poll as bunk. I know. We'll cover it too. It's so strange, by the way, that like Neera Tanden and all of those are like, they're describing Jeet's reverse Mao. Time for a reverse Mao. First take the cities, then the countryside. Okay. You know what's funny about this, by the way? This is literally the Bolsheviks. Like, yeah, this is just called a proletarian revolution, spearheaded by spearheaded by Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, also known as Lenin. So that's not wrong. There's different. Look. There's many ways to skin a cat, right? That's the statement. I've always found that to be a weird thing to say, but that is. The descriptive actually existing socialist experiment that led to the USSR. So, Lenin. Hold on. Yeah, it's just any socialist movement in Western Europe of the late 19th and early 20th century. Yeah, the DSA does rely on city activism, not because the cities are more left, but because that's where DSA activists are concentrated. Got to get those numbers up. No, I think the other reason why is also because the cities have better public transit in comparison to rural areas, okay? That is a huge part of this. That's why if you look at the state of California, the places where the DSA was most active was San Francisco until it got fucking eviscerated by the tech neo-feudal overlords. Okay, it's density. That's part of the reason. Because look, the proletarian revolution or revolutionary organizing in the aftermath of the Industrial Revolution took place at the assembly line. When you're packaged together, it's much easier to unlock class consciousness. It's much easier to immediately recognize the antagonism between yourself, your fellow workers, and your bosses. Okay? Density is almost a requirement for this kind of organizing to take place. That's part of the reason why, the American working class has never gotten off its, never been able to fully create like a national revolutionary movement or a network. That, and of course, the unlimited barrage of attacks from capital owners. But that's a huge part of it. You have to be around your fellow men and women to recognize how similar your interests are, how similar your class interests are. And that's part of it. It's part of the problem in America. Really hard to organize in suburbs or especially in rural areas. Is too far apart, too few shared experiences, too much conservative interest in property ownership. Yes. Density is a secondary factor. The big deal was the fucking lecterns who are unironically the 19th century Twitch streamers. Yeah, this is the Pravda, baby. Straight up. In some ways. I mean, I don't take myself that seriously, but. But it can work. It's just we have to be the third spaces. We have to build the third spaces, and we have to be the third spaces. We have to get together and congregate and recognize our similarities, no matter how far apart we seem from one another. Okay? That's it. The unfortunate reality for many in the heartland, and especially in the Deep South, is that that third space, that place of community, is mega churches led by psychopathic evangelical televangelist pastors, right? And that's probably part of the reason why a lot of that communal organizing in places like that come from the church. And a lot of the people embody the racist attitudes of the church. Okay? This isn't to say all churches are the same. Obviously, they're not. But there are plenty that are fucking crazy. That's it.
Party we know, but interestingly enough, Todd, these races in the city show low turnout among Democrats. So it's possible that the big blue wave isn't really that big because of these low turnouts. But if I'm in Maine, every single vote's going to count. There's no question about it. And people need to understand Graham Plattner's positions in addition to the manner in which he draws art.
Oh, it's great. Yes. Yes. Please understand Graham Plattner's positions. Oh my God. Fox News, please, I beg you. Please, 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 please talk about and expose the nasty positions of Graham Plattner all the time on your broadcast 24/7. That would be so horrible.
On his body.
Sure. Duly noted. Tom, appreciate your insight this morning. Thank you, sir. All right.
All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe. Nice to see David out of his suit. And his
Radical socialist surge aims to dismantle America, Laura Ingram says. Let's go.
collar unbuttoned a little bit. All right, President Trump's visit, meanwhile, comes as the socialism surge spreads west. A far-left congressional candidate who called 9/11 and the October 7th attacks on Israel inevitable has knocked out a 29-year incumbent in Colorado. Our chief congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, is reporting live on the Hill. He's got an update on all of that for us. Hello, Chad.
Sandra, good afternoon. Diana DeGette has served in Congress since 1997, but 29-year-old Milat Kiros beat DeGette in the Colorado primary last night. It's the latest swing to the left by the Democratic Party.
We will not wait! We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all! We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs. And no, we will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
Democratic socialists have racked up wins. They knocked off 2 incumbent Democrats in the New York primary last week. The left has a vision for the country which diverges from what mainstream Democrats have pushed for years.
Some progressives that are winning, they're winning on platforms like Medicare for all, universal health care, universal child care, raising the minimum wage. And the reason that Donald Trump has to pivot from saying socialist to saying communist now is because socialism is actually quite popular.
Republicans oppose radical ideas advocated by the left, but in a strange way, the GOP believes this could actually help their party hold the House. Republicans say the progressive agenda frightens the very voters Democrats hope to court.
We're no longer in a battle. Yes, Premier Jayapal did endorse DeGette quietly, like right before the election. It's okay. She's former head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, had to defend her former caucus member. It is what it is. It's fine. It's the Pramila Jayapal cycle is what they're calling it. Okay.
Between Republicans and Democrats arguing over marginal tax rates or the size of regulation. This election and this year and the arguments and the things that are happening in Congress right now is a contrast between people who love the country and its founding principles and those who have open disdain and hatred for them.
Now, these Democratic socialists will likely win their seats this fall, but the question is if Republicans can nationalize the election. That could make it hard for Democrats to win in swing districts. Sandra?
Chad Pergram live on the Hill there for us. Chad, thank you. John?
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Laura Ingraham, host of the Ingraham Angle. Laura, it's great to have you with us this afternoon.
Great to see you guys.
Thanks for coming
She's
in.
my rep. We must primary. Pramila Jayapal. Okay, guys. Pramila Jayapal is not like Diana DeGette. Okay? Pramila Jayapal, sorry. Like yes, she has, her inconsistencies and whatnot, but that's crazy. Like she's definitely done a lot more as a actual progressive in Congress. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Like, focus on better targets. There's definitely better priority targets instead of Pramila Jayapal. She literally just went to Cuba. You know what I mean? Are you sheepdogging, bro? No, she's not even Pep. She's like been pretty critical of Israel too. Nowhere near as critical as others, but no, yeah, we have the momentum, which is why I'm not advocating the primary AOC. I mean, that would be crazy.
In a bit early. So here's how Politico Playbook described Mila Kiros' win over Diana DeGette last night. Quote, PhD student and part-time barista with no political experience taking on a 30-year member of Congress who outraised her 2-1. This socialist red tide was described by many Democrat analysts and specialists who I think were more hopeful than anything. It was described as
as a Palestinian constituent of hers who has personally met with her, I promise you she is not what we need to worry about now, down the road potentially, but not now. Yeah, she's like a fairly responsive and very progressive. Like, guys, she was literally the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Like, she actually is a far more progressive than the average congressperson. Remember, grading on a curve, right? Grading on a curve. Grading on a curve.
New York only phenomenon. Clearly,
yeah,
it is
she has the 12th most left voting record amongst like 400 plus people. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
No, I mean, remember in 2009, the Republican Party had its own eruption with the Tea Party. I was at a lot of those events. In 1979, Ronald Reagan shook up the Republican Party from the old guard, and he ended up winning huge, obviously. But this is their moment, and they're not messing around. They want the party to change dramatically from the old Clinton, even Obama era of, a period.
Why not, though? Do you think she would win, or do you think this would have some cost for races elsewhere? Why not getting a better representative where you can get? Do you like her? Or do you think she's good enough? I think people like Pramila are so far above the rest of Congress in terms of their progressive legislative track record that exhausting already unbelievably limited resources on someone like that is insane. Like, I find that kind of stuff to be crazy because those are the types of people who would already caucus with and have already been caucusing with the existing, former members of the squad. Like, that's someone you don't go after first. That's someone you might not even ever have to go after, as a matter of fact. And certainly you would go after them last. This is the same principle that I maintain when talking about like the ACP or the people on the edges, like people who are more radical than myself, right? I always tell them like there's a tremendous opportunity to foment the revolutionary spirit amongst the working class. So why are you wasting your efforts here on those closest to you ideologically, right? Why aren't you going out to the countryside? Why aren't you going out and like trying to convert liberals, right? Like you're doing this here. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of air. It's a waste of energy. Like there are far better places that you could spread your initiatives to. And it's the same thing. It's like going after people who are not your ideological opponents at all, who have been your allies for their entire congressional legislative history is ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm not going to waste fucking time and effort trying to primary a congressperson that literally went to Cuba, okay? Amidst the blockade. You're ridiculous. Wake up, grow up. Focus your initiatives elsewhere. Pramila Jayapal is not your enemy, okay? Yeah, we got to primary Bernie Sanders, dude.
At least on the surface, to be more reasonable, not using terms like socialism or things like abolishing ICE. Old Democrats would never say that. They would say either we need a strong border or we got to reform ICE. But they've had enough of that, and they're going for political blood here. And I wouldn't just look to what's happening
Washington
in
should be getting
Colorado,
Adam Smith out
but
before
you have
her.
An
She's in the top
upstart
15th
running for
percentile of
governor in
Congress.
Wisconsin, Francesca Hong, who I believe also has a decent chance with zero real political experience or real world experience. And so this is
What is your real world experience? She's literally from the working class and has political experience as well. You just said that because you don't know anything about her fucking background. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Plus, guess what? It turns out this whole like political experience nonsense, ironically enough, was already defended on the Republican side. Guess who had no fucking political experience and became the president, and you love him? His name is Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, another great example of this is someone who had no experience running a city as large as New York City, Zoran Kwame Mamdani. It turns out these kinds of seats are better occupied by those who are green. Okay? Those who are occupied by green senators and green congresspersons, green governors, rather than those who have calcified in their lack of interest in making any changes whatsoever. Yeah. Political experience in this day and age is seen as a liability because for the last 3 decades or so, our trajectory has been downward. But Francesca Hong already has political experience on top of everything else. So it's ridiculous.
I think this is their moment. I do agree that Republicans have a massive opportunity to flip this narrative on them and really drive turnout because of what this will mean to our standard of living, our safety, our security, our border, all those basic things that most Americans, just common sense people, think we actually need.
Yeah, flipping that narrative, Laura, great to have you on, is clearly what we're seeing on the part of the White House and the part of the Republican Party. This was some of the interview with J.D. Vance on your show last night. Listen.
It is communism, Laura. This is not, this is not raising taxes a little bit, however much we might disagree with that. This is abolishing the police. This is let criminals run amok in your cities. This is flood your country with low-wage third world immigrants. And importantly, it's confiscating wealth, not because we want to make anybody's life better, but purely out of resentment.
Will Republicans get through to voters with that kind of messaging, Laura?
Oh, I think so. I mean, look, you had Chris Murphy the other day, a senator from my home state of Connecticut, say, well, I might not agree with everything, essentially, but they're bringing a lot of energy to the party, and capitalism really hasn't worked in many ways for many people. I say to my old Connecticut Yankees, Colt Manufacturing, Pratt Whitney Aircraft, Electric Boat, Sikorsky, Otis Elevator, all the great manufacturing history of Connecticut. Now all the hedge funders and all the private equity guys who commute in from New York and live in Greenwich, are they ready to have their wealth confiscated and the end of capitalism? How is that going to work out for Connecticut? So I think in the end, a lot of Democrats may think, oh, this is great energy. But in the end, people vote with their feet. They're going to leave a lot of these jurisdictions. And this will be a short-lived phenomenon that I think could actually propel the Republicans to victories they might otherwise have really had to fight for.
Yeah, capitalism hasn't worked for some people, but socialism hasn't worked for anyone.
Anyone. Thank you, John.
There's always that choice as well. Hey, so again, this was seen as a New York-only phenomenon, but take a look at this. The number of far-left candidates who have won primary elections this year. I mean, that's enough to fill up a wall. That is a full 28-member MLB team roster. And what's interesting is that, you know, back in the 1960s, there was a socialist surge, but no overtly socialist candidates ever were elected to Congress. This time around, things are far different because these people really want to shape the Democratic agenda.
Yeah, and I think the difference between like the 70s, where you had a lot of these anti-American movements crop up across the country, and a lot of them were supported by the old Soviet Union, remember. There was a lot of influx of support there. But you're right, John. I think now there's such a deeply embedded sense of anti-Americanism that has been inculcated in our schools. That has really had a profound effect. Republicans have been talking about, you know, school choice and revamping education for years, but the left's stranglehold on our public schools, many of our private institutions, our universities, then the influx of immigrants. A lot of these candidates are
God damn.
New, are either the children of new immigrants, like of course from Ethiopia.
That's awesome. That's awesome. This socialism shit is all immigrants. Why is Adam Hamawi black and white, by the way? Incredible. Thank you, Fox News, for doing the damn thing once again. Oh, this socialism stuff. The people that are actively fighting to make sure that you have public housing, like, you know, housing for all, Medicare for all, those are all bad. They're all immigrants. Also, Frederick Douglass Haynes III and Charles Booker being plastered on this alongside Chris Rabb as children of immigrants kind of gives the game away, don't you think? Really? Multiple generations of living on U.S. soil, descendants of slaves in this country that were stolen from their ancestral homelands and brought here by force. And then you just say that they're also immigrants. It's like, first generation immigrants. Interesting. Like, what a strange thing to say about black Americans, huh? I wonder what you mean when you say immigrants. It's also very funny to put fucking Bob Brooks on there and Brian Poindexter and Graham Plattner. Like, it's like, really, those guys, those are the foreign born. Those are the foreign-born immigrants that are ushering in an era of communism in this country. Very cool.
Ethiopia or Uganda with Mamdani, Ethiopia with Kiros. So they come to this country, and it's not like the old days. You're like, you come here to love the country. You come here to be American. You come here to dismantle America. That's what's new here. And that's what the Republicans really have to work on next, which is a complete educational renewal and restoration about the greatness of this country with a clear look of, you know, our ups and downs of history, our mistakes. But If you teach kids to hate the country and hate capitalism, that's not going to end well for America.
And clearly, Democrats have some work to do, Laura, when it comes to finding out who is the leader of their party or who they want to be the leader of their party. Axios with this headline: Harris reaches out to Mamdani, pro-Palestinian activist and run up to 2028. Harris and her team have also been reaching out to pro-Palestinian activists during the past year, including at least one who helped lead the Uncommitted movement, which grew out of opposition to former President Biden's policy on the war in Gaza. Is Kamala Harris making a comeback?
Oh, no. Kamala Harris is being Kamala Harris. I mean, she's never had an original idea in her life. She's always blown with the wind. There's no philosophical underpinning of the woman who is Kamala Harris. She was a creation out of San Francisco politics, and she rode a wave. And she rode a wave to the White House as vice president, was a disastrous vice president, was even a more disastrous.
I'm not saying anything, but I mean, clocking it a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. Just clocking her fucking tea a little bit, okay?
Disastrous presidential candidate, and she's still trying to babble her way through interviews. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I think the Democrats should go all in. Nominate AOC in 2028, and let's have this argument once and for all. Freedom and capitalism and American sovereignty, or socialism and redistribution and open borders.
All the good things or all the bad things. Just say what. Okay, I'm not. We're not bringing this back. We're not bringing this back. We're not bringing this back.
Let's have that debate, because I know who's going to win that debate, and it ain't going to be AOC.
So it seems, at least for the time being, a lot of establishment Democrats are kind of whistling past the graveyard about this insurgency. Listen to this short little montage.
Yeah.
We have a Big Tent party. That's what it says.
I'm all about new leadership. I don't agree with all their positions, but I respect what the voters have done in New York. That's not reflective of the entire country. Every district determines who they want. We may not like it.
Chris Van Hollen, we're a Big Tent party. That's what this says. Well, it's great to be a Big Tent until somebody pulls the center pole out of the tent and it comes down around you.
Wait, Van Hollen cracks me up, guys, because, I mean, these people couldn't get rid of Kristen Sinema fast enough, right? Bob Casey, pro-life, like, they're not big enough of a tent to accommodate anyone who is pro-life. And they will try to dump John Fetterman as fast as they can. So the idea that these people are Big Tent, you know what they are? They're scared. They don't have any solutions for the American people. Their ideas have failed. They're celebrating Obama's library. You know what his legacy is? Donald J. Trump. That's what Obama's real legacy is. They know it. They have no answers. Socialists come in and say, we have answers. So we'll have to have this debate all over again. I'm ready for it. It's exciting.
Hey, Laura, we hope you come back again soon. We'll see you tonight. Thank you so
Anytime.
much for joining us.
Great to see you both. Awesome show.
Awesome.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
CBS News is projecting Democratic socialist Malat Quiros has won the Democratic primary in the state's first congressional district. The 29-year-old political newcomer defeated 15-term incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette. She is now poised to win this November's general election and become the first Gen Z woman in Congress. Quiros delivered a spirited victory speech to her supporters last night.
Denver voters of all ages, of all races, of all religions sends a clear message. We will not wait.
That sound as I associate that with Gen Z. I know. CBS News congressional reporter.
Torian liked it.
And because he's a member of Gen Z. Yeah, he just did it. He's just like out there. Torian, you're on Capitol Hill. Yeah, let's talk about this. How big of an upset are we looking at here? I think I saw a stat that said that Quiros was like, I don't know if she was born or she was like in elementary school when DeGette was first elected to Congress.
Yeah, I mean, a 15-term sitting incumbent, to overcome that is quite the seismic shift, and potentially the political ideology when it comes to these congressional races. It doesn't necessarily spell the same outcome for statewide races, but I think it does at least for this moment, explain the sentiment to shift the party further left. We also see this come on the heels of some pretty big upsets like Daria-Lisa Abilia Chevalier in New York's 13th congressional district race, unseating incumbent there as well. And then we also saw in Pennsylvania's 3rd congressional district race, Chris Robb, who is also another Democratic Socialist candidate who picked up the victory in his respective race there as well. Whether or not this spells where the party will move here on the Hill is another question. But these are kind of the same conversations that were had about AOC's wave of congressional Democrats coming in, also known as the Squad. Whether or not those progressive policies will resonate with the wider audience, I think, is the biggest question mark.
So last night, Torian, as you know, the co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America discussed what they consider the appeal of democratic socialism on the takeout. Here's that sound.
In Congress, they are pretty fed up with the...
Dude, it's been so funny watching watching DSA folks all up and down mainstream media. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. It's also been very funny to have the centrist Democrats revealed their true colors. It's probably not looking too great for Hutch right now. He endorsed Mallory McMorrow, if you guys recall, who just recently was trailing at 7% in the last poll that came out of the Michigan Senate primary.
Not especially close.
78% of the vote. United States House.
She's like a 30-year incumbent, you guys. He's about to say, but she's been in there for a long time.
Representative since 1996.
Bro, they DSA'd a 30-year incumbent, you guys.
Kiros, who has lost.
What? How old is Malat? God damn it, I'm never going to get this name right. Melat Kiros. She's 29 years old. My goodness. It's just this is a Star Wars name. Let's be honest. This is a name of just.
I'm sorry. What? This is a Star Wars name? Wow. Wow. Interesting. Bro came in hot. I love that reaction.
Some extra character in some saloon, in the Star Wars universe. This is a made-up name. That's another kind of humiliating loss, guys. I mean, it cannot be overstated. It cannot be overstated just how much the Democratic base right now is revolting against the perceived establishment, or just like the establishment. It's a real thing. Denver guy here, all of this makes sense because the people who were incumbents were, to quote, Hall & Oates out of touch. Interesting. The Marxists are coming. Yeah, true. I'm actually blown away at some of these outcomes. Hutch, how worried should I be? I can't. Listen, I don't think you should be that worried. It's kind of predictable. Like, we've seen this trend, this pretty consistent trend across the country where the Democratic voter base is just not satisfied with the Democratic Party. And so everybody's getting, like, all the incumbents are all like kind of, not all of them, but like, they're having a rough go of it. But again, we can reasonably expect that there will be about 6 DSA Congress people when the next.
Dude, who the fuck is looking at this guy for insightful analysis? I don't understand. I mean, I guess like all 30 people.
Congress with Democratic Party leadership that is not representing working class values. So we are organizing for policies that are popular with working class Americans all over the country, for higher wages, universal health care, to cancel student loan debt, and to redirect resources from ICE and militarism to meet our needs right here at home.
But Torian, as you know, a former DSA member was not able to overcome the incumbent in Colorado's Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. So is this Democratic Socialist message perhaps not connecting as widely as some may believe?
Yeah, Senator Hickenlooper is pretty popular, and I think he rested on his laurels, the fact that he has a larger name ID versus his primary opponent. As you can see there, he won handily against Julie Gonzalez, and he didn't necessarily have to preach about his progressive values to pick up the same constituency that got him in office in the first place. I think the challenge for these up-and-coming movements like the Democratic Socialists of America.
All right, so let's talk about Julie Gonzalez. Okay, so here's the problem, in my opinion. Okay, obviously at this point we've notched a couple of victories in not statewide races necessarily, but races in districts, blue districts for the most part. And one of the things that I have somewhat grown accustomed to is right now, for statewide electeds, especially in a state like Colorado, no matter how blue it is, there is still fear of the association with DSA. Okay? For Julie, it's a really interesting predicament because Julie Gonzalez has been a fighter, whether she was pushed by the DSA or whether she was on her own, invested in this cause, doesn't matter. Her track record was a lot more bold than the way she carried herself throughout her candidacy, throughout this election. And it was so interesting that even I called it out, if you recall, when we were having a conversation. So Julie is great. She's great overall. But I think it spoke to her instinct, because being timid in this moment and moving away from the left is not going to satisfy the right wingers, and it's not going to satisfy the left either. So you end up losing your coalition that brought you into the seat of power. And it also kind of shows you as a wishy-washy or flip-floppy for no reason. Okay? For no reason.
I will.
Look, I mean, this was when I directly tried to gently nudge her in that direction in this conversation, this interview.
Oh.
Can I give you some I don't know what it is, but with I'm seeing a lot of chatters, first of all, that don't know your background.
Sure.
That don't know the amount of time and effort that you've put in to all of these things that we're talking about. And you can start off by saying yes and then continue with the rest of because I know where you're coming from, but they don't. Yeah. And they're being dickheads right now. And I'm trying to, get them to chill the fuck out as well. But just, you can start off with a yes. and then explain it, which I feel like would be a little bit, maybe would cause dummies in my community to be more understanding of where you're coming from. So here's the problem. That energy is something that people actually read into, right? And it's sad because when you look at Julie Gonzalez's background, when you look at her track record at the state level, she's been a fighter. Whether she was being pushed to be a fighter due to DSA and due to other people in her coalition, doesn't matter. She was out there and she was a champion for a lot of the causes that many people in Colorado would be on board with, right? The problem is her instinct, for one reason or another, maybe because she's running for statewide office and that's the reason why she was timid, but for one reason or another, she always spoke like there was a consultant in her head. Okay? Honestly, that is, I think, part of the reason why she lost this race when it was already a difficult race to begin with. She was not going to have many allies. I mean, Bernard is not going to come out swinging against a Democrat. I don't think Bernie endorsed her, right? But you don't have to triangulate. Now is the time to be bold And it's the time to be brave. Because if you're not going to make it, you're not going to make it, regardless. But it's important to attempt to show your moral conviction. Now, people will be like, oh, this is a defeat for the Democratic Socialists of America. It's not. And it's exactly what I'm talking about when I say, like, she cast aside the DSA when she was running for statewide office, I guess because of her fear that a DSA association, the socialist moniker in statewide office, would hurt her. I think this is just how she talks. I think she did as good as she could have, to be honest. Hickenlooper is fairly popular, and she ran up the numbers in Denver. He also outspent 9-1 with some endorsements and more money. She could have had a lot more of a shot. Yes. But I think one of her biggest issues was name recognition. Hickenlooper had all of it. She didn't have many of it. She didn't have a lot of it. And you can't be timid if you want that name recognition. You have to fight for it. Okay? I don't think Hickenlooper is popular. He just has name recognition. So you're wrong on that front. Okay? You got timed out by Fossabot because you wrote too long of a statement. I want to push back on the idea that support from the DSA would have changed Gonzalez's race. It was everyone's initial reaction last night, myself included, but the numbers don't support that. Within Denver itself, I'm not talking about Denver. And I'm not talking about just the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? You're missing the forest for the trees. I'm talking about something beyond that. I'm using her unendorsement of DSA or her unaffiliation with DSA, allowing her membership to lapse, and then trying to, like, run away from that the ideological moniker and the baggage that she thought it carried, and what that says about her instincts and how she was running in this race. The only example I can use here is Abdul El-Sayed. Abdul El-Sayed is not a Democratic Socialist. He's never been a socialist, but he is a fighter. Okay? I'm not saying that the DSA's ground game is so good that it makes or breaks candidacies at all. I'm not saying that. There are, DSA has had victories, especially in this cycle, but there will be defeats too. My point here is not about DSA. What do I always say? The fundamentals are what matters. That's what makes or breaks a campaign. If you have a candidate that has the policies and also can communicate those policies honestly, right? Can communicate themselves as an honest... Hold on. Doors open. Okay. But can communicate those policies in an honest manner and show that they're a real fighter, show that they're a real champion for a real champion for the working class, then they can do that. Then people will respond positively to it. I think it's that instinct of shying away from DSA affiliations and being, like, kind of skittish about that background. It shows that your instinct basically is to try to moderate somehow. Even if you're, like, a very progressive champion of many progressive causes, like, you were in the right place at the right time, you were ahead of the game. I think it's a waste. It was a waste to not try and go all the way, because I think voters look at vibes. Okay? They look at policies, but they also look at vibes. And on the vibes analysis, if they see you as being shy about your background, being cagey about your background, being cagey about your track record, I think that doesn't read positively. My impression from chat and DSA people is that they see this as proof that running with DSA would have won her race, but they just don't have the ground game outside of Denver where she already outperformed Quiroz to make that happen. Unlike what Deep said yesterday, there were no Quiroz Hickenlooper voters. Incredible coalition between Quiroz and Gonzalez. Denver's commie corridor is visible from space. Progressives also ran strong in the plurality, Black Northeast, Hispanic Southwest vote, splitting likely, though vote splitting likely helped Quiroz in the former. State candidates right now are still worried about adopting the banner of socialism. That's fine. We'll get there eventually. Okay? That's fine. We'll get there eventually. But my point is not that, like, if Julie Gonzalez says she's a socialist and people heard that and they went, oh my gosh, she's a socialist. I love that. I love socialism in fucking rural Colorado. That's not my argument at all. My argument is if you own it and you sell it, that's still far better than doing it and then running away from it. Do you see what I mean? Because people see that as insincere and people see that as playing politics. That's my analysis. That's my purely, like, no hard data, vibes-based analysis. Okay? And the only counter I can use is Abdul El-Sayed. Abdul El-Sayed, not a socialist, right? Abdul El-Sayed asked me to stomp with him. I said yes. Everybody started attacking him. And not only were they attacking him, they were attacking him in this, like, vicious way. They were saying he's an anti-Semite. I'm an anti-Semite. I'm a dangerous anti-America radical. He's running for statewide office. And part of the reason why that backfired is because I think if Abdul had gotten on that podium and said, I'm so sorry that I invited this dangerous anti-Semite onto this stage. I'm so sorry that I aligned myself with this radical anti-American guy, right? If he had done that, I think people would not have thought that he would be a fighter. It's not because I'm like a super popular guy and I can make or break a race, especially a statewide race in a state like Michigan. I'm not saying that at all. But the way you carry yourself is very important. The way you carry yourself is very important when you're running for statewide office, when you're running for different districts. Doesn't matter what position you're running for. And I don't think that you ever have to concede or capitulate on your opposition's framing. And if you show backbone, if you take a principled stance, I think most people will reward you for it because they see that as a different kind of politics. Okay? Yeah, head up, chin up, 10 toes down. And we saw it. We saw that be successful, right? This, on the other hand, like days before the election, where she was criticizing Melot Kuros for declining to call Deadly Boulder firebombing, anti-Semitic. This kind of stuff will give you better coverage overall from mainstream media. They won't attack you, but that friction isn't bad. Okay? And we saw that friction wasn't bad. Look at Melot. She won, right? I think you have to be more steadfast. That's what I think. I think you have to be more bold, and you have to sometimes eat those attacks. Even if you're running for statewide office, you have to be proud of your accomplishments, stand by what you fought for, and also go on the attack against your opposition. You know? I canvassed a lot for Julie because I could tell from 3 weeks out that it was going to be a much harder battle. I had a lot more fun canvassing for Melot. For whatever reason, the Melot energy was incredible among the volunteers. People that I talked to who knew who Melot was, sometimes very negatively polarized against her, but nobody knew who Julie was. Exactly. That's part of it. That's an uncharitable reading of what she said. They called her and asked her if she agreed with the statement that it was not anti-Semitic, and she said no. She never said anything about Kuros. So here's the thing. There's a reason why Julie Gonzalez did not get the name recognition that she deserved if we're judging her by her past, okay? It's because she was trying to play it safe because it's a statewide office, and she was worried that too much friction would have caused negative polarization against her. And I don't think friction is bad, especially if you have conviction, if you demonstrate courage, and if you have the capacity to do the same judo that Zoran was able to do, that even Melot was able to do, I think that is the meta. That is the new method, and I don't think Democrats recognize that yet. I think some of the more progressive candidates, especially ones that are running statewide, have not recognized that yet. I think Graham Plattner did a good job with this. I think Abdul's doing a good job with this. And those who do a good job with the barrage of misinformation and smears that the media dumps on you, that don't stand by and say, I'm so sorry, I'm going to change my ways, all this stuff, and capitulate with the hopes that mainstream outlets will stop pummeling you. Those who just are steadfast in their approach and stand by their convictions will get rewarded for it. And of course, obviously, an AOC or a Bernie endorsement would have, a Bernie endorsement would have destroyed John Hickenlooper, for the record. I will say that. If Bernie Sanders came out and was like, Julie Gonzalez is my girl, she would be the next senator out of Colorado. So it's sad. But if you can't do it with Bernie and you got to do it on your own, that's my suggestion. The way you do it is by putting yourself out there and standing proudly with your moral conviction, with your worldview, and with the policies that you have advanced, with the power that you had in statewide office, right? That's it. Yeah. That's the energy that's out there, I'm telling you. And I haven't been wrong yet. People don't want a politician. We want sickos. We want fighters. Some Kuros, DAC, Zoran voters might not agree with all their views, but at least they seem like they actually believe in what they're saying. A lot of Trump voters also feel this way. Exactly.
Have to appeal to a broader audience if they want these statewide races. But for now, it appears that establishment Democrats like himself could rest comfortably on just their name ID.
All right, Torian Small reporting from the Hill for us. Thank you, Torian.
Stunning losses in Colorado. State Attorney General Phil Weiser upsets Senator Michael Bennet in the Democratic primary for governor.
People want to know that they're electing someone who's in this work to fight for them, who they know cares about them. And the goal of our campaign was to break through. We broke through a lot of negative ads. We broke through a lot of noise because I believe in the power of people.
And then you had Mila Quiros beat a nearly 30-year incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette last night. Quiros, the latest Democratic Socialist to win their primary.
We believe that fundamental change can and will happen if we fight for it. If we organize and show no fear in standing up for what's right. That is the message that Denver has sent to both parties, to Donald Trump, and to the entire country.
Zolan, I want to start with you because back a few months ago when there was infighting in the DNC itself, there were all these people that were like, I'm taking my toys and going home, right? Like David Hogg, I'm going to go spend my own money. Justice Democrats, we're going to recruit our own people. There was this real sense that there was going to be money spent elsewhere by different recruiters for different reasons. And I want to show the viewers right now how well Justice Democrats are doing, as it turns out. Primary winners, I think I'm looking at a count of up to 8 faces here. What are they doing differently than the DNC?
Yeah, it's interesting because that fight over spending, I do think, represented a broader fight over the direction of the Democratic Party and who should lead them. And what we're seeing with this series of wins, the ones you just outlined, but also we're coming a week after
and those are in
Mamdani's
Colorado,
sweep
New
in
Jersey,
New York.
California, even Texas.
Right. Across the country. I do think the themes in these races speak to they resonate with something broader in the Democratic base across the country, right? In the last presidential campaign, I would often hear from Democratic voters, they didn't feel people represented them. You just highlighted somebody who won a generational race, right?
Yeah.
She was born a year after the incumbent won her first race.
But with the views that come with that in some cases.
And that brings us to Israel as well. We have seen Israel and the issue of whether the Democratic Party will support
U.S. support for Israel, that has resonated, both in New York and these races.
I think I'm also fascinated by that because what happened with Kamala Harris and Biden is they truly struggled to talk about Israel and Gaza when that fight was at its height. Then you have someone like Milat Kiros. I want to play one more thing from her, this Colorado congressional candidate who had a win, because she uses an argument that you wouldn't have heard from the Biden administration last fall.
When I wrote a letter defending students' rights to protest the genocide in Gaza, my law firm told me, take it down or you're fired. I didn't flinch. We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and AIPAC. And no, we will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
So every key word that's a problem for Democrats and a problem especially for people who are concerned about the rhetoric around Israel, punctuated by an actual air horn. I want to play one more thing, a voter. And then, Antoine, I want you to talk out of this.
I like to see that she has more socialist ideals.
I think people are tired of our tax dollars being spent overseas and on bombs to kill children.
I'm anti-AIPAC, and so I just wanted to vote for someone that was standing up against Israel, and I knew that the incumbent was for Israel, so voted against her.
People like Kiros and the DSA in general are presenting more like compelling arguments about how to make this country better for everyone.
Couple of things. We're having a generational conversation and an ideological conversation in these primaries. I think the common denominator is that people are frustrated, people are pissed off, and we collective Democrats are against Donald Trump and the Republican majority. How we talk about these issues has defined these primaries. But I will make the continued argument that the most important thing for Democrats to remember is 218 is the name of the game. You can talk boldly and loudly about all of these policies, but if you cannot govern, if you do not win, and losers do not legislate. And when we talk about the way that some of our more progressive candidates who are winning in deep blue districts, the issues they are talking about are going to require them to have to compromise on what they believe if they want to respond to what they campaign.
Or required you and the rest of the establishment? Because that's where the money is going to have to come from.
Well, I don't consider myself establishment. I consider myself just a Democrat. I think we've put these labels on folks, and I think that has been part of the somewhat division you see within the primaries. At the end of the day, when you go into the United States Congress, you're labeled as a Democrat versus Republican. We should anchor that there. But the second point is what we're seeing across the board. I think this is probably true in the Republican primaries. It's easier to vote against something than it is to vote for something. So people are voting for who has been in charge and who they feel like are leading
Terry,
the parties.
can I have you answer that? Especially to this point, I'm looking at, like, for instance, the post-response to the Supreme.
It's easier to vote against something than it is to vote for something is so wrong. Let me tell you, as a guy who's done both. Wrong. Wrong. It feels spectacular to push for something. Okay? I guess technically I've never really voted for something. I've just gotten others to be able to vote for something.
Supreme Court upholding bans on trans athletes. This kind of follows what he's saying. It's easy to say no. No is easy to put in a headline. It's easy to put in an ad.
No, that's exactly right, Audie. And I think that candidates like this that are more radical, where the mask has come off, they're winning in deep blue districts, right? Zohran Mamdani is not running in Virginia. He's running in New York City, and the same thing here. It's going to be interesting to see how these new, more radically left-wing candidates fare in terms of the upcoming midterms. But it's also going to be interesting to see how they change the coalition for the Democratic Party. When President Trump came on the scene back, 10 years ago, he changed the makeup of the Republican Party. And I could see a lot of these higher propensity voters.
Can I play an example?
Please.
Here's an example of someone who thrives in the Trump era. The Colorado candidate for governor on the Republican side. These are the kinds of questions and back and forth he's dealing. I just want to play this for the audience before we go.
Your campaign website falsely claimed that you had rescued more than 45,000 women and children. You claimed that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70
I love this
ISIS.
guy. This guy's the best. Dude, this guy is so awesome. He described in gruesome detail how his father made him kill a guy when he was like 7, I think. He's who Toby Durden wishes he was. Okay?
Fighters. You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
It feels like the takeaway for Republicans has not been radicals don't need them. It seems like it's like certain people are more than encouraged by the current environment.
I would ignore people like this.
Why? He's running for governor.
No, I know, but I'm from Illinois, right?
Oh.
And so what happens in these deep blue states where like Republicans basically give up on is
which is
it's
not
a free
Colorado,
for all.
by the way. It is not deep blue, but go on.
Colorado's pretty blue, Audie. But look. I would look more to the states like Virginia, New
But then
Jersey.
why run a guy like that?
Because a lot of the serious people are not running in Colorado. If I was a serious candidate for GOP governor,
not just run a guy, but he's leading in donations in that race as
Money.
well.
Look,
money, donors,
I
probably
think,
not from Colorado are giving him money.
And what I will say is that the people, the actual voters, they feel like both establishments are screwing them over. They feel like they're getting behind further and further, and that's the Democrats and the Republicans.
Dog, don't be ashamed. 39% of Coloradan Republicans voted for my goat. I'm confused as to what it almost feels like you don't like we got 2 consultants, 2 respective establishment centrist consultants for their own parties, and both of them, ironically enough, despise their own voters. You got the third way guy being like, oh, this socialism shit is terrible. It's out of control. Don't care about it. Don't care for it. It doesn't represent us. What we need is centrism. And then on the right, you have the same guy doing the same thing. Ultimately, what the problem is for both of them is this is who the voters are. This is who your voters are. Now, of course, you can look at that and go, well, this is just the same. Someone who is like advancing Medicare for all, it has like socialist policies, the same as the guy who said he assassinated hundreds of people and killed someone at the age of 7. If you want to be a fucking idiot, if you want to put the clown makeup on and be a clown, go ahead. I think most normal folks understand that there is no equivalence between these two, right?
Let's get right to CNN senior political analyst Mark Preston for the latest on all of this. This is now something of a national trend we're seeing, Mark.
Well, John, it's certainly not a one-off, and we've seen it over the past couple of weeks. There's been so much focus on New York City and Zoran Mamdani over the past year since his election, but we've seen that the progressive wing, the very liberal wing of the Democratic Party, is starting to push back against the establishment. If there was ever a generational shift in what we saw last night in Colorado, where Diana DeGette, who was considered a progressive, in Congress, losing to somebody who is even farther to the left, shows you right now, as the Democratic Party has gone through 4 years of Donald Trump, again, has decided to push back against this anti-establishment. We've not only happened again in Colorado last night, we've seen it happen in Washington, D.C. We saw it happen in New York City. We've seen it happen in Georgia. We're seeing it happen all across the country right now. It's not a wave. Let us not tell anyone out there that it is a wave. But the fact of the matter is the Democratic Party right now is undergoing this whole transformation right now. And we're seeing these younger, more aggressive, progressive Democrats take on the establishment, John.
Yeah, look, you see an incumbent fall in a primary every now and then, but to see 3 lose in a week, that is remarkable. And you hear from almost any established Democrat, and they'll tell you this is where the energy in the party is right now.
No, it totally is. And, this pushback by the progressive wing of the party didn't just happen overnight. This goes way back to the Clintons. This goes back to the 90s, where Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton pushed the Democratic Party more to the center. We saw Barack Obama come in. For 8 years, the Democratic Party was unified. They had something to rally around. We saw Bernie Sanders take on Hillary Clinton back in 2016. That was not well accepted by the Democratic establishment. We saw Bernie Sanders run again in 2020. Look, what has happened is that the progressive wing over the past 4 to 6 years has tried to work with the establishment. They've tried to work within the bounds of the Democratic Party, and it hasn't worked. And that's why we're seeing this pushback right now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Melanie Zanona, and if it's Wednesday, we have election results. Progressives notching another big win in last night's Colorado primaries, part of a wave of Democratic Socialists winning in deep blue pockets of the country.
All right, I'm done.
Katie Zachariah is a strategic communications advisor for Trump Media and Technology Group. Okay, Katie, why aren't the Democrats fighting this off?
I hate hearing from people that are another poll. Peak Insights poll. Abdul El-Sayed 39%. Haley Stevens 28%. Mallory McMorrow 18%. Holy fuck, look at those favorables. Abdul El-Sayed plus 62. Haley plus 41. Mallory McMorrow plus 47. Interesting. Yeah, Mo Chachik had the insight into this karate pastor. Karate pastor, arms dealer named Victor Marks. He comes from a long tradition of ex-military Christian Zionist sex trafficker bounty hunters. He was also, for what it's worth, the first to tweet the news of the death of Charlie Kirk, who called him a spiritual mentor. The undercover story of last night's Colorado primaries, the cliffhanger GOP gubernatorial primary, where a 2-decade county commissioner who raised $600K is 1,300 votes ahead of a Pentecostal karate pastor arms dealer backed by Erica Kirk and Lauren Boebert. Lots of people are calling this comment sexist. Haley Stevens is a suit with a large APAC bank account. That's it. I hope maybe they can find some way to teach her how to string together 2 coherent sentences. I guess at some point, when you sell out for that many corporations and special interests, I guess you forget how to think for yourself. They're calling this sexist. That's awesome. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is it? It's sexism if you just oppose a woman? Like, it's, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, no, it's really sexist of him to be running against a woman, fundamentally. Yeah, I read this interview already. It was awesome. They've also briefly mentioned me as well. Yesterday. Oh, Haley Stevens mentality. I love this. This is, I mean, she's goated. She is goated.
No, wait. You said you would get rid of the filibuster, but
you also want to use it. Which one is it?
I said I want to remove the filibuster.
Right, but then you just said you should filibuster what's going on with the deficit, right?
I'm saying that I want to change the rules.
Yeah.
I don't just bring my pocketbook size of the Constitution, Jen. I bring the full-size Constitution to the floor of the House, and I point to it, and I remind my colleagues about the oath that we took. And
Israel comes to me in my dreams. Well, thank you, Grand Rapids. Thank you, Phil Staggs. And thank you, Mayor David LeGrand. I got to say, you guys have brought the heat here to progressives in the park. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. I'm standing up here. Michigan Democrats, I'm standing up here with my friends.
Should put any conditions on military aid to Israel on compliance with international humanitarian law.
of course, we should always abide by humanitarian law.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel.
I personally believe that we need to have dignity for all innocent people in the Middle East. The answer to your question is no.
On the line, and I'm standing up.
Oh no, what? Wait, that last part I did not see before. God, wait, no.
Of Israel.
I personally believe that we need to have dignity for all innocent people in the Middle East. The answer to your question is no.
On the line, and I'm standing up.
That's so funny. That's literally straight out of Veep, dude. God, I'm not kidding when I tell you this. Like, she's grown on me. Like, obviously, I despise her as a politician, but I cannot help but recognize that there's something so folksy and cute about her. She's my favorite folksy war criminal. You know, defender of war crimes. It's the accent. Don't fall for it. No, it literally is the accent. It's not even a joke. It's straight up. I mean, I'll admit it. It literally is the accent. That is what it is. I am a sucker. I'm a sucker. When you can literally... You can convince me of anything. You can convince me that Haley Stevens is a good person. Like that's what how bad it is for me. Yeah. It's comedic every time I say this is a Michigander. Yeah. Donald is talking about you. Okay, I heard that he's being crazy, dude.
My two beautiful sons sitting there. I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
I don't even want to know what he was talking about. Hey, yo!
Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
There's so much happening in this. I don't like why are those guys wearing that stuff? Trump speaks at dedication of Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Why is he doing this outside of Pride Month? Like, it should be illegal. To say that you want to have I mean, it should be illegal to say that in general. I think that you want to have a threesome with your two adult sons. Ah.
Now, as I see my...
He also thought he talked to the real Teddy. Trump 80 seems to believe AI Teddy Roosevelt is real and tells Roosevelt it's an honor to be with him.
The president faces storms most people never see. Keep your nerve and remember the nation comes first. You get through. I know you know that feeling yourself.
Well, I appreciate those words. Those words are fantastic. And
Oh my God.
I just want to say it's an honor to be with you today. We are making a little bit of a tour, some of the fantastic things you've done.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck is, what the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Boomers are getting one-shotted by AI, bro. Straight up. I mean, we're watching it. It's incredible. Total Brandonization beyond Brandon. Yeah, no, this is beyond Brandon. I mean, I expect this from Brandon, but I do think it's beyond Brandon. He references talking to him here, x.com. I love that he's just like so chill about it. He's like, we're just, we're here to, I just wanted to thank you for your kind words. It's very obvious that you would love me. You're very much alive. And you're saying I'm a wonderful president. And we like to think you're wonderful too. He's RPing. You forgot about this? I don't think he is, man.
I even had a conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. I said, what did you think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider that your greatest achievement? How do you feel about the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? You know, he built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was actually, he was the tariff king, William McKinley. He was the president, and
I told him I got shot too, and I stood up just like you did. You got shot, I got shot, we both got shot. Only good presidents get shot. That's what I told him, and then he cheered. And it was like nothing ever before. I told him, listen, you're good. Your cousin, not so much. Not so much. Don't like it. He fought on the wrong side of a great war that came after you. He fought on the wrong side. But it's okay. We know he wasn't so good because he couldn't walk. I walk so perfect on the other hand. And you do too. You and I, we both walk. Your cousin, not so much.
they took his name off Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But McKinley actually, and he was assassinated, but he made tremendous amounts of money, made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt, as the vice president, got in, and he did some incredible things. But one of them, I think, one of the most amazing, maybe.
He's shilling for AI, man. Stop eating this bait. I actually don't have that much of a problem with like a historical figure having a fucking AI chatbot. I don't know what the big deal is there. I mean, that seems like one of those. That seems like one of those situations where it's not like that big of a deal, you know? You do grow a brain? Wait, really? I mean, please elaborate. Boomer ass take, really? Hire an impersonator? I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you just like, it's just a chatbot, you know, who cares? It's been so many. It's not like I'm talking about like, I don't know, bringing Tupac, holographic Tupac as an AI back to life or something. It's fucking Teddy Roosevelt. You know what I mean? It's been a long enough time. Like, it's fine. The major problem is dumbass like Trump who think the ghost of Teddy Roosevelt is alive in AI. It can hallucinate historical events. Yeah, no, I agree. I am a Luddite, unashamed. I am an unashamed Luddite when it comes to AI usage for the most part, but there is like certain things that I don't think are that crazy. As long as it's like historically accurate, like the Teddy Roosevelt, and as long as they have like proper safeguards on it to make sure that it doesn't start talking about how great Donald Trump is as a president, not dissimilar to me, Teddy Roosevelt, you know, unless it starts fucking doing that shit or hallucinating, then who cares? It's basically a fucking Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. Yeah, man, let the AI chatbots of historical figures speak. Wait, what? Spit out historically incorrect shit? Yeah, dude, that's what I meant. That's what I was talking about. I was like, thank you. Until you have Abe saying, well, slavery actually wasn't that bad. It's easier to program an animatronic or hire someone. I mean, I think you can put those safeguards on, no? So dead inside that I read this and felt nothing. Senator Mitch McConnell was found unconscious when he was rushed to the hospital. I know. A lot of people have been trying to get me to like do the crab rave on this, but you know, I've been there too many times and I don't even care anymore. In my mind, he's already dead. Okay. I think that's what it is. We've seen it. We've seen this happen so many times that like, it just doesn't even matter. Like, did you think Mitch McConnell was alive? When I found out that Mitch McConnell was found unconscious in his home a week and a half ago, I was like, I thought he was dead. Like, I literally had totally forgotten that he is still alive.
You're a genius. I'm the genius. I'm the one that I'm only kidding. No, I told the story the other day for a first time. A policeman came up to me, a big, strong, good-looking guy, and he said, sir, I want to thank you. He was almost sort of crying. I said, what do you want to talk to me about, officer? He was standing on line. He was watching as I shook hands with people. Some of these people are extremely strong in shaking hands. They break your hand because they're so emotional. Sir, thank you very much. The guy's an NFL offensive lineman. Sir, I'd like to thank you very much. Why? But he came up to me and he said, sir, I was leaving. I want to thank you so much. Why? My 401k is up 84%. My wife was disgusted with me for years. It was just going in the wrong direction. But it's up 84% this year. And I just want to thank you, sir, because it's really helped me with my marriage. My wife is respecting me again. She thought I was an idiot. This is a big, strong guy. But the women, you know the women rule. You know that. We know. All the guys in there, you know. This guy is a big, powerful guy, and he was petrified of his wife. But you know what? He said, my wife now respects me again. She thinks I'm a genius. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm one of the greatest investors. But they are up. But everybody in this room, there's not one person here that hasn't been.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that, big dog. I wouldn't be saying that in a big crowd like this. You know what I mean? Yeah. There are certain things that you can use in your speech to deflect the attention away from the economy, for example. But there's only so much deflection that you can engage in. You know, I feel like this is not one of those things. You can't be talking like this when gas prices are the way they are, you know? He's in western North Dakota. He's so close to Toby Durden. In South Dakota.
Going up 50, 60, 70, 80%. Your 401ks, you're making a lot of money. Everybody is.
Yeah, Ethan Klein. H3H3 is Ethan Klein. L3L3 is Ethan Klein. Has lost his copyright lawsuit against Denims. He says he plans to appeal and is extremely confident it will be overturned. So that is an interesting update. Ethan Klein claims he will be appealing the ruling on the first claim in his copyright lawsuit against Denims, while once again doxing the person he is suing. We lost the Denims case, but we are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately. I like that he's like now made the judge his op. Like, this is cool. He's like talking about the judge like he's a snarker or some shit. He's like, oh, according to this fucking stupid ass judge, I guess you can watch any movie you want now, according to this judge. Ethan Klein be like, I'm going to sue the judge for being a snarker. Don't interrupt him. You're right. I mean, I've given up. I've given up on being like, hey, man, it's probably best to just not do this. It's probably better to just, you know, preserve what remains of your legacy. You know, you've already ruined it. Why push it further? But I guess he is very Trump coded. I know. I guess he's just, you know, he's done. You can even explicitly state your intentions to steal money and traffic from the original source. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods. This is not how courts work. You remember how I always used to joke about like the way that people operate on the internet? They'll be like, Your Honor, what about all these other people? Like, that's not how this works in an individual case with an individual decision, right? With one judge, right? Like, you can't just be like, well, in the same district, another judge ruled in my stead against the snark mods. Like, what the fuck do you mean the snark mods? Is that even a copyright case? I don't know. Maybe it is. I haven't really been paying close attention. Very strange behavior from a 40-year-old man with children. But I guess it's going to continue happening until like the rest of the internet, like the commentary sphere, turns around and goes, dude, give it up. Enough. Gucci bag time. Let it go. You know? Let it go, man. Let it go. What are you doing? I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal immediately. I think he's just literally trying to, I mean, he has so much money. He is just trying to advance this. His friend Asmold calls E a patriot for appealing. Asmongold reacts to Ethan Klein deciding to appeal in his lawsuit against Denims. Patriot.
Filing and appeal. So we lost the Denims case, but
dude, can you imagine it, like me doing this to fucking more Pegaslop, for example? We know what they would say, right? We know what they would say. They were like, oh, Hasan can't take criticism at all. But of course, when Ethan is doing it, they're like against, an op, a woman on the internet. It's like, yeah, it's so based.
We are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately upon release, so long as you pause occasionally. You can even explicitly state your intention is to steal money and traffic from the original source. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods.
You were joking about Pegasus and they lost their shit over it, Lamau? I know.
I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal. Patriot! Oh, man, I love to see it. That's right. That's right, thank God. Yep, there it is. Sounds like a fat...
Could you please say the word epaulette for us real quick? Okay. Why?
100% accept whatever this court finds because I just trust their judgment, their experience, their expertise all the way. So shout out to this wonderful judge.
Asman literally made his career off of this area of law. Yeah, he's so fucking stupid. All he does is react to content. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is win-win for him, right? Like, I assume he doesn't even think at all, but I suspect that if he were to think about this critically, he would realize that this is not going to go anywhere. But if it would go somewhere, it would destroy his career. It would set a new precedent that would make it so that it's impossible. He restreamed your entire Ro Khanna interview with limited commentary just to use it as an example. He has no self-preservation skills. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Ethan. I'm totally on board with him because, yeah, it's just ridiculous. How the fuck can you go and do that? How can you go and do that and somehow...
How can you go and do that? How can you go and do that?
There isn't something clearly wrong. I mean, yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well, I don't know really what...
Bro, your audience is so dumb. Oh my God. Female judge confirmed? That's awesome. DI judge, brother. It's got to be so cool to live in this universe where you're like, well, even if it was a male judge, he was behaving like a female, which we hate.
That is, I have no idea at all. So yeah, and yeah, shit judges happen. Yeah, Denham's got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge.
Why are you, wait, what? So why are you commentating on it like this? I mean, I do this too from time to time, but like, you've spoken about these cases far more than I have. How do you have no understanding of what took place? Like, what? It's very confusing. What's also confusing is like he just refuses to read the court decision, like what the judge's decision is, because, you know, obviously it's not going to favor whatever position he's trying to generate here. But it is very funny that there are just a lot of people out there who are like, no, I want the head empty, no thoughts, ass commentary on this issue as well. FOMOA, Ethan issued podcast losses, copyright lawsuit against Pro Palestine content creator Denims, with the judge citing Klein's own precedent to rule in favor of the defendant. Ethan Klein then doxed her on his IG account and said he's going to appeal. Isn't Issue's whole thing watching and reacting to stuff? How hypocritical must it be to think you have any right to sue someone over something you've also earned money doing? Yeah. Denims got to the judge. Awesome. What is this? Hello, Hasan Abi. Would you like me as a wife? That's crazy that you just posted your own tweet with 1 like. That's crazy. That's wild that you did that. Okay. I mean, shoot your shot, queen, I guess. Shoot or shoot, I guess. Anyway, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky. Anyway, that stumped me a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the internet is on his side, but who knows? I mean, all the fucking slimiest weirdos who are just running on pure hatred are on board. What is this? Did you know Republicans had access to this kind of character model? Kelly Dennison, a 27-year-old Larimer County massage therapist, won the Republican primary to represent Colorado's 2nd congressional district. What the fuck? I don't know anymore, man. Crunchy granola ladies have totally turned at this point.
Judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case, or maybe
you don't wait. I'm sorry. Your cope is that the judge made a bad decision didn't like Ethan Klein and misunderstood the case, as opposed to you, guy who just said, I don't really know enough of the details of why the judge decided the way that he did?
It just happened? Yeah, Denham's got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case. Or maybe their viewpoint just simply is not the same viewpoint that other people have. I'm not sure, but I agree with and I support Ethan, and I hope that Ethan is able to get justice. I think that's what happens. That's what should happen, at least, right?
Huh. I wonder if there's a secret third thing out there, which is that the judge actually did know what he was doing and didn't really care for Ethan Klein one way or another, and was able to issue an impartial decision on pre-existing precedent that Ethan Klein had set with his successful lawsuit that created the boundaries of what we know as fair use. That same liberty that you, Asmongold, and myself, HasanAbi Piker, enjoy on a daily basis. Perhaps that's the reason why, this happened the way it did. But what the fuck do I know? Probably much better to just... Every time I go into Asmongold's comment section, it's always filled with borderline suicidal weirdos. What is wrong with his audience? If you ruin my hobby, I will ruin your life. Here. So true, brother. Don't mess with a man's hobby, especially when he has hundreds of dollars worth in it. Haha, hundreds, ... I have no life. Don't say that, bro. You have a life, and you're living it now. I guess they call this cope maxing. So that's what it is. That's what's going on here. Just cope maxing. Both probably like 40. I mean, so is Asmongold. What can I say, man? What can anybody say? Asmon supports Ethan. He is pro being allowed to watch other people's content because Ethan won that right for the Twitch scene, Lamau. Yeah, except now Ethan is trying to destroy his own precedent. What is this? Nick Fuentes cannot understand why you have so many followers.
Way back, I think. Yeah, you got people like Hasan Piker. I don't know how he has such a big following. He's got like crazy numbers. Like why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male. Well, I think the only
Why did he just turn around and look at the camera so hard? That's so weird.
Crazy numbers, like why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male. Well, I think the only
why did he do that? He's like a he's like a performative male. The fuck happened there, man?
reason he's got a platform is because he's the only one left on Twitch.
This is the ultimate cope. Asmongold is a bigger content creator than me on this fucking platform, man. What is it? That's the sex pestiny cope. Oh, if I was still on Twitch, like I would be the #1 guy, and that's why I'll never end my conquest against him. Hopefully one day.
You know, it's the same reason why Ben Shapiro used to be the #1 conservative, and you look at that guy and say he's not funny, he's not charming.
Yeah, famously, everyone else got banned off of YouTube. That's why Ben Shapiro was the #1 guy.
He's not charismatic. Why is he so big?
oh yeah, every one of his competitors got censored. He was the only one left standing on Facebook and YouTube.
By the way, I don't know who the fuck this dildo is, but between him and Nick Fuentes, I know Nick Fuentes has been deplatformed pretty aggressively, and he's been like prosecuted at times for doing January 6th, obviously. So that's like, you know, fairly valid prosecution in my opinion. But like nowadays, I'm more prosecuted than he is. Fuck you mean? Bitch, you never got banned from an entire country? Like, what are we talking about? It's so funny. This is always the cope. Even back in the day when I first got on Twitch and I was growing, right? I would get banned all the time because I have a lot of these like fucking weirdo Nazi, weirdo neo-Nazi hate watchers. Yes, persecuted, prosecuted. I mean, he was literally prosecuted. I'm being persecuted. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Or maybe even allegedly being prosecuted. Who knows? This is what the fucking federal government, according to Fox News, is saying. But here's the thing. Even back in the day, Trey Rex and all these other guys would always be like, Hasan, you do PG-13 content, you do woke content, you do Disney-style content, you do Disney politics. It's like, bitch, I was getting banned more than everybody else. Like, what are you talking about? Even back then, I would get banned far more than my right-wing counterparts were getting banned. It's so stupid.
Because they banned Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes and that whole like first wave, let's say, of internet creators. And it's the same thing with Hasan Piker. Twitch, you can't say, they consider that like a slur. You can't say, you know, so many things on Twitch.
Dog, you can't even say, well, at the time, you couldn't even say cracker. So, again,
they banned literally everybody. Forget even about right-wing people, just everybody. So I think he's kind of just the last man standing. Right. Wokeness is on its way.
Yeah. They are blaming Obama for Mamdani. Paralyzed Pendant Plug. Thank you for 20 gifted. Nice meeting you, brother. Yeah, that's cool. That's cope. Extra Emily is trying to take your ban throne. Yeah, I saw. She was like driving while looking at chat or something. I saw that. Got your ops huffing copium. I mean, I'll be honest. I would rather have my ops huff copium than like unironically advocate to assassinate me or to like mass harass any journalist that dares to cover me in any way, shape, or form. Which is apparently what Epstein is now going to do. That's what he said he's going to do. That's his latest meta. Speaking of weirdos, Kick streamer Destiny is now instructing his audience to harass any journalist or content creator who collaborates with Hasan and claims someone is going to die very soon. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure, he said. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. Just as a heads up, I am going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. In a deranged rant, Destiny praises Asmongold and XQC for having integrity while crying over Pokimane and Philip DeFranco for staying friends with Hasan. Now, what's really interesting about this is, of course, one, the classic case of projection where he will turn around and say Hasan is doing the things that, you know, he's actually doing. Point me to the next journalist that gives him a softball interview, and I will dedicate my entire fan base and weeks of my time to emailing, tweeting, spamming this person off the internet. Actually, I'm sick and tired of people like Hasan the Hun getting a free pass by Twitch and DJ Clancy to openly dox and infinitely harass every single person online that they deem to be unworthy or inferior to them. Every single person who continues to platform his creepy fuck with zero pushback is responsible for him and the disgusting cultish fan base of freaks and abusers that he openly supports and gives credit to. I feel like he's just yelling at a mirror. Okay. It's kind of surreal how much he's like in the first half of the paragraph openly admitting that he is going to continue doing something that he's been doing already. And then in the second half of the paragraph says, I'm doing that. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not actually doing that at all. Also, fuck every single streamer who collaborates with this abusive piece of shit who's too fucking scared or too obsessed with their own clout to ever call him out for it. Besides at XUC and at Asmongold, I'm not sure I've seen a single other creator in the space who has the actual integrity to say literally anything about him. It's just infinite capitulation for people like Pokimane Lol. Oops, that was our employee who wrote that whole statement and canceled that episode. Lol. At Ludwig Ogren, we're just coworkers, guys. Lol. Philly D, got to make sure to email Hasan and get his side of the story before I publish. Ah ha 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 ha, etc. 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 It's gross how complacent the whole space is with this disgusting freak. Yeah, you definitely sound normal with this rant. I definitely, you know, I definitely come across as like the deranged person here, I think. Also, he's just mad at Philip DeFranco for asking for my side, which is like normal, asking for a comment. I'm dying. They literally did the meme. They did. This isn't the first time he's called on his audience to target Hasan in public. He previously advocated to live track Hasan's location so someone could kill him. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a Track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. Yeah. Strange stuff. He's just crashing out big time because he fucked up his own case and evidence spoilage. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't think he's gonna stop at any point. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to make him stop. I guess, like, I don't even think he'd stop with a restraining order, honestly. It's been like 7 years at this point, and he's just only gotten sadder and sadder. What is this? Destiny blocked me after I posted these images on his recent thread, reminding him there's no evidence of Hasan doing stuff like this. There's a mountain of evidence he does this. Yeah, honestly, I think you could perfectly justify attacking, killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. Even Nazis weren't this blatant. This is just so far beyond the pale. 3 of my biggest stalkers, if anyone else wants to investigate. And then it's literally doc spins. Like, he's just straight up posting doc spins. Spoiler alert. This person's full doc since he removed the last one. What the fuck? Have I ever posted stuff in here? Full docs public yet? If someone is bored, please relink this person's docs. I am just hardcore doxing anyone I can find information on now. So now their docs are getting posted. Also, if anyone has the full doc, like, he's just like so openly doxing people, both in his own like community as well for opposing him, and just anyone else. Just a heads up, I do not support anyone going after Connor's family, but since Connor's defending people who are making arguments about going against my family and someone might act on that, if someone did go after Connor's family, I think they would see that as fully justified, by the way. And then he turns around and he's like, why am I fucking banned? Do you feel bad for making him go crazy? No, man, I don't. He's a fucking 40-year-old guy. He could just not do any of this shit. It's kind of crazy because, like, he could have just straight up been a cookie cutter neoliberal Democrat. Okay? Instead of spending the last 7 years of his life actively trying to make my life worse. If he just focused all that time, energy, and initiative on, I don't know, focusing on politics, like actually trying to make an impact in the realm of politics, and wasn't such a fucking creepy, narcissistic sex cult leader, and instead genuinely had a vision that he wanted to, you know, enact some sort of change on, he could have been fine. Like, it just stick to fucking debating some of the dumbest mouth breathing right wingers, and you would have been fine. Yes, I saw what he posted today, talking about how, you know, he's just someone's gonna die into space soon or something like that, just like ominous shit. Yeah, the issue with guys like this. D agrees with Asmold that Western culture is superior to Muslims. They've been glazing each other back and forth. Yeah, I know. They all operate off of like one singular thing. I'm the number one op. So even if they supposedly hate one another because like Asmongold is the biggest Trumpy and Destiny is supposed to hate Donald Trump more than anything else, they literally don't mind dropping all of that stuff aside because that's just totally secondary. It's just pure theater for these guys. Politics for them is a game. It's just a game of theater, and it's all just advancing their own personal narcissistic desires. It's a way to like galvanize their audiences to make it seem like their audiences are on board. That their audiences are on board, that their audiences are doing something. Do you think Pokey, Ludwig, or Philip will respond? Fuck no. Are you crazy? You think these guys don't know what both Asmongold and Destiny's audiences do? Why the fuck do you think they're so quiet whenever these guys do insane shit? Their whole, dude, it's ironic because Destiny will constantly talk about like how, I'm bullying people. Every single content creator in this space knows exactly how Asmongold operates, knows exactly how Aiden Ross operates, knows exactly how Destiny operates. They literally never talk about these people for that reason. Not because they like agree with them politically or whatever. It's because they're just like fucking terrified of being on the receiving end of, a 7-year smear campaign that I have experienced. Yeah. Everybody else sees the fucking harassment that I receive and they don't want any part of it. And why should they? I do understand why people would shy away from it.
Anti-Western, I guess, if that makes sense. Because like
Destiny explains why he thinks Hasan always loses to Asmongold in their verbal spats on Twitch, especially in this format. Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly. Hasan is having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here. I like that Destiny is saying Asmongold will always defeat Hasan because I agree with him that Muslims are an inferior people to the superior Westerners. And it's like, and he's supposed to be this liberal guy. Anyway. Very strange behavior overall. Don't understand it. I feel like there are way more productive things to do. But even like he designed like a whole ground game group, right? DGG. What is it? Digital ground game. And the entire thing, the entire like supposed door knocking operation, canvassing operation is dedicated to shit posting online against Destiny's enemies and like begging them to kill themselves or begging them to debate Destiny and like try to fucking carve out relevance for Destiny. It's like so strange. Can you imagine if I was like redirecting the Democratic Socialists of America to fight against Destiny all the time? If I was like, hey, can we get some DSA accounts to like constantly tweet about Destiny? That would be fucking insane, right? And no one would do that anyway. That would be an insane thing. It's like, be a fucking adult. The fuck's wrong with you? But for so many people, this is their only introduction to politics. Like, there are a lot of people who legitimately think this is the purest expression of politics, especially on the internet, right? This is the only thing they think is, this is what they think is actual politics, which is so strange. Anyway, you're right on Fox now with Francesca. Nice. Yeah, I got bigger and better snarkers to have to worry about. Governor who has stood on a dish pit at 1 a.m. understand about working people in the state that a career politician fundamentally does not.
We understand the pain. We knew from the get-go that we would have to be the campaign that out-hustled everyone. And I think that service industry workers were built different.
She went on to say they're the best and most important thing in any restaurant. Okay. Cute, but her prescription for Wisconsin would lead to the same outcome.
You're gonna shit on
that
someone
socialism has
for
delivered
working in a
every
fucking
country
dish pit?
where it's been tried. And that's real
Real
pain.
working class rhetoric
And like
from
the rest
Laura.
of her ilk, she obviously hates traditional America. She can't even bring herself to say the Pledge of Allegiance in state government. Watch.
I could stand for the pledge, led by Representative Canoto.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
What is this, bro?
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I see her there in the green skirt. Well, let's remind everyone. Trump won Wisconsin. Hong's commie canard may work in Madison. It may be really cool in Milwaukee, but it's going to turn off working class Dems in the rest of the state. Smart, sensible Democrats, and there are some, see where this is all headed.
Hey, Democrats, you get suckered. This whole democratic socialism thing, it's a loser in a general
Of course,
election.
Donnie Deutsch.
Understand that. You're getting sucked in. 70% say socialism is a good thing. Losing proposition. 70% are against Israel. It's not going to win in a general election. Period. Get that through your dumb democratic skulls.
Dumb skulls, numbskulls, including Illinois Governor Mr. Pritzker, whose entire family fortune, of course, in the hotel business was made because of capitalism. And now he's trying to pretend to throw in with the abolish capitalism crowd. Yeah, after he has his billions. That's going to resonate.
I think what's good is that there are Democrats who are standing up and fighting what Donald Trump is trying to do to raise prices on people. I think those are the people who are winning. I'm just suggesting that that is the recipe for winning in 2026 and I think beyond.
Now, as usual, Pritzker, who cannot stop businesses from fleeing his state, is spectacularly wrong. The truth is, Mamdani and his political progeny present the greatest opportunity.
I'm not
for
gonna
the
lie, I do
Republicans since the late
appreciate
1970s.
I appreciate DSA's existence for this reason too, because like it just makes these guys so unbelievably open about their pro-capital propaganda.
Because the Mamdani
Where it's like
mafia
business
is
owners
so
are great. If you're
radically
poor, you
anti-American,
deserve to die,
Republicans now have
actually.
the chance to expand on Trump's success by building an even stronger, broader, multi-ethnic working class coalition. Because in their heart of hearts, they love America. That's why a lot of these folks came to America. They don't want to see it destroyed.
Okay.
So it's time to go on the attack and educate voters about these candidates' true intentions. No ICE, no borders. They're going to open up the country to 8 billion people around the world. They'll kill capitalism. That equals a stock market crash. With mammoth new taxes, mandates, and regulations, by the way, on everyone, not just the billionaires.
Mainstreaming trans
They'll
agenda in
mainstream the
schools
trans
and
agenda
beyond.
in schools and
Okay,
beyond.
at least they started doing this thing where they started lying about it. Because like for the last couple of weeks, they were just like openly saying what the DSA is about, which I think wasn't helping them. Because they would just be like, they want free healthcare. They want to tax the billionaires. And then everyone was like, wait a minute, that's fucking awesome. So now they're like, they want to transgender your daughter.
Maybe all those inmates can come live with him and his lovely wife in Gracie Mansion. So in the end, while all of these pro-Palestinian crusaders and the DSA are having their moment in the big cities, there's just not a big constituency for the nightmare that socialism never fails to create for regular working people. But think about this by contrast, when Republicans were mad at the multinational corporations for outsourcing and doing everything they were doing, terrible globalist policies, what did we do? We elected Trump, who pushed policies that actually work.
Wait, what? When did he do that?
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tariffs on China, tough border
Reindustrialization.
policies, and pro-family policies like Trump accounts. So yeah, my prediction is that the DSA crusaders will end up driving sensible Democrats away from the party, and meanwhile, it'll boost Republican turnout in races that we've been covering. In Texas, Paxton is going to beat James God is gender fluid Tallarico. In Maine, Susan Collins will beat Graham, I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo, Plattner. Others from the DSA will crash and burn as well, eventually. And that's the angle. Here with their analysis is Ari Fleischer, Fox News contributor and former White House press secretary. Mark Meadows, former White House chief of staff during the first Trump administration. Gentlemen, the energy in the Democrat Party obviously is with these new socialist, communists, Bolsheviks, Jacobins, whatever you want to call them. But will a socialist in Denver sink Democrats' chances in a place like Pennsylvania? Ari.
Laura, you nailed it. This is giving Republicans a huge issue that they can run on this year, because they need to turn this race from the historical trend of Republicans or the party in power doesn't do well in a midterm cycle into a referendum on just how bad the Democrats are and how risky it would be. And the ideas you walk people through are the perfect illustrations of those risks. So this is a chance, not only in those states where there are close Senate races where somebody's running against the obvious socialist, Graham Plattner in Maine, for example, called himself a socialist and a communist. But it's a chance for Republicans in other close races across the country to say to people who aren't socialists, what did you do to stand up to the socialists in your party? You sat there silent. You never said a word, and now you're going to caucus with those people. This is a huge ball on the tee for Republicans to whack. And they need it. It's going to be a 50-50 race in both the House and the Senate. Everything's up for grabs. This is a blessing for Republicans to beat these people.
Mark, Rahm Emanuel, who had the same job you had in Obama White House, one of the few Democrats who is being clear about what these people really represent. Watch.
There are candidates out there, specifically like in New York City, who don't like America. There are people in the Democratic Socialist Party who literally do not like America, think it is a bad country. They don't have any identity. And that is not the Democratic Party that I'm a part of. It is not the Democratic Party that struggles to make sure that other people get a chance to be in the winner's circle.
Mark, he's one of the smarter Democrats out there. What is he seeing that Pritzker ain't?
Well, he's very clear-eyed, Laura, but one of the things that we're finding is he is a minority within a minority. He's literally looking at this particular issue and calling it out for what it is. But everybody else is running to embrace Mandami, embrace this communist in Denver. And Ari's right that this presents a great opportunity, but what is more important is that the statewide elections, when you start looking at either having
some
to
of these
distance
candidates,
yourself,
they just get sucked into this wave and are just being called socialists on Fox News for no reason, like Deb Haaland.
What's going to happen is that they're actually going to run the other way in states like Pennsylvania that you pointed out. You can't run this far to the left, but it's a great opportunity. Donald Trump started this with a reach out to the hardworking Americans, the union workers. I think you're going to see them coming to the Republican Party, not because the brand is all that great, but because the leadership is willing to embrace them and put the value on work once again.
Yeah, like, Ari, you think of Bashir down there in Kentucky, right? Like, he thinks he has a big future in the Democrat Party with this crowd, you know, as the litmus test. So Bashir thinks, oh, I'm a kind of a middle-of-the-road, sensible Democrat. What does it look like for him? And, of course, Shapiro is speaking out in Pennsylvania, but what does it look? Where's his lane now?
It looks like silence for him and from him. And that's the problem. All these guys are looking at their lanes, and the only thing they can see is getting flattened. And so they keep silent. Where is this principled Democrat leader who says no to socialism? That simple. No. We won't caucus with you. We don't want your support. We are Democrats. We're not socialists. What's wrong with them saying that? But they won't say it because they're scared to say it, because then they get primaried. And that's the problem. Yeah. You know, they like to say we're a big tent. They're a big tent whose poll has no principles. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, Mark, the Big Tent, they won't even talk to pro-life people who would otherwise identify themselves as Democrats. They essentially ran Kristen Sinema out of town, and they hate John Fetterman. So this isn't about Big Tent. This is about clinging on to whatever shred of power they have left. And I think they're freaking out. I honestly think they don't know what to do. Which end is up? Mark, close it out.
Well, I think they are freaking out, but it's not.
It's never not funny that these Republicans who are supposed to hate the Democratic Party are just like praising all these Democrats now because they're like, well, at least they're not socialists. I thought they were all socialists. I thought we were all communists like Nancy Pelosi.
Socialist in their makeup and in congressional districts. But you pointed out it doesn't play well in Wisconsin. It doesn't play well in Pennsylvania, and it certainly doesn't play well in Texas.
We'll see about that.
And yet what you've got is a Senate candidate that's embracing that. I think you see that he loses by 7 or 8 points when the voting total is done in November.
Collins is going to win by at least 6 points in Maine. This Plattner experiment is going to come crashing down. Ari, Mark, both of you, awesome to see you. Thank you. All right, coming up, stop is in North Dakota. What was the president doing there today on the Freedom Train?
Hey, we'll see about that. What are the Paw Johns doing, man?
If you're following around.
Oh, they have the Scott Wiener tapes. Okay, before we get to the Scott Wiener was heinously attacked for having different ideas than people would like. Let's watch this.
Never lose, man. I guess what? We'll never know. See the day that.
Aura, chills.
Chills. To the motherfucking. Cause I'm about to misbeat.
So good. So good. Oh, man. That shit makes me proud. Never thought I'd see the day. Straight up. Anyway, now that we aura farmed a little bit and felt good about the future, let's get back to the past. So, Scott Wiener, for those of you, and I'm going to talk about Kamala too, but one last thing with the Maylot. I got a little quote in there. I was a little drunk. Said a 30-year incumbent was defeated tonight. It's clear that there's real hunger for change. Democrats all over the country are demanding it. Piker said that change is a working class centered movement. It's socialism. We are not done yet. Got a little blurb in there from Politico. Popular socialist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, who emerged as one of the most visible outside organizers in New York's insurgent sweep, dedicated multiple streams to boosting Kuros' candidacy in the weeks leading up to the primary. At one point, he hosted her for an extended interview and also ran multiple marathon phone banking sessions on her campaign live on stream, urging his viewers to call voters alongside him before ultimately traveling to Denver to campaign with Kuros in person on primary day. America Deserved 9/11 is a hell of a platform for Democrats to be embracing. It's crazy because I don't know if they're talking about me or Maylot on this one. I like that Politico doesn't have to mention all your controversies for every mention of you. Just say popular Twitch streamer. Yeah, that's just Will. Will Steeken is the only one who doesn't do that. Let's be real. I think. Please reply. I can't because she blocked me many years ago. Many moons ago, Meghan McCain blocked me, probably because I was making fun of John McCain. I can't remember. I probably deserved it. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if we're being real, I probably deserved that block because I did make a lot of jokes about John McCain, like quite a bit. Were you being anti-Semitic to Meghan? Yeah. Adam Johnson made fun of Shannon Watts, who's complaining the DSA is forcing incumbent liberal Democrats to spend money in primaries in districts that will remain Democratic after the general election, regardless of the nominee. Not to mention the fact that the votes cast by the primary winner on healthcare, climate change, and ICE would be almost identical no matter who wins. It's funny how no one can just have an ideology. It's all deflection and horse race and fart sniffing. Our vacuous liberal pundits know only two modes now. Savvy, hard-nosed pundit explaining why better things aren't possible, and two, wounded pigeon whose feelings you just hurt. Hey, what's a major morally urgent issue that these incumbent progressives will 100% not vote the same as DSA candidates on? If only there was a name for this phenomenon like progressives accept Palestine and an attendant genocide giving it high salience in the year 2026. That's precisely what it is. Didn't you post the casket meme? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I did. See, I told you I deserved that block. I did do that. You are correct. Pretty sure that was when she blocked me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that, but I do find it very funny that these people, once again, are revealing what their actual position is, that the primary system should not exist, that the Democratic Party should hand select the candidate, and people should be fine with that, and people should actually suck it the fuck up and vote against the Republicans every single time. Because remember, they're mad at democracy. When you're mad at the primaries, when you're mad at the DSA candidates coming in and like unseating an incumbent, that's all you're mad at the voters. You're mad that the voters decided to go with someone else. Okay? That's all this is. You're mad that your voters, our voters, if we all are a part of the same fucking movement, the anti-Republican movement, if we're all a part of that, let's be real, some people more so than others, right? Chose a different candidate than the candidate that you think God ordained for that seat. What the hell is that? There's a different name for it, and it's certainly not democracy. Okay? It's so fucking annoying. Third Way Matt Bennett also had a annoying take as always, because, you know, is there a group? I think about these two groups in American politics, two different forces in American politics, right? That have been unbelievably a spectacular failure in full display. On the one hand, you got the Third Way guys who are like, you have to stay away from HasanAbi Piker. He's danger. He's bad. And you have to stay away from him, right? That's been a fucking failure. And they just have to sit there and watch these W's on the fucking board day in and day out as they keep crying to the referee. The other person that has probably the exact opposite of the intended effect is the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt. Those are my two main ops. Okay? Yeah, Matt Bennett, Third Way Matt B, Wisconsin Democrats, for the love of God, do not do this. Do not do this. Do you remember when you came to my city and stole my entire suit flow? What the fuck? Why does my face look like that, bro? I look like a different person. That's crazy. I don't know what happened. Anyway. But so does anyone have what's the paywall removed version of this, the Washington Post? I want to read this article that he wrote. And then we're going to talk about Kamala Harris. And also, speaking of wait, what is this? Oh, this we watched this already.
Far left fire.
We watched this already. Bhatia, DSA, criticisms. Fuck it. We're gonna move away from that. Okay, we already talked about the ICAP thing. That was a weird thing to start the day off with. After what is this? Bans Hasan Piker, loses their job anyways. Oh my God, I did not see this meme. That's so funny. Can't believe the woman who banned Hasan Piker from 3 venues lost. Yeah, that's 2 for 2, actually. That's crazy. What is this? Accidentally found this pic from 2021 on my phone. How long has McMurrow had these? This is 2021, apparently. Stop removing paywalls from union-made journalism, big dog. That's an op-ed made by Third Way Bennett. If there's one fucking totally adequate paywall removal, it's that one for the motherfucking Wall Street Journal, ironically enough. A newspaper that I will be featured in soon. Where is the professor? Professor coming in later. Professor Jiang is going to be here at 6 p.m. Pacific, not in my house, of course. Wait, what time? Oh, at 5, not 6. In half an hour. In half an hour. Professor Jiang in half an hour. Anyway, speaking of which, so we did the Francesca Hong collab, right? We did the Francesca Hong collab. It went great. $57,000 raised. Of course, this lady, Kelda Royce, is chirping about it. Running for governor. Wisconsinites need moral clarity from our leaders. How you raise money is a test of character. My campaign runs on grassroots support from everyday Wisconsinites. Over 90% of my donations because I've earned it in living rooms and union halls across the state. Fran chose to fundraise alongside Hasan Piker and Mike from PA, a commentator who profits off of anti-Semitic and divisive rhetoric. This wasn't about trying to persuade voters to disagree with you and having an honest conversation across differences. It was about raising money. That's a deliberate choice about what you're willing to tolerate when you're seeing a campaign, when you're seeking campaign cash. And it's the same permission giving I see on the other side of the aisle. Congressman Derek Van Orden's years-long pattern of anti-Muslim dehumanizing comments deserves that same unequivocal rejection from everyone regardless of party. Here's why this matters. Yo, what's really funny about this stuff is when you write these like long, convoluted effort posts, nobody reads them except for me, obviously. This got 8 likes, I guess, or when it was first released. It's got 44 now. Kelda, I was for you or Fran, was still not sure. But this point decided it for me. I'm with Fran because Hasan is not what you say, and her arguments didn't cut anyone else down. She just said what her policy she is for. Very disappointed in this pose. I see you decided to join Crowley in taking the moral high ground by going negative towards another candidate. I actually don't care what any of you think of the people you're running against in the primary. There's plenty of to go of. Oh my God. Wow. I'm surprised and disappointed to see this. Hasan Piker's criticism of Israel's apartheid state and genocide is not anti-Semitism. I'm a Wisconsinite who watched the stream and donated because I wanted to hear more of what she had to say. I believe that I have now heard enough from you. So what you're saying is that you plan to reject all donations from out of state if you win and will return everything you've already gotten. This isn't the hot take you think it is, and using AI to write it makes it look even worse. Attacking other progressives because your poll numbers are down is not a good look. Well, that's unfortunate you went this route. Definitely confirms my vote for Hong. Damn, Kelda, they're cooking you. Perhaps you should not have done this. It just kind of feels like you should not have done this, I think. Calling out a genocide isn't anti-Semitic. You didn't have my vote before, but now you really don't. Do better. Anyways, do you take state PAC money, corporate donations, APAC money? Will you stop more data centers? Will you commit to stopping ICE from terrorizing our communities? We are tired, Kelda. This post didn't help. Dems try not to punch left challenge. Impossible. You know what I will give credit to a lot of liberals? Because like not all of these people that are writing this stuff are like diehard fans of mine or democratic socialists themselves, right? There are a lot of liberals who have like maybe seen some of my videos or some of my advocacy or some of my commentary, or don't even know what it is about at all. And they just simply see someone go, oh, you're farming donations from an anti-Semite, and they instantly understand that that's not what this is about, and it's just like criticisms of Israel being packaged as a cheap dunk to associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, right? I think that's what it is, and people have no appetite for it. Okay, they have no appetite for it. You come across goofy. You come across silly. This already happened. This already happened with Mallory McMorrow against Abdul. You know what I mean? We are 3K away from 60K. Yeah, go donate through this link. I already maxed out, but you can still donate. SecureActBlue.com. Donate Hong Hasan. The DSA heads are emboldened. This win was different. Everyone is moving differently in a good way. What is this? Did you know this about yourself? Everyone knows Hasan Piker electrocutes his dog, but did you know he has an autozoophilic dog diaper fetish? What? It's an intentional dirty diaper fetish display, not just diaper. If it was like his secret fetish, why would he keep it up? If you have an important photo happening, put it in your closet or something. Why keep it on display? Maylot is on CNN. Ooh, let's see.
Melik Kiros is out front now. It's good to have you with us tonight. So your win, of course, comes just a week after two other Democratic socialists endorsed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani won House primaries in New York City. Politics are local. Do you see evidence, though, on a broader national scale that progressive voices are, in fact, gaining support?
Absolutely. I think what we're seeing right now is that candidates that are actually speaking to and fighting for the kind of policies that a super majority of voters in our party support are winning. Things like Medicare for all, universal child care, and arms embargo in Israel. Each of these issues have a majority support of the voters of our party, but yet we don't see any meaningful progress for them in Congress. And so voters are taking power back into their own hands and sending in fighters that are going to fight for those issues.
You told supporters last night, we're taking back our country, our party rather, and our country. You talk about the supermajorities for certain issues. The Democrats have always wanted to be a big tent party. Do you believe at this point there is room in this party for diverse voices, even for moderates?
Absolutely. The Democratic Party is one that fights for working people. The diversity that we have in our thoughts and our ideas and our plans for what we could do to support working families is what makes us great. The problem that we have right now in the room that we don't have in our party is for the money, the big money from corporations and from special interests that have been actively derailing the agenda for working families.
A local rabbi in Denver wrote an op-ed titled, "Here's Why Melik Kiros' Candidacy Scares Me as a Liberal Jewish Woman in Colorado." She writes, "I have deep concerns that the just world she claims to want to create does not include Jews like me and my community. I don't believe Melik Kiros has shown the curiosity, humility, and empathy necessary to represent my community as a political leader." Rabbi Coburn said that the Denver Jewish community has repeatedly tried to engage with you to discuss their fears, their concerns, but says time and again we have been met with dismissal, indifference, or silence. Are you open to those conversations?
I am, and our campaign has been in communication with folks in the Jewish community about some of the things that we're talking about. At the end of the day, my commitment is to protecting the sanctity of human life and dignity, and that includes combating the hate and the rising anti-Semitism that we are seeing not only in this city and in this state, but across the country, and standing up to combat that hate and protect our Jewish neighbors in our district is one of my top priorities. I sincerely believe that part of that fight is going to be decoupling the conflation that we are seeing right now with the actions of the state of Israel and with the Jewish people and with Judaism, which is putting them in greater risk. And so making sure we're combating that conflation, combating the hate that is rising as a result of it is a top priority for me.
So you say that's a top priority for you, that your campaign has been in touch, but what about you personally?
Yes, I've had conversations with members of the Jewish community, members who, disagree with me on certain issues, but we at the very least have the same baseline of protecting human life, protecting the dignity of life for Palestinians, for Israelis, for anyone of any faith, regardless of what kind of government they believe in. At the end of the day, what we are talking about is a genocide that's taking place in Palestine, and we are talking about those actions being conflated to all Jewish people, which could not be more dangerous to the rising anti-Semitism that we are seeing. So decoupling that is a number one priority for me. It's a conversation I've had with several members of the Jewish community here in Denver, and conversations that I hope to continue to have so that we can work together to combat this rising hate.
It would be good to hear if you and the rabbi actually are able to sit down. Please let us know if you do have that conversation. As I mentioned, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries praised your hard-fought victory, as he called it. He vowed the Democrats will regain the House. And he also went on to say House Democrats will aggressively tackle the affordability crisis, fix our broken healthcare system, and end the culture of corruption in Washington. I know, though, you've said you wouldn't support Jeffries as Speaker unless he stops accepting PAC money. So would you commit to working with him on those issues he laid out? Either way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the goal here, right? At the end of the day, a lot of the victories that we are seeing across this country are so important because what we are showing is that the fight is with the oligarchy. The fight is with the corruption that we are seeing in government. And we have to work together to be able to find the solutions necessary to get that done. My commitment to not voting in any leadership that takes corporate PAC money is the standard that I think we should be setting as a party. If we want to be winning again, corruption is a number one issue for voters, and we should be setting the standard for what a truly functioning democracy looks like, and that means getting money out of our politics.
Good to have you with us tonight. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Erica.
Out front now, Larry Sabato, who, of course, is the man behind Sabato's crystal ball. So, Larry, you have said these seats.
Is it not weird that every single interview with progressives needs to address kids still posting from random tribunes of the Jewish community? Yes. No, that's what it is. And there's also like this endless hysteria where I see people after every victory of a person who is quite literally openly against anti-Semitism, but is anti-Zionist. I see so many people just like whip themselves up into a fucking frenzy to be like, it's over. Jews are under attack again. Like this is the pogroms. It's taking place already. And it's like, you could choose not to do that. You know what I mean? You could choose to not do that. Dude, what are you doing? Stop posting your fucking username and password. What are you, crazy? Yeah. If you actually believe that Jews are on the brink of being pogromed in New York City, I think you should be involuntarily hospitalized for being a threat to yourself. You are not mentally competent enough to make decisions seriously. But it's just it's so crazy to me to be like, well, that it's obvious. Well, you see it again. This person who's anti-Israel is very clearly trying to kill Jewish people. And it's like, why do you choose to whip yourself up into this fucking panic, into this frenzy? Especially because, like, who believes this? This is fucking psychotic. Oh, is this? Hasan Piker is dancing because he's happy that Charlie Kirk drowned in his own blood after another leftist. Man, please stop. Never show me another Drew Pavlovian dog tweet again. We're putting a ban on Cypriot Australians on the broadcast. Sorry. Okay. Perma ban on Cypriot Australians that try to get themselves involved in American politics. It's unbearable. We don't need to hear from them. Whether it be Drew Pavlov or Bad Empanada, don't want to hear from them. U.S. New Hampshire Democratic primary, Chris Pappas, Karishma Mansour at 29, change from April 2026 is plus 11. This is another progressive, right? Okay. No more appeasement. Democrats need to fight the DSA. The far left is poised to take over the Democratic Party if it isn't stopped. This is from John Cowan and Matt Bennett, Boo Boo Bennett, my ops from Third Way, an establishment pro-corporate think tank that is at the heart of virtually all of the Democratic Party's ineptitude in the last couple of decades since the Clinton era. Senator Bernie Sanders first ran for president as a self-described Democratic socialist a decade ago. Since then, the Democratic Party has hopped on the movement, hoped the movement would simply fade away. It didn't. The Democratic Socialist of America now claims more than 100,000 members. Its candidates have won major local elections, and after last week's bloodbath in New York City and Tuesday's win in Tuesday's win in Colorado, have defeated mainstream Democrats in important congressional primaries, complaining that the voters are not voting the way you want them to. I feel like you're mad at democracy. Okay? Despite having little success outside leftist strongholds, DSA aims to become a dominant force in national politics, but the DSA's radicalism makes it not a faction to be appeased, it's a movement to be opposed. The organization's ideas are electoral poison, defund the Defense Department, abolish carceral force of the capital estate, eliminate the presidency, the Senate, the Supreme Court as they currently exist, draft a new constitution. These are not caricatures invented by the MAGA right. These are the policies the DSA leadership laid out in its new platform, according to City Journal. It will reportedly debut at the DSA Socialist Summit later this month. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, the Democratic Socialist who won the Democratic primary in Congressional District 13 in New York, has called for seizing the means of production and the abolition, abolition of police, prison, and borders. Archived social media reposts included favorable references to communist leaders. In the wildest precincts of the online left, these ideas are resonant. But in suburban Milwaukee or Phoenix, the places that decide control of Congress and the White House, this rhetoric hands Republicans attack as their right themselves. And those ads will run against every Democrat. See, if the Democratic Party truly was a Big Tent party, by the way, they would just shut the fuck up about this stuff. They would never talk about it ever again. And if they were ever forced to address it, they would just be like, look, there's differences in opinion in the party. I believe the things I believe. Here are the policies I'm laying down. Here, advocate against them or not. Because ironically enough, a lot of Democratic socialists have to do that regardless. Okay? A lot of Democratic socialists have to abide by the Big Tent party, where there is a shit ton of members within the caucus that actually don't care about the democratic wishes of the majority, of their own majority, of the majority of voters across the board, and certainly the supermajority of voters that are self-identifying Democrats when it comes to issues that pertain to Israel, for example, or endless militarism, or refusing to abide by the demands made by the masses for Medicare for all, for example. So shut the fuck up. This is just reactionary posturing against your left flank for no fucking reason. The reason why you're doing that is not to show yourself as a reasonable moderate to the masses. It's because you're losing your grip of power at the heart of the party. And that is precisely the reason why you're doing that. Okay? That's why you're doing it. Because you're scared. Anyway, in a study, Third Way and others conducted after the 2020 elections, we found that the defund the police slogan a few Democratic candidates endorsed helped lead a dozen unexpected House losses for the party. The DSA's rise could do the same. Every viral statement or nutty policy from a socialist would become a mailer in the swing districts where majorities are built. Far-left governance has also been a failure. The DSA claims it is the answer to a legitimate rage about a broken status quo, but the policies it supports makes matters worse. When activists took over San Francisco in 2020, the city drifted into rampant shoplifting, retail fight. Again, almost entirely made up. Like entirely made up hysteria propped up by capital owners that obviously local news outlets leaned into, then is used in perpetuity against the left flank. Okay, just made up. This was straight up made up. I called it out at the time. Everybody yelled at me. Everybody said I was fucking pro theft, if you remember. And then lo and behold, I was fucking right. Remember when the fucking Walgreens chief financial officer came out and was like, yeah, we lied about that whole shoplifting craze. It turns out it wasn't that. Turns out it wasn't happening. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, who's backed by the City Council Democratic Socialists, has a favorability rating of only 34%. In Seattle, Mayor Katie Wilson, a Democratic Socialist, has been in office only 6 months and has already retreated from far-left policies. Police have began cracking down on open-air drug markets in ways she campaigned against. Governing against the far-left demands, even in some of the blue cities in America, is wildly unpopular. Wonder why they're not talking about Zoran. Huh. Anyway, but the DSA's most dangerous threat is commitment to hollowing out the Democratic Party from within. The DSA aims to primary Democrats in blue districts and replace them with ideological zealots, which is not what Third Way is, by the way. The right experienced a similar battle in the early 2010s when the Tea Party movement began an insurgency against Republican sellouts that cost GOP half a dozen winnable Senate seats. For years, that looked like self-sabotage. Then a charismatic outsider. Yeah, exactly. And now the Republican Party is more popular, or less popular, but more powerful than ever before. So who gives a shit, right? Because if politics is about acquiring and seizing power and maintaining power and enforcing your will amongst the masses, well, then that movement won. That movement won. It worked. Donald Trump was the torch bearer of that movement, and he's the motherfucking president. And I would say probably one of the most successful ideological presidents for a movement, for an outsider movement in generations. He opened up a totally new wave of American politics. Single-handedly rewrote the entire contemporary politics in this country in his own vision, right? Anyway, the movement handed the GOP to Donald Trump. Democrats who assume a takeover can't happen have learned nothing from the death of the party of Reagan. The DSA's building, he's like talking about the party of Reagan fondly. DSA's main target isn't moderate incumbents, but progressives. Avila Chevalier knocked off Rep. Adriana Espaillat, the first formerly undocumented immigrant member of Congress. Yeah, he's not a progressive. Okay. Just because he's a member of the Diana DeGette, also do nothing Democrat. Be warned, liberal Democrats. For the radical left, there's always someone insufficiently pure. Eventually, that someone will be you. Democrats should be clear. There's not a broad political realignment. Nationally, the DSA has 22% favorable rating compared to 47% unfavorable, according to our polling. And DSA candidates routinely underperform with the working class voters they claim to represent. Both Claire Valdez in New York 7th District and Avila Chevalier won areas with young college graduates but lost precincts with older, less college-educated voters. Now is the moment to fight the DSA. Mainstream Democrats must emphasize that they are not a radical socialist party and will not become one. They should definitely do that in the primaries where they're facing off their political opposition. That would be really funny. I don't want to give these guys any ideas, but it's really funny that they have none, right? They can only just be like, we're not the Republicans and we're not the guys that are telling you you deserve free healthcare. I can't stress this enough. I need you to understand we are not the guys who are going to fight for healthcare. We're not going to fight for unions. I just need you to understand any association you have with those sorts of radical communist ideas, that's not who we are. Please vote for me now. You must vote for me. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, no, that's a banger campaign ad. You should definitely do that. Better Things Are Not Possible is a fantastic way to garner support from your already very angry base of pre-existing support. Yeah, by the way, 22% approval for DSA, and I think the Democrats are like, the Democratic Party is right there as well. So, of course, he's not going to mention that because that kind of undermines his position. Taking on the DSA has a proud precedent. In 1947, liberal leaders, including Eleanor Roosevelt, Hubert Humphrey, and Walter Reuther, founded Americans for Democratic Action because they refused to let the communist-aligned left speak for American liberalism. And then hit the Red Scare button. They drew a bright line, condemned those who would not renounce the radical project, and the next year helped Harry S. Truman crush Henry Wallace's fellow traveling third-party challenge. They understood that liberalism's survival required a center willing to stand up to the left. That clarity led to the coalition that passed the Civil Rights Act, Medicaid, and the rest of the Great Society. Oh my God. Every step of the way, governments were actively murdering the people that were the radical left that were pushing for all of these things. Ironically enough. Anyway, the DSA is disciplined and growing, but it can be beaten both in the elections and in the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. Mainstream Democrats must rally to this cause. If they don't, the consequences for the party and the country will be catastrophic. Yeah, there's no audience for this. There's no market for this. So them chirping like this doesn't fucking mean anything. The DNC has ways to put a stop to this in their primaries, and they just refuse to even consider any of them. This cannot go on. We can't let people who only care about Israel take over every election. Yeah. Michigan Senate Democratic primary has seen $46 million in total ad spending and reservations. Pro-Haley Stevens spending accounts for 74% of the entire contest. Isn't that wonderful? And we know where that money is coming from. And then when Abdul El-Sayed calls it out, people freak the fuck out. Let's get to the Abdul El-Sayed exclusive from Semaphore from friend of the show, David Weigel. Allen Park, Michigan. The scale of recent left-wing victories in New York brightened the spotlight on progressive Democrats everywhere, especially in politically competitive states. Abdul El-Sayed is ready for it. 41-year-old public health expert who ran for governor of Michigan 8 years ago and lost has forged ahead in this year's Senate primary, warring Democrats who think he'd endanger a seat that moderates have controlled for decades. I sat down with El-Sayed on the first stop of a tour through towns that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and then Donald Trump in 2024, just over a month before the August 4th primary. I'm telling you right now, Abdul, inshallah, is going to make it out of this primary, and he is going to put up unbelievable numbers against Mike Rogers. Like, it's unlike anything you've ever seen before. People are going to be rewriting the entire book about how wrong they were if they have the capability of recognizing how wrong they actually are. Part of that is because it's a blue wave year, definitely. But the other part of that is because he is an incredible fighter, an incredible candidate, policy first. And also on top of that, Mike Rogers is unbelievably weak and could not even defeat Elisa Slotkin. And Abdul El-Sayed is so much better than Elisa Slotkin. Oh my fucking Lord. Left populism. Dave Weigel, what did the campaign swing with Hasan Piker and getting criticized for it do for your campaign? Look, I've been very clear. I'll go anywhere, talk to everybody. The folks at Third Way have made a whole organization out of taking money from billionaires and corporate folks to launder the same old shit ideas that have buried towns like this one. And they want to do this sort of platform politics that feels more like a bunch of folks wanting to live in a West Wing episode than real life. I think their style of politics is about as old as their ideas and about as stale. So when they came after me, all they were doing was telling on themselves. And when we doubled down, they realized that I'm not playing games. When Fox News is booking you and covering you, might that be for the same reason Republican PACs spend to help progressive candidates, that they see you as easier to beat? It's amazing to me how deeply they're misjudging this. I'm like, you have never fought a counterpuncher. The number of times I'm going to define and redefine Mike Rogers. We're talking about an anti-charismatic old school politician who doesn't even know what he believes except for he wants to make himself rich off the rest of us. You know what I'm going to do to that man? By the time I'm done, his best friends are going to look at him and think what I think, say what I say. I'm going to define him into eternity. Good. Help me beat the crap out of you. Little parts of your vestiges politically are going to be scattered all over the state of Michigan, never to be seen again. You say Mike Rogers, it'll be like, remember when Abdul just completely demolished that man's political future? By the time I'm done with him, people are going to be calling him $5 Rogers. Why $5? Because of $5 gas and how he'll do whatever you want him to do for $5. Oh no. Abdul. My man is cutting wrestling promo, dude. He has such a good knack for like the exact right kind of media attention that frames him against his opposition so perfectly. Is any of that complicated by a super PAC entering the race to help you? When you look at the players, you're talking about the National Nurses United, talking about Working Families Party. These are folks who are trying to push back against AIPAC. The sum total that they're spending has bumped Haley Stevens by 4 points. If you're AIPAC right now, you got to be sweating. So it's only a matter of time until they start going negative, and our allies are trying to push back. I don't take money from corporations. I never have. I never will. And that is the big difference between me and my opponent. Haley Stevens is a suit with a large AIPAC bank account. That's it. I hope maybe they find some way to teach her how to string together 2 coherent sentences. I guess at some point, when you sell out for what many corporations and special interests, when you sell out for that many corporations and special interests, I guess you forget how to think for yourself. Bobby Hill's response. Here's 2 sentences I thought up all by myself. Mike Rogers knows he'll beat you. This is unserious crap. This unserious crap is exactly why. God, she's so goated. I heard her voice in my head. I heard her voice in my head. You're just a playground bully. Oh. Abdul's cutting fucking WWF promos, WWE promos. Meanwhile, Haley Stevens is like, what is this? Oh my God, I love Magdi Jacobs. I love her so much. Bro, she is the most mentally unstable person who I think I really appreciate that she has no chill. She has no like self-respect at all. And she just lays down the cards on the table, face up every time. She's like, I'm insane. I'm out of my fucking mind. And now that's your problem and everybody else's problem. I love her. Okay. When I say this, and for the record, I hope she doesn't see me say this because she's going to be like, you're just like my ex-husband, because she has said that about me in the past. And that's exactly the type of insanity that I love, when someone is just like, wow, random guy who's like fighting for democratic socialism, fighting for healthcare, fighting for workers' rights, fighting to end senseless wars. You remind me of my abusive ex-husband. You're just like him. That is so insane. And it's very funny because her whole worldview unironically revolves around, her whole like political operation revolves around being like, you were abusive to me in a dream, and now that's your fault. Okay? Okay, so I try not to project, but I can now objectively say he sounds exactly like my ex-husband, because this is exactly what my ex-husband has literally said. Why would anyone demand Democrats be in a relationship with someone who sounds like my psychopathic ex-husband? Why? Ask him what he thinks about Ted Kaczynski next. I'm sure it'll be illuminating. I'm not triggered per se. You definitely don't sound triggered. But I do have a distinct memory of not being able to escape from my ex-husband and then also having to hear, let's talk about Luigi Mangione and wanting to launch myself in the fucking sun. Now the same thing is being forced on all of us. Bro, what the fuck? Does their propaganda work? From my perspective, no one will fall for this. No. What are you talking about? Who the fuck would look at this and be like, well, that's a reasonable and sound opinion? Hello? Lucky for me, she moved on from me to Graham Plattner as to who reminds her of her ex-husband now. It kind of sounds like Abdul El-Sayed actually existing socialism. Kind of sounds like actually existing socialism is imitating Hasan Piker, but with slightly more complex clausal syntax. AES. She's tweeting about Maylot now. I love her so much. Magdi Jacobs, you are awesome. Never change. Okay? Everywhere she goes, she sees her ex-husband. Yeah. You know, I was checking out of the cash register. Cash register looked up at me, said free parking is that way. I thought he said free Palestine. You know what that reminded me of? My abusive ex-husband. I immediately called the manager to get him fired. He's now fired. Turns out he was an undocumented immigrant. We called ICE on him. He's going to El Salvador. Also, what I wanted to do to my ex-husband. Everywhere I look, I see my ex-husband. Mamdani's elevation of Valdez over Reynoso shows he values something more than substance improving constituent services. What is that something? I'd posit his movement and his own power. It's not a good look. Velasquez and James are rightfully pissed. Who else but Magdi Jacobs could deliver an insight like, the mayor prefers when members of his own organization win rather than those who aren't? This is what you learn at Poli-Sci 101, okay? Yeah, freelance writer at Harvard. You don't know about this stuff, okay? You don't understand. This is good politics. Yeah, Magdi Jacobs is awesome. She's basically our very own homegrown Eve Fartlow, and I love her for it, and I hope she continues doing this. It makes me very uncomfortable when men speak about women like this. Haley Stevens is a successful legislator who is clearly intelligent. El Sayed's comments are objectively misogynistic. The demeaning and aggressive tone makes them worse. I can't believe guys like this that have been virtually the only voice that's been heard in Democratic Party politics in perpetuity failed to deliver a fucking mandate that could defeat Donald Trump. How is that even possible? I, for one, am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. What a shocking revelation. Hold on. Let's figure out which camera is the right one. Okay. All right. I'm now going to be talking to Professor Zhang, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hello, Professor Zhang. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wow. Okay. What an honor. What an honor to have you here. A big time fan, first time listener. That's what we say in radio, which this is not. Hold on. I'm gonna fix. I'm doing a real time live production right now, so it's going to take a little bit to.
No worries.
To size you up, to fix you up on the screen. But okay. I know that you are now also doing live broadcasts because I saw you talk about, the trials of trying to communicate to an audience in real time and how difficult it is. So now, we're one in the same.
You need about 4 brains. Yeah,
what?
You need about 4 brains to do. You need about 4 brains to do it properly.
Thank you. It's the ADHD that I have. For your title, what would you like?
You can just call me Jiang if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna say Professor Jiang, and then I'm gonna say future predictor, predictive history.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so Professor Zhang, you have been on the broadcast of numerous academics and also Sneeko, who is not necessarily an academic, but but you've had conversations with the likes of Dugan and many others. Very excited to have you here. You did an interview with Breaking Points. Longtime fan of your work. Let's get right into it. What's the next prediction? What's coming up?
My next prediction, my big prediction is that I think Trump will get a 3rd term.
Okay. That's a little wild. All right. What makes you say that?
Well, first of all, he and his family have been stealing billions of dollars. That's a lot of corruption. And it's really unprecedented. So if he were to leave the office in 2028, you would imagine the first thing that any new administration would do is conduct an investigation because it'd be very popular among the American people. I also live in China, so I know how these things work. Basically, when someone gets in office and he's behaving like a tyrant, it usually means he's a tyrant. And it usually means he has no intention of ever leaving office. So I think that given his behavior, I think Trump is intent on a 3rd term. So then the question then is, would he get a 3rd term? And when Zelensky visited the White House, there was a White House gaggle, and basically, the reporter asked Zelensky, "Hey, why haven't you had an election for the past 4 years? And you should be out of office." And Zelensky is like, "Well, we're at war, so we suspend the Constitution." And Trump was like, "Wait, you can do that?" And then Zelensky was like, "You like that, don't you?" And that's what he might do. He could also run as a VP and have his son, Don Jr., at the head of the ticket. And then when he wins, when they win by cheating, they can, his son can abdicate and he can be the president again.
So there's one complication there. It's actually unconstitutional for him to be the vice president. Like right now, Barack Obama couldn't run as a vice president because he's already carried out his 2 terms. Because
that is
so
that is up to
there's a constitutional hurdle there, but maybe he can climb it. I don't know.
that is up to debate, because if you talk to any law professor, he or she will tell you that it is unconstitutional. It violates the spirit of the Constitution. But the problem with the Constitution is it doesn't state explicitly that you can't do that. Because what the Constitution says is that no vice president shall be elected, but the vice president is not elected. He's part of the ticket. So it's ultimately up to the Supreme Court to decide what this Constitution says, right? So
Yeah.
I would debate that they will take this to the Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, I mean, the vice president has the same qualifications as the president. Like, vice president also has to be like over the age of 35, for example. Like, you can't have like a 30-year-old VP on the ticket.
That is the spirit of the
but
Constitution.
then again, who knows? This
That's
is
the spirit of the Constitution. I agree with you. And all law professors will tell the same thing. But again, it's not in the letter. It's not explicit. And so they can take to the Supreme Court. And ultimately, 3 of the 9 justices were appointed by Trump. He'll probably get another one by the end of this year, possibly next year. So there'll be 4 appointed by Trump when this case goes to Supreme Court. But it'll be great for us because it'll be Barack Obama versus Donald Trump in 2028.
Okay, you said us. You're in the tank for the Democrats. Is that what it is? Am I getting that right?
No, I know. What I meant, I'm of course I'm being ironic. What I meant is just a general spectator.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like it'll be like the WWE, right? The main event.
Okay.
The greatest clash in American politics. Barack Obama versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been waiting for this ever since when did he go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner and Barack Obama made fun of him? I mean, he's been relishing this moment for a long time.
2015, 2014, maybe?
Yeah. No, he's been relishing this moment for a long time.
They're saying 2011 in my chat. Professor Zhang, is it possible to raise your volume on your end? I tried to do it on mine, but it's already maxed out just a little bit from your microphone.
Sorry.
Because you're a little bit quiet.
Sorry. I'll put my mic closer to my. Yeah. All right.
There's no way to crank up the volume on your end through the Zoom, maybe?
Yeah. Let me try. Okay. All right. Right.
It sounds
This is
fine, is
what-
what chatters are saying now, but it's crazy because, and I'm sure you've already gotten a little taste of this, when you were also live, they always complain. You know what I mean? They always complain, and then they're like, and then they complain nevertheless, even when you fix it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So, is this better now?
It's a little bit better. I'll just lower my own volume to adjust it to yours, so
Okay.
that people can, people can lower their volume or increase their volume. I think we should be
Okay,
good
all
this
right.
way.
Okay,
All right. So getting back to it. So you're famous for your predictions. You use game theory. A lot of people have called you out on it. I don't fully understand how game theory factors into your predictions.
Sure.
Do you mind elaborating on how game theory factors into your predictions on geopolitical events?
Right. So my big thing is that the world is a game, and we can treat nation states as players in this game, and each nation state has a distinct personality, determined by its geography and by its history. And this distinct personality determines how it interacts with the world. So, for example, the United States is particularly aggressive. China is not aggressive, and ultimately, each player is going to engage in its optimal strategy, right? So rather than like look at what people say, look at what people do, just think about like if this game were to continue, what is the optimal strategy? And then the player would adopt this optimal strategy over time. right? So if you were to go back, 2 years ago, and you were to survey American politicians and Donald Trump, would you go invade Iran? They'd be like, of course not. That's insane. Why would we do that? But they end up invading Iran because it is, at this point in American history, the optimal strategy in order to maintain American hegemony around the world. So that's a brief introduction to game theory.
Okay, so part of that equation in your assessment, because you correctly predicted that Trump's going to win the election. There were some incorrect predictions in there. I believe you said Nikki Haley could potentially be Trump's vice president, but then you also landed on JD Vance as well. There was one thing that stuck with me though, where you said that America was going to go up the escalation ladder with Iran. America was going to lose the war to Iran, but in the process of doing so, that there would be troop movements that from the rest of the region would join in on this battle and militarily invade Iran. Boots on the ground military warfare. Part of that, you said Saudi Arabia would amass 200,000 plus troops. Where, if you don't mind me asking, where did you get that number? Because I remember looking up the number of troops that the Saudi government has, and as far as like combat troops, it was nowhere near 200,000. Which, of course, I don't even think Saudis would ever allow Saudi nationals to go and wage war, as they were thoroughly defeated militarily in Yemen by the much smaller, much more ascetic band of troops backed by Iran, the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis.
Okay, so to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't do thorough research when I came up with these numbers. When I give lectures, I'm trying to create a narrative that sort of captures the essence of what's happening. And so my larger argument is that America will go in a coalition, and this coalition will make up the bulk of its invasion force. And we're already seeing this transpire where there's a crackdown in Iraq. And so what a lot of people believe is that the prime minister is trying to crack down on the Shia militias in order to pave the ground for a invasion from Iraq, right? And if that were the case, then you can see Iraqi militiamen joining in. You can see the Kurds joining in as well. So my larger point is that it'd be a broad coalition with the Americans providing aerial support and special forces and intelligence and command and control. But the bulk of the invasion force would be multinational. And you could also see some Japanese and Korean forces in there as well.
Wow, you think Japanese and Korean forces would also participate in a ground invasion of Iran?
Well, it's in the benefit of America to make it as international as possible. And ultimately, if the Strait of Hormuz were to continue to be closed, then South Korea and Japanese economies would tank, right? So they have a vested interest in sending forces. They may not send a lot, but again, I think Trump will be very interested in having this as broad a coalition as possible, just for domestic political purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Japanese self-defense forces, especially considering that that's like definitely a bridge too far for many, even in Japanese society. As far as I understand Japanese politics, that's I mean, they don't really have a real military. I mean, it's unconstitutional for them to even have a military technically. They
have the best blue water navy in East Asia. I can see them sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz to support the attack. And also right now, Japan is rewriting the constitution, and they are remilitarizing because they recognize that as the United States retreats from East Asia, then they need to basically be able to defend themselves against Chinese aggression.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit, if you don't mind me asking. So you live in Beijing, but you're on the English side of the internet. So, and I've been to Beijing. I don't know if you're aware. I've been to China. It was quite the controversial trip, as a matter of fact, because I don't have, unlike many Americans, I don't have an immediate hostility towards China. I think it's just another country existing in the world. And as you also correctly pointed out, they don't have a lot of inherent hostility towards other countries in general. They just have, they exercise their self-interest, and their self-interest revolves around maintaining stability around the world. And even simply saying that out loud and correctly pointing to that is seen as an unforgivable sin here in the United States of America. But I want to hear about your perspective on China a little bit, given as you're someone who went to college here in the United States of America, I believe, right? You went to Yale.
Yeah, I
Right?
was at Yale. Yes,
Yeah, you went to
unfortunately,
Yale.
yes.
You had an English degree from Yale, and then you also you worked as a journalist in China for a little bit, and then there was a little bit of controversy. I think you were working. I mean, this is just off your Wikipedia page. You can elaborate. There was you were working with a American outlet, I think, or an international or Western
PBS.
outlet.
Yeah, PBS.
Oh, you were working with
Yeah.
PBS. Okay, cool. And then and what was that about?
Yeah, so I was working as a freelance journalist for the first couple of years. I was in China, and I was working for the Chronicle of Education, Asia Week, some American publications. And then PBS came into town, and this was a time when China was applying to join the WTO, the World Trade Organization.
Uh-huh.
And there were a lot of worker protests around the country due to the restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system, right? A lot of people were losing their pensions, a lot of people were losing their livelihoods. And so they sent me to the northeast of China, a place called Daqing, to film a worker protest. And the moment I arrived, I was arrested because there were as you know, in China, there's a huge police presence everywhere. Like lots of plainclothesmen, a lot of spies. So I was arrested the moment I was there, and I was put in a hotel for 48 hours. And I was interrogated, and I was forced to sign a confession saying that I was working illegally in China as a journalist, which I was. I was working in China illegally as a journalist. I had a crime here. And so,
Sorry.
why is that funny?
I just like that you're so honest about it. Or you're like,
Yeah, no.
You're like,
It's illegal to work in China as a journalist, and then I was deported, but I was not charged with a crime. There's a difference, right?
Uh-huh.
So I was deported, and I was allowed back in the country anytime I wanted, but they wanted to deport me in order because I mean, like you can imagine when a journalist gets arrested in China, like when you got stopped at Tiananmen Square, that's big international news, right?
Yeah.
So they,
I mean, even when I got detained for like 3 seconds at Tiananmen Square, that
exactly,
was
yeah.
all over Western newspapers. They're like, oh, the communists have arrested him. I mean, it wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah. So they said you can come back anytime, but we have to deport you because you're getting too much attention. And so after a year, I was trying to write a book, didn't really work out, and I was trying multiple possibilities, but then I ended up going back to China to do documentary filmmaking, and then I worked for the United Nations of Afghanistan, and then after that, I started to work in education reform in China. I built a couple of schools in China that were pretty successful, and then I got fired because I'm a tyrant. I have a certain way of doing things. I have a certain way of educating students, and it didn't really align with Chinese culture and Chinese tradition. I want to teach critical thinking. I want to teach the Socratic method, and they just wanted kids to get into Yale and Harvard. And I was doing that, but they didn't want the education reform, and so I was fired from my position. I wandered around China for the next 10 years before I met my wife, and that's what really changed my life. After I met my wife, we had 3 kids, and so I needed stability in my life, and so I started to go work at a private school, and that's when I started to film my lectures. So I was teaching both geopolitics, game theory, as well as great books, Homer, Dante, Plato, and that's what made me popular online.
I've seen the videos. So the videos that you have on the internet, you actually have students in the room with you. Like that's a lecture from high school. I assume is it high school?
It's a high school, and I have like one student in the class. Yes.
Did you have one student?
Sometimes 2. Sometimes if I make it lucky, I get 2. But yeah, usually one student in the classroom. Yes.
And what's the like? I've looked into the website a little bit, and I feel like it's one of those schools where it's like the goal is to try to get these kids to like American college, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So we are a private school. I've left the school, by the way.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I have left the school to pursue other possibilities. But it's a private school. It's trying to get Chinese kids into American schools, American colleges. But as you can appreciate, a lot of these kids are there because they failed out of the Chinese public school system. Chinese public school system is very, very rigorous. It's intense, and a lot of kids, I would say the vast majority of kids, flunk out because they develop a lot of depression, they develop psychological issues, and these parents are rich enough to send their kids to America. So I deal with like rich dumb kids.
Yeah, that's what a lot of Americans don't realize this, but yes, the children of rich kids in other countries with like a public education system oftentimes will send as a secondary option their children to private school in America because it's much harder to get into the best schools, the top schools in China. Same thing with Turkey as well. I'm a dumb rich kid who had to go to private school in high school because I couldn't get into any of the good schools because I didn't fail, but it's just like I wasn't competitive enough in 8th grade in my test results.
And the grind starts at like age 2 or 1. You know, it's crazy what the parents will do to make sure their kid succeeds on the national entrance examination. I mean, like these kids are doing cram school at age 3 or 4. They're learning math, they're learning vocabulary, they're doing a lot of sports, just swimming. You know, I have 3 kids, and it's impossible for us to raise a family because our kids can't find any friends. Everyone's too busy studying, and you know, we are very progressive with our kids. We want them to be happy. And so all other parents look at us and think we're like, you know, just serial killers, you know, like cannibals. Like how could you do this to your child? Don't you know, like at age 6 or 7, your child's future is already determined? Are you happy with your child being, you know, like a drug addict for the rest of his life? We get a lot of stares, and we people talk about us behind our backs all the time.
That's wild. But you know, so what's your plan then? Are you planning on bringing them to the West, or are you planning on raising them in Beijing?
Yeah, so my long-term plan is to start foundation schools around the world and I want to promote a new model of education. And there'll be 3 major pillars to this new model of education, and they are great books. I think that in the digital age, it's now the most important thing to read books, especially the great books, right? Homer, Dante, Plato, Shakespeare. The second pillar is game theory, like teaching you how to understand geopolitics, how to understand current events, and understand the social forces that determine these events. And the third is their cult, religion, right? So I'm interested in teaching the Kabbalah. I'm interested in teaching Sufism, Vedic philosophy, Taoist philosophy, because I feel that, you know, if you really want to understand the world, you need to understand religion, because the reality is that most people are religious and people take their religion seriously. And I think that it's very hard to understand what's happening in the Middle East unless you look at it from an eschatological lens. Unless you appreciate that there are crazies in the American government, be like Peter Hegseth, who believe they're actually crusaders, that they are gonna go and bring in the second coming of Jesus. A lot of these Zionists are driven by end times eschatology as well. They really believe that they are going to build the third temple, and this is going to bring back not bring back, but like usher in the coming of the Messiah, and then God will bring heaven to earth. They all believe this, and unless you really appreciate this, it's very hard to understand how the world works.
I mean, I believe in dialectical materialism. So my understanding of the world revolves around, in some ways, it's not dissimilar to game theory, self-interest on the basis of class, and how societies are organized around the means of production, and everything is downstream from that. But I do think that there are some, you know, spiritual and ideological ways of thinking that might lead people astray. But I think ultimately is still, you know, it's still the self-interest of the capital owning class. But it seems like you were not a believer in Marxist theory or Marxist thought at all.
I'm sympathetic. If you actually research Kabbalah, you would appreciate that dialectic materialism comes from the Kabbalah. right? So if you look at Marx and his genealogy, both his maternal and paternal sides of the family, they come from several generations of rabbis. The guy's an aristocrat. Like just go and look at his Wikipedia page. He comes from like
he is Jewish, but he's also very critical of religion in general, and I do feel like the philosophical basis comes from Hegel and not Kabbalah. But maybe I misunderstood
right.
it.
Right. So I mean, my first point is that you're still influenced by your environment, right? I mean, if your parents, your grandparents are talking about Kabbalah every single day, you could reject that, but it's still going to influence how you perceive the world. That's point one. And then point two is that the Kabbalah infiltrated the larger milieu, the zeitgeist of the times, and so I think it's very hard to understand that materialism and communism without thinking about the Kabbalah. That's my experience. This is something we can go deeper into. But I can show you a lot of similarities between dialectic materialism and Kabbalah. So
I would
mean,
love to
but
hear more about that, actually, because I
Right.
feel like it's what you're describing is like almost foundationally diametrically opposed to my understanding of materialist thought, especially when paired with the concept of dialectics, which is to disavow the spiritual. Which, you know, Hegel's dialectics, yes, was more so about the spirit of certain things, whereas like materialism is all about, you know, the real world, simply put.
Right. Okay. So have you looked at the Tree of Life? The Tree of Life.
No. What is the Tree of Life?
Okay.
I mean, I think I know what that is, but I don't know.
Right. Okay. So the Tree of Life is what Kabbalists believe to be the fundamental underlying logic of the universe. Basically, how God thinks. Basically, how the universe moves. Right. So in their understanding, the universe is energy, and this energy has a certain vibration. It moves. And what the Tree of Life shows you is how this universe moves. And you actually study the Tree of Life, what it is fundamentally is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Okay? So the idea is like everything produces a polarity, and then this polarity in itself combines to create a new force, which then creates a new polarity. And that's dialectic materialism, right? Marx's great innovation is to say, okay, I'm going to take this idea and apply it to
It's
economics.
dialectics, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's materialism, but
Right.
But, okay, go on. I shouldn't have stopped you. You're lecturing.
Right. No, but I'm saying that's what the Tree of Life teaches you. Like the fundamental force of the universe is the thesis, antithesis, synthesis dynamic, right? And you can also say this as the generative force, productive force, and then creation. And what Marx's great innovation is to recognize that, okay, the priority then is economics, okay? And that's how he came up with dialectic materialism. And before, people appreciate it as maybe thought or religion. And Marx says, no, we can simplify it by prioritizing class differences.
Okay. Okay. I still don't fully understand how that is similar, but you know, maybe I just don't have the brain power to comprehend it. But okay, so what's your spiritual analysis then? Because you said everybody believes something, right? Like everybody has like some kind of spiritual understanding of the world, some kind of religious worldview. What would you say yours is?
Right. So, you know, 4 years ago, I was a very happy atheist. I was like you. I was probably more sympathetic to Marx than anyone else. I really believe in dialectic materialism.
Wait, that was 4 years ago? You said?
Yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years
Okay.
ago. And then these past 4 years, as I'm teaching history, as I'm teaching the great books, as I'm seeing how things unfold in the world, I have this crisis of faith. And so when I'm looking at what's happening in Iran, I can't explain it simply using game theory. I can't explain it just using, geopolitics. I think there's something much larger going on. I still don't know why Donald Trump attacked Iran. Do you know why? Because he's never really articulated a good reason why he decided to go and attack Iran.
Why do I think
So
he attacked Iran?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
yeah.
think that the axis of resistance was at its weakest point in the aftermath of 3 years of genocide, and that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government was able to make a convincing case to finally strike at Iran, something that numerous American administrations have said no to. And then he believed foolishly that a regime decapitation would actually create ample ground for regime change, with the Kurdish militias on the ground, foment sectarian conflict, things of that nature. Of course, it didn't happen. I think Benjamin Netanyahu probably utilized the Venezuela victory as well to his advantage. And outside of that, I think ultimately he wanted to, one, disrupt the global world, the global energy supply coming out of the Gulf, because the Gulf is already far too close to China, America's only, I think, at this point, geopolitical enemy. And they wanted to, I mean, Trump has been doing this already. He wanted to decouple the rest of the world from China. It failed, obviously, with his tariffs, with his Liberation Day tariffs proposals. And then outside of that, I think he wanted to maintain the world's largest known natural oil supplies in Venezuela, which he did. And then he turned around. He turned around and thought he could then either disrupt the Gulf's energy development and increase the rest of the world's over reliance on American refined oil, or rather destabilize Iran and then control Iran so that he would no longer have to worry about the rest of the Gulf potentially aligning with China in any meaningful capacity, which could have created a leverage point for China and would have probably hardened China's position. They're already very clearly aligned with Russia. That's one major energy provider for them, and they still obviously need oil and gas. Whereas they are already in control of the next, they have monopoly control over the next wave of the world's energy supply, the green energy, renewable energy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And if Barack Obama were president, I would agree with your analysis. We're talking about Donald Trump, right? So the thing about Donald Trump is, in his first term, they tried really hard to debrief him. There was the presidential daily briefing, and they recognized this guy doesn't actually read. So at first they tried a paragraph, instead of one pager, let's give him a paragraph. And it was impossible to focus his attention. He just did not care. So then they were like, okay, we'll do bullet points, okay? Didn't work either. They're like, okay, we'll draw pictures. And didn't work either, okay? Even if you drew pictures for him, he could not keep focus. He could not absorb what you were telling him about geopolitics. And then they recognized the only way to get his attention was to appear on Fox News and tell him the message there. Okay, so this is a guy who has problems paying attention, who has problems being consistent, who has problems putting together coherent thought. So I think he's very emotional. I think he's very instinctual. He believes his own intuition. So I have a hard time believing that he actually thought it out.
I don't think he did. I think that there are people around him that some he trusts clearly that are manipulating him. They're goading him into taking certain actions. But it's like Joe Biden. Joe Biden was far too old to be making any kind of decisions. It was most likely the team around him that were making these decisions and moving him along. George W. Bush famously wasn't, very well put together, but they were just simply signing off on a lot of these things. But I think the people around him were most likely convinced that this was a decent plan of action, which it of course it wasn't. And they had to push back the Chinese summit once. And then when Donald Trump inevitably appeared alongside Xi Jinping in the China summit, because he had to, it was clear that he did not have any leverage. As a matter of fact, he was bargaining from a position of weakness when he went there. And that's part of the reason why he went back on $14 billion arms transfer to Taiwan, which went against like previous American foreign policy. And probably played a major role in normalizing relations across the strait. But again, that's because he lost. But you said there was a spiritual reason that like you saw you saw Trump moving against Iran, and that like caused your spiritual awakening. So how did that happen?
Right. Okay. So it was a series of events. Okay, but my first great epiphany was when I was teaching Dante. The Divine Comedy. And it was my first time reading Divine Comedy. And it took me a long time to try to appreciate its beauty, its truth. But when I did, I recognized that this could not have been written by a human being. It is just so beautiful, so perfect. And it revealed a deeper truth. And my only conclusion is this was not written by a human being out of his own free will, out of his own experience. A lot of things I felt he was channeling God. I felt he was channeling the universe, and then explaining the truth in poetry. And so the Divine Comedy, what it tells us is that there are two worlds. There's the material world in which we live, and then there's a spiritual world in which our consciousness inhabits. So think of our consciousness as inhabiting infinite dimensions. And our consciousness is able to access the entire universe if we train our consciousness to meditate, to focus, to be ever present. And once we do that, then great truths revealed to us. And I look deeper into this, and I recognize that this is what every single great religious and spiritual tradition has taught before, that ultimately we are part of the divine, that God is in us, and that we are in God. And as I continue to study more and more history, I recognize that most humans throughout most of human history have believed this, and they've structured societies around us. Our world is unique in that we are completely materialistic, and that we deny the existence of God, that we deny the existence of the soul, of consciousness. In neuroscience, no one has actually spent any research into the nature of our consciousness, and that's kind of weird because we spend most of our time thinking, right? So, like why haven't we looked into where our thoughts come from, how we structure our thoughts, and how we communicate our ideas? So the Divine Comedy was a great awakening. And then, like as I studied history, I recognize a great paradox in our history, which is scientists know that our minds, the way that our minds are structured with the frontal lobe, our minds have been this way for the past 200,000 years, but we only have like 10,000 years of recorded history. So what were we doing before the Ice Age? Like were we just like, in caves, freezing to death, or running around chasing monkeys? Like what were we doing for 300,000 years? And then you look at places like Göbekli Tepe, in Turkey. You look at places like the Amazon forest, the Grand Valley in the United States. There's so much evidence of previous civilizations in these places before, and so I don't know how much of our history is real. So these past 4 years, I've been on a journey, and also I've been looking into certain conspiracy theories, such as a moon landing, such as JFK, such as 9/11, and the evidence is kind of overwhelming.
Overwhelming in what direction? It's just fake.
In the government is covering things up, right? I mean, like just look at 9/11, you just Google World Trade Center building number 7. You're like, oh, wait a minute here. I thought 2 buildings came down, right? Because there were 2 planes, but 3 buildings came down that day. So how did that happen? Right? And like the moon landing. Oh, okay, we got to the moon, but apparently we lost all the technology. We lost all the data, the telemetry data, and we lost all the footage. So I'm like, oh, how did that happen? You know, like you have this huge bureaucratic organization, and they lost all the technology.
So
Yeah.
what do you think is going on? Like you think they just like faked all of it? Like they set up 9/11 on their own to like go to war in the Middle East to create sufficient cause? Is that what it is?
Again, I unless you have a full appreciation of the cult and its impact on the imagination of people, it's really hard to understand what their motivations are, right? But once you understand their cult, once you look into secret societies, they really believe they have a religious mandate from God into to remake the world in a certain way that welcomes God to our world, right? So look at artificial intelligence, and you know, like this New Yorker article by Ronan Farrow on Sam Altman, where he interviews some OpenAI researchers, and they say like, "Oh, we're trying to summon demons with AI." Like they're being literal about this. They're not joking about this. They're not being metaphorical. They're being
You don't think that's
literal.
just
They believe-
self-interested to greatly increase the potential impact of AI and how scary it is in an effort to justify all the additional billions of dollars in fundraising? Because there's two different schools of thought on this, right? Many people don't believe that AGI is truly possible, and then there are some who are simply trying to feed the bubble to the best of their ability. And part of that is to say that AI is going to take over everything. It's so scary. And that actually causes a lot of people to pay close attention to it and to continue giving money to it, to continue giving money to the likes of Sam Altman specifically, so they can continue, I guess, trying to develop it to the best of their ability. I do have a question for you. So you said you
Sure.
read The Divine Comedy only 4 years ago. That seems a little far-fetched considering that you got an English degree from Yale.
Well, I mean, but the Divine Comedy is in Italian, right? So we read Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, Wordsworth. We were reading English poetry.
So you didn't read Divine Comedy through your English major at Yale?
No. And Divine Comedy is actually very hard to read. I mean, I read a lot of classics at Yale. I read, you know, Homer and Plato, but we never read the Divine Comedy.
Okay. I mean,
We should have. We should
read
have.
it. We read it in. I think we were. I mean, I read it in Turkey in like 8th grade, I think. But you know,
Right.
I didn't fully
Right.
understand it. But then again, I also didn't think that it was like a divine intervention that like was incepted into Dante's brain.
I spent the past 2 weeks teaching Divine Comedy, and I spent every single day trying to tell people this is God's work. This is not Dante. This is the universe taking possession of Dante in order to spread the divine fire to humanity. I just spent the past 2 weeks doing that, and it's on my channel. So
Okay. And you're okay. So you read Divine Comedy, and that just like one-shotted you. It one-shotted
Basically,
your
yes.
mind.
Yeah.
And that somehow ties back to Donald Trump's invasion plans of Iran, and
Yeah.
that puts you down this journey. But that happened, you know, that didn't happen 4 years ago, right? That happened 130 days ago is when Donald Trump kickstarted Operation Epic Fury. So the timeline is a little messed up for me. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to.
Okay. All right. So okay. So here's my theory. And again, I could be completely wrong. Okay. But based on my reading of Divine Comedy, this is what I think happened. Okay. There are many Jewish occultists, okay, Kabbalists, okay, who are intent on ushering the end times because they want God to come to earth and to reunite with the Jewish people. Okay. And so one group that is very prominent, very powerful are the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and then Rebbe Sneerson was leader of that movement for many decades. He's obviously passed away. But the thing about Chabad Lubavitch is like they are the largest property owners in Brooklyn. Okay, so they bought property way back before World War II, and now they're basically the biggest real estate developer in Brooklyn. And a lot of people that are in real estate are maybe front people for the Chabad Lubavitch movement, including like the Kushner family, right? And Donald Trump would obviously have had dealings with Chabad Lubavitch. They're not interested in the mature world. They don't care about that. What they're interested in is fulfilling their end times prophecy. There are three major pillars to the end times prophecy. The first is the completion of the Greater Israel Project, right? Second is the return of the Jewish diaspora to Jerusalem. They want all Jews to return to Israel, and they're fanatical about it. They're very serious about it. And the third is the building of the third temple, because that is where God will live. Okay, so if you just go into the Chabad Lubavitch movement, they're fanatical about these three objectives, and for decades they were planning this. Now, the thing about these religious Jews is they spend all their time meditating on the Torah.
Wait, Professor Zhao, before we move on, I have to ask you some questions here. So you're saying the Chabad Lubavitch movement predates Zionism as an ideology, and that it was actually a foundational ideology before Zionism, pre-Theodore Herzl, pre-Jabotinsky, and the like, and that they are responsible for Zionism as a prominent ideology, as a settler colonial ideology?
Okay, so let's be precise. So after the Protestant Reformation, the idea, there were many different groups, including the Freemasons, including the Sabbatean Frankists, many different groups who are interested in the second coming of Jesus. Okay, people like Isaac Newton thought that now that you have direct access to the Bible is a divine plan, because the Bible is literally the Word of God, right? And if you read the Bible in a certain way, right, if you focus on the books of Daniel, the books of Ezekiel, and the book of Revelation, this divine plan is going to reveal itself to you. And this divine plan calls for all three things, okay? So it's not just the Chabad Lubavitch people, it's also a lot of the Freemasons, a lot of different secret societies. They believe that for God to return, you need to meet certain conditions. And again, this is a fringe group of people, but unfortunately, this fringe group of people tend to have all the power in the world. Okay, so
I mean, I don't know if that's the case. Like, I mean, I think Zionism is, broadly speaking, a fairly dominant ideology amongst a lot of evangelical Christians, and certainly many American or Western Jews as well. But having said that, I don't know if it's not even that I don't know. I don't believe that this is a foundational ideology that predates the inception of Zionism itself under the likes of Theodore Herzl. There was plenty of discourse around it when it first was being discussed. Many Jews were against it. As a matter of fact, Jews were primarily against it, both for theological justifications, different sects of Judaism that understood it as I don't know what the term would be in Judaism, but heretical, right? As in
absolutely,
that Jews are not supposed to maintain a nation state before the return of the Messiah. And then there were plenty of Jews who were just basically secular, even though Theodore Herzl and many of the other founding fathers of Israel were also secular themselves. But there was the Bundist movement that was anti-fascist and therefore opposed any kind of settler colonial enterprise, such as what Zionism would bring about. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that would be a guiding principle. And I also certainly don't believe that the groups that were able to purchase real estate in Brooklyn are the most powerful financial force in American politics, let alone global politics. I mean, it's just Brooklyn real estate.
Right. Okay. So again, you're absolutely right. These points you bring up are absolutely correct. Okay. Point one is that Zionism in the year 1900, when Theodore Herzl was active, it was a very fringe thing. Only about 1% of all Jews around the world support the idea of like, let's pack our bags leave a middle class life in England and America and go to a desert in the middle of nowhere. Like 1% of Jews actually believe this. And you're absolutely right in
It's
that.
before the 1900s, even. It's like late 1800s, I think.
Yeah, so I think Theodore Herzl, his book, Judenland, was published in the year 1899.
Yeah.
So at this point in history, the idea of return to Jewish homeland, Jerusalem, it is not popular. But as you point out, the other issue is that it is heretical, right? Because the very basis of Zionism, Christian Zionism, is that you can actually manipulate history, and that goes against God's will, right? It is God's will that the Jews be dispersed around the world because of their sins, because of their lack of faith in God. And when God has chosen the Jews already, then He will send a Messiah to take them back to the promised land. Okay, that's the order of things. And so the priority for Jews is to practice a life of piety, a life of goodness, a life of generosity. And then when God is ready, then the Messiah will come. Okay, that's what most Jews believe.
Okay, quick question for you, actually. I don't know how many Jewish friends you have, but at least maybe in the spaces that I occupy, they don't believe any of that shit. As a matter of fact, for the most part, most Jews that I know at least are, they're atheists. They say they're Jewish. They may have, attended a couple dinners every now and then, but for the most part, they're just, they're chill about this sort of stuff. So I don't, like, a lot of Jews are secular. I don't think they believe any of this stuff. So I don't know if we're.
I went to Yale. So I didn't know a lot of Jewish people. But
so the Jewish people that you met in Yale, they were like, this is what we're about. We got to live a life of piety.
No. They were secular. They were extremely intelligent. They were very open-minded. They were very cosmopolitan. They were secular. Like I don't recall meeting any religious Jews. But what I've learned is this. Okay, you have about 1 million people. You actually don't need that many people in order to create a movement that has a direct influence on geopolitics. If only 1% of these 1 million people decide, you know what, we really believe in something fanatically, and we're willing to sacrifice our lives in order to achieve our goal, and we're willing to pour resources, and we're willing to spend the rest of our lives doing this. And not only that, but we're willing to indoctrinate our children to complete our mission and our grandchildren to complete this mission over the course of 100 years. Well, this 1% is going to have a lot of influence in finance, a lot of influence in business, a lot of influence in politics and geopolitics.
So you think it's the Chabad Lubavitch guys that have a lot of influence in finance? It's not just like even if, because the common trope is there's a lot of Jewish people in positions of power, right? And in the field of finance and whatnot. I don't think any of those guys are a part of Chabad Lubavitch, or maybe some might be, but by and large, I think there are some who are Zionists, some who have varying degrees of interest in like defending Israel's interests, but for the most part, they have their own self-interest. From my perspective, it's regardless of what someone's religious background is maintaining their class position, right?
Okay.
Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter. That's the way I interpret the world, at least, right?
Okay, all right. So there are certain things about Donald Trump.
Because I don't think Hasidic Jews run finance, is what I'm saying. That would be a shock to me.
Right. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Chabad Lubavitch, they run everything. Okay, but okay. This is like really complicated. So let me go step by step. Okay, Chabad Lubavitch, they're interested in religious meditation. They're interested in mysticism. Okay, they're interested in ideas, and so they focus all their energies on on meditation. Okay, and what they pray for is, of course, the coming of the Messiah and the return of the Jews to Jerusalem and to be one with God. And if we believe the universe is pure energy, if we believe the universe is conscious, then these ideas would be uploaded to the universal subconscious. Okay, does that make sense? Because
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm listening. I'm open minded.
Okay,
you know?
right. But I want
Like,
to.
I don't believe we're all uploading our energy into a collective consciousness or anything.
But
like
I'm
that.
saying let's just work with that. Okay, so through the meditation of thousands of people over decades, there are certain ideas that are embedded now in the universal subconscious. But as you're uploading, you're also downloading as well, right? And as you download, you get a pretty broad schematic understanding of the course of this universe, okay? And you appreciate certain geopolitical movements. For example, that the United States will win World War II and establish Pax Americana. For example, the Soviet Union would rise to challenge the United States. For example, the rise of China, okay? Like you could, like what I do, if through enough concentration, appreciate how these events would unfold over time. Well, if you know this is going to happen, this is great for people who work in business and in finance, right? Because it allows them to make better business decisions. And so they're attracted to your movement, not because they are religious zealots, because they're like, wow, this is a great way for me to make more money for myself, right?
So wait, hold on. So let me get this clear. So you're saying that there are people, right? Jews, non-Jews, in positions of power, and they find themselves attracted to this way of thinking, represented by Chabad Lubavitch, because they think hard and they meditate and they unlock the download and the upload that you're getting, because this allows them to make better market decisions and make more money.
That's right, right? So
okay, where is the? You have to have some evidence for this, right? Because that seems a little far fetched, Professor Jiang.
Okay, well, I mean, like, let's look at the Epstein files, right?
Okay.
Why are these people like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton? Why are they hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? Like what's your answer?
Jeffrey Epstein is a facilitator that was deeply embedded in a lot of these circles. Networker, most likely affiliated with Mossad, most likely affiliated with the CIA. And his job was quite literally to be the guy that everybody knows, who can be a fixer at times, and who can also be the person who mass produces sex trafficked children, sex trafficked models of adult age, and you know, create a sequence of blackmail files on every single very wealthy person that they could deploy at times if necessary.
Explain to me, like, why he was obsessed. Like, there were a lot of emails where he was like, you know, like, let's get pizza and grape juice, grape soda, right? Pizza and grape soda.
So you think that was code? Because he would straight up be like, you know, talking about how he wants to fuck children too. So I've always been a little confused by that, because like, why is he using code words like pizza at times, and then other times he's just straight up being like, do not send me an adult prostitute. I would like a child prostitute, is what he would say in some of the.
So there were two major phrases that were like confusing, right? The first was like grape pizza and grape soda, okay, and the other was like going to the dentist. These kids were going to the dentist a lot, man. Like once a month or something like that. Like,
no. Well, the dentist one is understandable. That was actually, I mean, he also had the dental chairs in his compounds, and I think that was to. I mean, I don't know what he was doing, but it was definitely like some kind of either torture or some way of potentially removing their dental records after disposing of the victims, like something along those lines for sure. But again, that's more overt rather than covert.
Okay.
So why is he going overt at times, but then why is he also using the code word pizza?
Right. Okay. So I understand what he's doing. And I understand why Bill Gates and Bill Clinton would be attracted to him. Okay. But one thing that people have never resolved, a question that people have never resolved, is like, how did he get to his position where, you know, he knows the Rothschilds, where he where everyone's trying to be his best friend, right? It's not like him going to meet Elon Musk. It's like Elon Musk wants to meet him. There's
Yeah, no, I mean that's way after. So I think it was that school that he was working at as a math teacher who
Dalton.
the Bill Barr's father I think
Yeah,
was
the
the
Dalton
headmaster
school.
at. Yeah, and then he gets elevated. I think at some point he's connected with what's his name? Les Wexner, right? He goes to Dalton School. He gets connected with Les Wexner. He basically becomes like Les Wexner's potential love interest, allegedly. And also somewhere along the way gets access to all of his finances, becomes like sole financial guardian. And he just keeps I mean, at some point I assume he was tapped in by the intelligence community to play this role, as they, I guess, saw him as a decent serial networker who could be in and out of these crowds.
Right. So let's go over his timeline. Okay. So as you point out, he gets a job at the Dalton School. Then he goes to Bear Stearns, and at age 30, he's invited by David Rockefeller to join the Trilateral Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives an interview to Steve Bannon, and he's like, "Well, it's because I'm a math genius, and they want that. You're 30 years old." And
Yeah, I don't
David
believe that.
Rockefeller-
I think it
Right,
wasn't his math genius that caused a possible vestige of espionage to tap into what he could potentially do. I think it was just they thought that they could utilize him as a person that could be operating in these circles.
Okay, all right. So at age 30, he joins the Trilateral Commission, and then after Bear Stearns, he works for a man named Douglas Leese, who's an arms dealer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's heavily involved in Iran-Contra.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So he's at that point he's obviously already affiliated, is what I'm saying. Like
right. And in the year 1991, Lex Wexner signs over power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein. Who would you give power? You personally, I want to ask you, who would you give power of attorney to? Who would you be comfortable signing your power of attorney over to?
Probably nobody, but I do understand.
I would say so.
I'm not saying that it's not strange. I totally understand that. I think the reason for why he did that was because by that point he had already been tapped in, and he was the fixer for a lot of these powerful people, and had connections to the CIA.
Okay, so Lex Wexner, okay? Two things about him, okay? First of all, what's really strange about him is he signed over power of attorney to a guy he didn't really know well in 1991 named Jeffrey Epstein. The second thing is, like, he's the founder of something called the Mega Group, right? The study group. And the study group are responsible for a lot of Jewish charities, including Birthright Israel, so sponsoring all these Jewish teenagers to go to Israel for a couple weeks. I've actually been on a Birthright Israel trip. Yeah, really funny thing. I've been on a Birthright Israel trip. You haven't, but I have.
No, I have not. Oh wait, but
right.
But okay, so we're going all over the place. I don't understand how any of this has. So are you saying that Jeffrey Epstein had he was a part of the mystical Hasidim,
that's exactly
and that's the reason why?
Look, I'm trying to figure out why Jeffrey Epstein is put into the position that he is. And given his background, if I'm just looking at this objectively and saying, like, what is this guy doing? It seems like he's being trained for a special mission, right? And who would have the power?
Yeah, mass-produced blackmail for very powerful people that you can deploy if necessary, while also being deeply embedded in elite society, which is, I mean, I think there's utility for that for the CIA. There's utility for that for Mossad.
Right. But I use game theory, so I'm trying to figure out who would do this. Who would tell Lex Wexner to give Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney? Who would tell Douglas Leese to go hire this guy and train him up to work in intelligence and in arms trafficking around the world? And I think, given all my research, okay, the person that would have the power, and I'm not saying it's him, but I'm saying a person who would have the power to do this would be Rebbe Sneerson. of the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Okay.
Okay.
So there are
I
two
still
videos
don't
of
understand how I don't understand how that has anything to do with this Rebbe being like what I can't connect here is like, where is the mystical future sight power coming from for these
All right,
magical mystical Rebbe?
Let's just use our imagination, okay? And let's try to be Rebbe Sneerson and go into his mind and how he perceives the world, okay? I'm Rebbe Sneerson, and I believe I'm a reincarnation of these great Jewish mystics who are now possessing me in order to fulfill the end times prophecy. The great reunion between the Jews and Yahweh, okay? That's what I believe.
Uh-huh.
Now, how do I go about doing this? Well, first of all, I need to create a transnational organization that can be politically effective in the United States and in Russia. Why? Because these are the two most powerful countries in the world at this point in history. And I know that because I've seen the future, okay? So I need to create a political organization.
But wait, I'm in the Rebbe's mind, and I can see the future already.
Yes, you can see the future. Yes.
That already sounds far-fetched. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I don't think the Rebbe had the future foresight gifts, but okay.
Okay. Again, this is just a thought experiment. Okay, we're just using our imagination, and I'm trying to explain to you how this could have worked. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying, like, how do we add up all these different dots together? Okay, one is you have this guy who really believes he's a reincarnation of these different Jewish mystics that know the future, and his job is to implement the next phase of the plan. Okay, that's one. Number two is I now need to build organizations and find individuals that can help me fulfill this plan. So I'm building Chabad Lubavitch both in Russia and in Israel and in the United States, because these are the three nations that are most crucial to helping me achieve my plan. All right. So these people are pulling their resources and buying up real estate as much as possible. What's really important for me is to figure out who could potentially be political allies.
I mean, why did they buy Brooklyn? I mean, Brooklyn real estate didn't even get better until like recently, until it got gentrified in the last couple of decades. Why didn't they just buy out Manhattan, for example? You know what I mean? If they had the future foresight, I feel like I would make plays on Manhattan instead of Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
A lot of Chabad Lubavitch were immigrants from Eastern Europe and from Ukraine and from Russia, right? And they just congregated in that area. And so once they congregated in that area,
but if they have future foresight, it shouldn't matter, right?
Okay. Future foresight is not that specific. Future foresight gives you visions of how the global map works out.
Also, why haven't they been able to infiltrate China, you think? I'm the Rebbe right now. I'm the Rebbe right now, right? Honestly.
Wait, sorry. Who says they have not infiltrated China?
I'm the Rebbe, right? And I'm thinking, okay, 100 years of Chinese humiliation. What's next? 100 years of Chinese prosperity. Okay.
Right.
Eventually, there's the excess of the Cultural Revolution. And then Deng Xiaoping comes in, liberalizes the economy, reforms kick in, and then there's a period of instability in the aftermath of that. But ultimately, we get to the Xi Jinping era, right? China's rising. China's a rising superpower. I'm trying to get in there. Why haven't I got in there as the Rebbe?
Well, first of all, who says they have not infiltrated China?
You think the
I do.
Chabad Lubavitch has infiltrated China?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
But not the way you imagine.
Okay.
Okay. So what do you think the Chinese elite care most about? The people in power, what do you think they care the most about?
What do I think the Chinese elite care most about? I don't know. I mean, probably stability. Like broadly, are we talking about the party's goals? Like, what do you mean Chinese elite?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you're a provincial governor of China or you're a billionaire in China. What are your priorities?
If I'm a part of now I'm a part of the party. I'm a billionaire. I'm a business owner in China. I'm thinking, how do I how do I perform to the best of my abilities, and how do I go up through the ranks of the party? If I'm a billionaire, I'm probably not going to make it to the top echelon of power, regardless. But I'm trying to be on she's good side. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Well, my priority would be this: to get my money and my children out of China.
Okay.
Right.
You
That'd be
think
my
that's
priority.
what you think that's what all the billionaires are trying to do? They're trying to get their money out of China.
Well, you just look at the statistics, right? The number, the amount of money leaving the country, the number of people fleeing the country, it's pretty overwhelming, right? And why? Because it's a one party state, right?
Mhm.
I'm a billionaire. What's to stop the party from taking my money the next day,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it happens all the time.
right?
It's
Right.
you know,
So my priority, number one priority, is to get
the
my money out of
prosperity
the country.
initiative.
Right. To get my money out of the country and to get my children out of the country, right? Now I need people to help me facilitate this process to get my money out of the country, to money launder it, and to ensure my children are embedded in the elite circles of America, right? To get them to Dawson School, to get them to Yale, to get them jobs at JP Morgan.
Okay. So
Right.
how does this connect back to Jewish control of China?
Well, because the Jews and the Chinese get along very well,
Okay. But like, how does
right?
that?
So,
But I
well,
don't understand how
because
that in any way, shape, or form creates because you're saying that the Red Bay has future foresight and
this
has
is just a
already
thought experiment.
infiltrated.
I had no idea. I've
Okay,
never met
you're
the guy. He's
speculating
dead.
that the Red Bay has future foresight, and he's like trying to infiltrate the Chinese halls of power. Here's the thing, though: if you're a billionaire and you've like fled China, or if you have significant amount of investment in the Western world, I suspect that you don't have the same level of connection within Chinese governance any longer, right? Because like when you do that sort of thing, especially I feel like in the Xi Jinping era, especially any kind of financial corruption of that sort is oftentimes stamped out pretty aggressively, and your ties are often severed with the party. So how does that translate back to party power? How does that translate back to influence within Chinese governance?
Okay, so what I'm doing is it's all a thought experiment. I'm not saying this is actually what happens. I'm saying like how this could potentially play out. Okay.
Yeah. So
I read
I
this.
expanded on the thought experiment. I was like, so we agree China's rising as a rising power, as a global,
Right.
you know, a global
Right,
superpower.
And do you agree that a lot of these billionaires, a lot of these powerful people are trying to move their money and their children out of the country?
But then they sever their
And
connection to
they're not
centers
severing
of
the
power
connection.
within China.
They're not severing their connections. All they're doing is they're moving their money and their children out of the country, right? But they're not severing the connections. They're still where they are. They're still, in that political position that they are. They are still running factories, doing real estate deals in China. But they're trying to move their money and their children out of the country because that is the best strategy for them in order to ensure their safety, right? Now I need people who I can trust, who are powerful in America, who are well connected in America, who can help me facilitate this process, right? To get my kids into Yale, to move my billions and put them into real estate deals in the United States.
I don't think that's. I don't think that connection makes a whole lot of sense. I'll be honest. I don't think there's a Chabad Lubavitch connection. I just don't understand why it's a Chabad Lubavitch that's at the center of all of these theories.
Right. Okay. So I think a lot of problem is like,
especially because like, have you met like Hasidic Jews in general? Like, I mean, I
have not met Hasidic Jews.
I was about
never
to
met
say they're. I mean, like
Yes.
by and large, you know, their financial circumstances broadly are not as great as you are presenting it. They're very poor.
I agree.
So
I completely
there's
agree.
a select
appreciate
group of
that.
them or something. Is that what's going on with they're the ones who control the money?
Okay, so my first point is like the situation is not as static as you believe. It's people. It's a lots of circles that intersect at certain points. Okay, does that make sense? I'm saying like Hasidic. So I'm not saying that Hasidic Jews run everything. Like that. That's just absurd. I'm saying like there are different convergence points. Okay. Finance is doing finance. China's doing finance. Chabad Lubavitch is doing Chabad Lubavitch. But I'm saying there are certain convergence points. And it's these convergence points that matter.
Yeah, but I just don't understand. Like, it's not like China's like heavily invested in BNH or like Satmar Jews or something. You know what I mean? They're not. There's just like different different groups of people that own different properties, and that isn't distributed across the board. There is no like there's no like center of power here that is consolidated in the hands of the few in the way that you have represented it.
I completely agree. But again, I think there is a confluence of interests that lead to certain events unfolding. Okay, so let's continue the thought experiment where I'm Rabbi Schneerson and I'm creating this organization Chabad Lubavitch. And what else I'm doing is I'm identifying certain potential political allies. Okay, I'm in 1980s, 1990s in New York City. Okay, I'm Rabbi Schneerson. I'm looking around me, and like, who do I think could potentially be a president of the United States? What kind of person do I think could run the White House, and who I could work with and co-opt over time?
You think they chose Donald Trump? That's what you think?
I think so. I think so.
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right. If you
look,
listen,
look. Okay. Number one, Donald Trump since the 1980s was saying, "I want to be president of the United States."
I know, but so do many people.
Okay. I understand. Okay. So I'm not saying they only pick Donald Trump. I'm saying like they're looking at different people, and it's like a VC fund, right? You're putting your money in different companies, right? And so Donald Trump is someone that they're looking at because one, Donald Trump has been saying since the 1980s, "I want to be president of the United States." Second of all, he's probably at this time the most famous American around the world, right? Like if you're like in Africa,
Donald Trump was not the most famous. No, Donald Trump in the 1980s was not the most famous American. You got Michael Jackson, you got Michael Jordan, 1990s.
Sure.
He was nowhere near the most famous.
People,
he was barely famous in America. I mean, he was like in rap songs and stuff like that for some period of time. But
I think if you're a poor person living in Africa, the person who
you think a poor person living in Africa knew who Donald Trump was in the 80s?
I think so.
No,
I think
that's
so.
crazy.
Because at this time in history, okay, like around the world, people are going to associate the American dream with Donald Trump. This is a guy who got rich and he's able to, sleep with like movie stars. He's able to
I don't think he was seen like that at all. He wasn't seen like that at all. He had a wife. Like, he was just like a weird real estate guy that was kind of gross. It's actually a big driver, is a big motivator of his enmity towards the cultural elite, is that he was never welcome because he was too rude and he was too nouveau riche. So that was his like big driving motivator to like destroy the cultural elite, the liberal intelligentsia. They mostly saw him as a cartoon figure.
I agree. Like in the 1980s, the rich saw Donald Trump as a clown. I agree with that. But again, like we're imagining we're Schneerson. I'm like, who can we invest in? Like who would be a good investment? You're not invest in someone who's a real billionaire that everyone admires because it's going to cost you a lot to invest in him. But you've got this guy, Donald Trump, who thinks he's rich, but who's not really rich, and who everyone detests, right? He's someone that you could nurture over time. In Mar-a-Lago, there is a replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
Do you know about this?
No, but go on.
Okay, but you can actually Google this. There's a replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
Whenever, like, Donald Trump has a 99% approval rating in Israel, they literally see him as the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great in
they don't anymore. They fucking hate him now because he told Israel to stand down in Lebanon. His approval rating dipped like 60 points, I think, in a matter of 2 weeks.
Okay, but right, and
but before he was a very popular figure in Israel. They liked him a lot more than
they see him as Cyrus the Great. Okay, the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great, someone who's going to take the Jews back to Jerusalem and build the third temple. Then
Yeah,
you
I'm gonna be
have
honest. Again, I don't think many Jews are as like religiously involved in this this messianic. Like, there's the red heifer stuff, but they're by and large. I think Zionism is a civic nationalist substitute for any kind of religious understanding of the world. So I think it's more so born out of like a level of self-preservation, self-interest, a fear that if there isn't a Jewish state, that like the Holocaust could happen again, things of that nature, and not necessarily this this religious ideology. Are there some Jewish people, like fundamentalists, who have this kind of perspective? Certainly, but they are not the majority at all. I don't think like the average Jewish person in Israel believes that Donald Trump is like truly going to lead Jews to the promised land. Right. I don't think that's the case. I mean, they like him because he's pro-Israel. Like that's pretty simple. And that's precisely the reason why now that he is seen as not as pro-Israel, because for the first time ever, Donald Trump is not. Donald Trump has been seen as being at odds with Netanyahu or restraining Israel in some capacity, albeit limited. His approval ratings declined dramatically.
Let me ask you this question, okay? And you can take a guess. But Javier Milei, when he became president of Argentina, his first foreign trip, okay, as a head of state of Argentina, was to where?
Yeah, Javier Milei is very pro-Israel. A lot of Latin American countries that are now changing rulers are all running on an openly pro-Israel slant. I mean, Venezuela also shipped oil to Israel, albeit symbolic, immediately after the coup. So I'm aware of all this, yes. But that is...
I'm saying Javier Milei's first foreign trip as head of state of Argentina was to where?
Israel, I assume, right? That's
wrong. The answer is Brooklyn. The first thing he did was visit Rebbe Sneerson's grave in Brooklyn. You can Google this.
Okay. I mean, this is all.
Wait. So I'm asking you who this guy is, Rebbe Sneerson. Like why would
I don't know. I mean, he's just like he's a religious. He's like a random religious figure in America. But
okay, right. There are two videos on YouTube.
But he's also very pro-Israel, right? Like a lot of these Latin American countries and their leadership are now openly pro-Israel. And
wait.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's a reason for it, right? Like you're like, why the fuck would Javier Milei be pro-Israel? He's in Argentina. Is the question?
No. I'm asking yourself, why would he go visit the grave of Rebbe Sneerson as the head of state of Argentina? His first foreign trip.
It's the same reason why people go and show support at the Wailing Wall, right? Like it's just to say like, oh, this I'm with you. Like it's a symbolic show of support. So I don't think there's any like spiritual reason for it.
There are two YouTube videos. Okay, the first YouTube video is Benjamin Netanyahu before he becomes prime minister. Okay, before he enters Israeli politics, he goes and meets with Rebbe Sneerson and says, "I ask for your blessing." And Rebbe Sneerson like blessing in politics or personal. Like in Netanyahu is like both personal and professional. And Rebbe Sneerson like, when is the Messiah coming? We must accelerate the coming of the Messiah. Like it's on YouTube. You can actually just go on YouTube and it's there. Okay, I'm not making this up. Okay, that's the first video. Second video is Rebbe Sneerson is greeting his followers, and one of the followers is like, "I'm the mother of Steven Spielberg, and I want your blessing." Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who this guy is and like how he's so well connected. Why is like all the most powerful people in the world going to him and saying like, "Give me your blessing"?
I mean, you just brought up a very wide range of people. Steven Spielberg's mother is not one of the most powerful people on the planet.
No, but Steven Spielberg is
also
right.
Also, once again, it's a show of support for a specific sect of Judaism. I don't think it's like. I don't think it's necessarily anything beyond that. I mean, it's like visiting the Pope. Like if people are doing that because they're like, yeah, that's the Pope, you know?
The Pope is one of the most powerful people in the world, right?
I mean, the Pope has a lot of influential power, but I don't think people are necessarily visiting the Pope because they feel like there's like a secret society that they're tapped into. It's debatable how powerful the Pope
but
is.
I'm saying, like, if you're Catholic and the Pope gave you a call and says, "Hey, can you give this guy who's my friend power of attorney?" I think all Catholics would do that, right?
I don't think the Pope is making phone calls like that. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying, like, if that were the case, right?
So this ties back to the Rebbe that we were talking about. You're saying that he made the call to Les Wexner.
It's never that simple. He told someone to go tell someone to go tell someone to go tell someone, and then Lex Wexner did that. It's like circles and circles. It's never that like simple, right? It's not like Rebbe Sneerson, right? It's like Rebbe Sneerson's like, like basically saying, I bless this man, Jeffrey Epstein, right? Word gets out to someone else, and Lex Wexner's like, oh, well, if Jeffrey Epstein is approved by Rebbe Sneerson, then I can give him power of attorney and I can develop him fully to his potential, right? I think these things are much more amorphous, much more ambiguous than people appreciate. And that's why, like, if you actually talk to these people, they think you're nuts if you point out the connections, right?
I mean, not really. There are a lot of religious leaders that people show support to. I mean, I think Zohar Mamdani went to the Rebbe's grave too. It's like, it's just a thing that you do because you're
really.
Yeah, it's a thing that you do.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a thing that you do in order to gain favor from different constituents that are going to go out and vote. It's just like, it's the same as like going to the when Michael Bloomberg went to the same mosque that Zohar Mamdani went to. That doesn't mean Michael Bloomberg is like secretly Shia Muslim now. You know what I mean? It's just a way to signal your support to these different groups in a relatively diverse environment like New York. Javier Milei is also a bit of a weeb for Judaism. Kaya, what are you doing, girl? But that's a separate situation, I think. Having said that, once again, there is a reason, as I was trying to say, that there are a lot of like Latin American leaders that show support to Israel. But I don't think it's like some secret messianic Jewish conspiracy, but rather it's a way to signal support for Western foreign policy, specifically American foreign policy, that you will be a loyal servant to.
Why are there so many IDF soldiers in Argentina?
I don't know, vacationing or there's the Patagonia fires, right? That's what you're. Yeah. I don't know the exact details of what's going on there, as far as like what may have taken place, but as far as as far as land grabs or whatnot, I don't know how that translates to, again, some kind of like grand Jewish conspiracy.
I'm not saying there's a grand Jewish conspiracy. I never said that. I'm not saying the Jews control the world. I'm not saying they're conspiring to control the world. All I'm saying is there are forces at play. And once these forces converge together, this offers you a better insight into how geopolitics works than the simple dialectic materialism. That's all I'm saying. Right? Because like the Rebbe Sneerson is just a thought experiment, right? I'm trying to figure out. I never met this guy. I know nothing about him.
I just don't think any of these guys believe in the spiritual stuff. I think they just look at the situation. They look at the world as a matter of self-interest, advancing their self-interest. And many powerful people in positions of power, they're not in like secret societies or whatever. They're pretty open about their ambitions. They don't do it in like cigar-filled rooms. They do it at Davos. They do it at G10 summits where they get together and they just say, look, this is our, we have to maintain control over the Middle East. Iran is a sovereign nation. And as a sovereign nation, it presents tremendous destabilizing power against Israel, which is our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the region that is a destabilizing force. And if there are some people in Israel that believe the messianic, the end times conspiracies or whatever, that's fine. But I don't think that's the major motivating principle of the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu, for example. I mean, he's a conservative Jew that grew up in Philadelphia. So I don't think that like he's a firm and committed believer in that. I think he just wants to leave a lasting legacy and expand the boundaries of Israel. That's what I think he's doing, and it just works.
Right, okay.
These interests coalesce with America's interest in the region.
Okay, and I would say I would agree with you on this, but at the same time, I think that if we just use this perspective, okay, then we would have to conclude that eventually this war against Iran will end, right? Because it's not in their best interest for this war to continue for too long. Is that correct? Like I'm trying to figure out, okay, we have this model of the universe, which is dialectic materialism, self-interest. And so let's extrapolate from this and figure out.
There are other competing forces here as well. Obviously, like America has to save face. America has to maintain force projection capabilities. That's like the entire underpinning of the dollar being the reserve currency. If America's military might is bested by a middle power like Iran, because it has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz and can dominate the American military that way and dominate global capital that way, then obviously, America's no longer the superpower we once thought it was. That would destabilize everything. So there is the competing interest there of America trying to save face to the best of its ability. So I suspect that they'll try to wean out of the situation and probably maintain this like weird limbo where is there a memorandum of understanding? Will Iran actually get sanctions relief or not? I suspect that the reasonable thing to do in this circumstance would be to actually retreat from the rest of the globe in the way that we've dominated, and instead move to, I guess, harden our defenses in the Donroe Doctrine in the Western Hemisphere, and redouble our efforts there, and not try to pick as much of a fight in the Middle East. I don't know if we'll do that. I'm just saying that would be the reasonable thing to do.
So let me ask you this. Do you think the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed?
I hope not, but that is definitely the goal of a lot of there's definitely a group of people in Israel that want to do it. I mean, there's like archaeological digs that they're conducting underneath the mosque in a specific attempt to like destroy the foundation that it remains on top of.
Right, but I'm saying like this: if we just looked at the world from a purely dialectic materialist perspective, I mean, it'd be insane to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I mean, like you would incite a religious crusade, right? I mean, like you have like. I mean, I
believe there are people who believe a litany of different nonsensical things, and that could motivate them to take action. I understand that. I'm not discounting that at all.
So all I'm saying,
I just don't think that there is a. I think that as long as it coalesces or converges with the interests of more powerful nations like the United States of America, or as long as it's in the interest of Benjamin Netanyahu to maintain a coalition with the more fundamentalist, more religious Jews in his coalition, he will make it seem as though that's fine, and he won't make he won't like force them to retreat in any capacity as long as they don't like destabilize too hard. But things do happen. They might end up. They might end up doing something that's like completely chaotic, but I don't think it's I don't think it's going to bring about the end times prophecy is what I mean.
Okay, all right. So I think here you and I would agree where maybe we can use economic self-interest to explain 95%, right? But then there's this unpredictable religious fanatical element to it, maybe 5%. That changes the vector of events, right? So if there were no religious fanaticism going on, okay, we can predict how this war will end up. But because there are these religious fanatics, maybe 5% of the population, and we're talking about like both in the United States, in Israel, in Iran, these are just religious fanatics, and they want this war to achieve their end times prophecy. And you and I agree, like they probably won't achieve their end times prophecy, okay? But that doesn't mean they won't try. And because they'll do certain things, then these events will basically become catastrophic, right? So I think right now the war is containable, but if the Al-Aqsa Mosque is destroyed, right, then all bets are off. Like we don't know what's going to happen now.
I mean, who knows? Who knows how the Muslim world reacts? They have, I mean, they've conceded quite a bit because Israel has, in line with the United States of America, Israel has been a fairly dominant force in the region. And given that they've turned a blind eye to the massacres of the Palestinians in Gaza, I don't know if the Arab world or the Muslims would revolt. Probably, maybe. And I don't know where that would go. But I don't think this is like... My point is, I don't think that this is an event that's being triggered deliberately by design by a group of individuals that are secretly controlling society in any meaningful capacity or have an understanding of the future or can see the future. It's just more so people that are, self-invested and some who believe in ridiculous things. And you keep those forces at bay to the best of your ability. But the only reason why they're a part of the Netanyahu coalition, for example, is because of immediate political reasons, immediate domestic political reasons, and not like a much larger, much broader, cult that is a towering force behind closed doors.
Okay, so let me make my argument, and you tell me if it makes sense to you. Okay, so I'm not saying there is a top-down system of secret societies where they control everything, and we are just slaves to their whims. But there are lots of people embedded in different positions of power. They may be formally or informally attached together, but they have certain beliefs that are similar, okay? So you have these Christian Zionists, and you have these Zionists, and you have these Mormons, and other groups, okay? They're not aligned. They don't have these meetings, conferences where they get together and say, let's plot to destroy the world together, okay? They don't do that. But they have certain belief systems that align, which call for the return of the Jews to Jerusalem, which calls for war in the Middle East, which calls for...
Yeah, but I don't think that's happening either. That's my point. Because there's, I mean, again, from all the Jewish people I know that live in the United States of America, some Zionists, some anti-Zionists, many anti-Zionists, ain't nobody's trying to live in Israel. They're not going to Israel, no matter what happens. And this includes like Michael Rappaport, for example. That motherfucker loves Israel and he lives in New York. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like there's no drive for many of these people to go and live in Israel to like trigger the end times prophecy.
How do you explain the rise of anti-Semitism after October 7th? Right? I mean, you're on social media. You notice how before October 7th, no one talked about the Jews.
No, there's always been like people. Look, there's two different kinds of anti-Semitism, right? There's like the way that people will casually say like, oh, Jews are in finance, Jews are in Hollywood, but they also made Seinfeld, and I love Seinfeld, so it's fine, right? Like that's been the otherization of Jews for quite a long time, and then there's always been people who are like, no, Jews are at the heart of a lot of these conspiracies, like the old-fashioned anti-Semitism, the protocols style of anti-Semitism that neo-Nazis have tried to bring back into the forefront in perpetuity. As far as like post-October 7, the increase in hatred of Jews is a direct consequence of the anti-Semitic incidents spiking in the aftermath of Israeli sieges in the past. Whenever Israel sieges Gaza, it does so by falsely claiming that it's doing this at the behest of Judaism, at the behest of like Zionists are, Zionism is Judaism. We're doing this as the Jewish state over and over again. And the defense of that in the Western world is always packaged in the same way. And as a response to that, people hear that and they go, okay, well, I don't fuck with this. So maybe all of these people that are in positions of power that happen to be Jewish are actually bad, and they're, demonstrating dual loyalty, right? And that's how it builds. That's how anti-Semitism grows. And as a matter of fact, many people who were prominent neo-Nazis, been deplatformed on numerous occasions, have taken advantage of Israel's newfound unpopularity in the Western world to push for this idea that all of these Jews they're all single-mindedly in defense of Israel. And there are plenty of American Jews, there's plenty of American Zionists that will actually say this over and over again. They will teach people this falsehood, this idea that all Jews are single-mindedly invested in the development of the Greater Israel Project, when that's not the case. And institutions also do this as well, like synagogues that do settler fairs and advocacy organizations like the ADL that will then go around and go on television and say that all prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic.
Okay, so I'm not plugged into social media as well as you are, and I'm based in China. But I will tell you this: I noticed a distinct difference in social media postings pre-October 7th and post-October 7th. Pre-October 7th, there was a real focus on anti-racist thinking and behavior, right? Like, let's not conflate people into their racial groups, and let's not discriminate against certain racial groups, okay? And that was pretty clear and stark on social media pre-October 7th. After October 7th, very rapidly, like, you had all these people saying the Jews are responsible for everything. I'm like, okay, first of all, why was the sudden sea shift, right? This sudden shift in mentality. That's number one. Number two is, are people really that stupid they can't conflate that they have to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism? I mean, I think it's okay to say, like, I disagree with Israel's policies, but then to say these Jews are controlling the American government, like, these are two different things altogether.
First of all, there's a lot of stupid people. Let me stop you there. And number two, there's a lot of, Elon Musk purchased Twitter. The algorithm, under the auspices of free speech, was tweaked at the behest of a lot of neo-Nazi sentiment. I mean, Adolf Hitler gifs were going viral almost on a weekly basis, almost on a daily basis. So there's definitely a little bit of algorithmic tweaking there as well that normalizes this kind of attitude. And Twitter is, the internet it always cross-pollinates information from one social media platform to the next. So whatever happens on Twitter then makes its way to TikTok, then makes its way to all these other platforms. But the point I'm trying to make is that there is, like, a lot of people heard what prominent defenders of Israel were saying, and they learned the wrong lesson. Because prominent defenders of Israel, even to this day, will often conflate Judaism and Zionism, and will also defend Israel's actions by falsely painting its critics as anti-Semitic. And for the longest time, this anti-Semitism accusation held a lot of weight. Part of the reason why it held a lot of weight is because there are a lot of liberal advocacy organizations that were civil rights organizations or masqueraded as civil rights organizations, like the ADL, which in the past, in the 90s, was actually caught spying on Jewish Americans, Black Americans that were protesting apartheid in South Africa, and an organization that is backed by the Israeli Knesset. And the reason for why a lot of these pro-Israel organizations that masquerade as pro-Jewish organizations or Jewish advocacy organizations were allowed to operate on U.S. soil was not because of, like, some special secret magical mystical powers that Jews have, but because this was a reasonable way to stamp out any kind of opposition that Americans who believe in or learn liberal humanitarian values would actually be at odds with what Israel was doing if they learned what Israel was doing, right? So a good way to stamp that out, good way to stamp that dissent out, was to immediately deplatform a lot of these organizations. But because it was in line with the American State Department's objectives of controlling this resource-rich region, the Middle East and North Africa, because that's what Israel's primary role was, and also was a reliable Cold War ally as well, these organizations were allowed to operate, just like AIPAC doesn't get hit with FARA restrictions on U.S. soil. But that's the exceptional nature of this relationship, only because Israel made itself a very valuable asset for the interests of American capital that wanted to dominate this oil-rich region.
I completely agree. I completely agree with everything you said. Okay, like everything you said, I completely agree with. Behind Zionism is transnational capital. That's real power in the world. That's one. Number two is the people who really benefited from all this anti-Semitism are the Zionists, right? because
I don't necessarily think that they benefit from it. I think that, I mean, it's clearly failing at this point. So that's like,
I would say there are some clear benefits from all this Semitic sentiment online. Okay, number one is it gives cover to Israel, right? Because before people were focused on the genocide that Israel was committed, as they rightfully should be, but now it's like, oh, this is debate. Like, is your behavior anti-Semitic? Is this threatening Jewish people in America? Okay, so you're shifting the debate. That's one. Number two is it's causing cohesion.
I know, but it doesn't work. That's the reason why I'm saying, like, there is no. It only worked when mainstream media was not as diverse. It only worked when there was an opportunity to gatekeep certain kinds of information to stop them from reaching collective conscience. It doesn't work in the diverse landscape of the internet.
I think it's working for two demographics that are key to the Greater Israel Project. The first demographic are the Jewish people themselves. It's causing a lot of cohesion and unity among the Jewish people. Even those Jews who are secular and who have criticized Israel in the past, they recognize that it's very important to maintain unity. That's the first demographic. And the second demographic are the baby boomers. I think if you talk to the baby boomers and you pull the baby boomers,
this I don't agree with, and I'll tell you why. Okay. Number one, there is a massive generational divide, even amongst American Jews, as far as the way that they understand Judaism and their connection to the state of Israel. It's not a secret that there's an indoctrination project in the Western world for young Jews that live in the Western world. They go to Jewish school, and all matter of Jewish culture and Jewish identity is baked with this civic nationalist perspective, right? That has changed dramatically. That's changed dramatically for younger Jews. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why a lot of these advocacy organizations target someone like myself is because I fight back against anti-Semitism quite vociferously, while also simultaneously am a prominent critic of the state of Israel. And a lot of these advocacy groups understand that someone like Nick Fuentes has no capacity to actually change the minds of young American Jews and break through the Zionist indoctrination, whereas someone like myself does have that capacity, which is why Jonathan Greenblatt will talk about me, and I'm sure he's going to have a field day with this conversation as well, for hours and hours on end on television, as opposed to talking about actual anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes or even Candace Owens, who will go back to this monolithic organized Jewry theory that I oppose. So that's number one. Number two, there's also the way that even boomers now see Israel, with the exception of some Christian evangelicals and maybe some of the older Zionist Jews. Most Americans and most people in the Western world, unlike the rest of the world, had never actually viewed Israel as a pariah state. The rest of the world always did, right? They understood that Israel was a settler colonial operation. It's a vestige of American empire. But now, even those in the Western world, given the barrage of heavy-handed accusations of anti-Semitism, demands of deplatforming, demands of cancellation, demands of like losing your job, and maybe even imprisonment in places like the UK, have created tremendous enmity towards the nation state of Israel. So I think Israel got far too comfortable in the last multiple decades, where it was where it had the capacity to influence domestic policy, and it thought that it could continue operating in the ways that it does in the Western world, and it has actually backfired spectacularly, which is also the reason why you're seeing a lot of Western governments take a much more heavy-handed approach in combating any kind of criticism of Israel in ways that we thought previously were impossible to govern around. They've overplayed their hand. And so I don't think that, I think that Israel's popularity has actually gone down. It hasn't gone up. And it's actually going to have a devastating consequence for the Zionist project in the next decade.
Okay, so I agree with everything you said. Okay, absolutely, like 100%. Every sentence you said. Where you and I would disagree is I would say that we still think of the Western world as democratic, and I would say that's no longer true. It's become an oligarchy where only a few, where only minority control all the wealth, all the power. So as long as the Zionists are able to appeal to a certain segment of the population, the baby boomers basically, and not even all the baby boomers. I'm talking like, the 10 to 20% of the baby boomers who control all the power and the wealth in the world. They're still able to carry through their agenda. Okay, an example I will use is this: Larry Ellison and his son. They spent billions of dollars taking over CBS and CNN, and they've installed Barry Weiss. And all the reporting is that Barry Weiss is ruining both. She's ruined CBS News, right? And she'll probably ruin CNN as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like these guys, the Ellisons, they're not dumb guys. Why would they spend all this money taking over CBS News and CNN and installing Barry Weiss, who is not very popular among reporters?
In order to defend Donald Trump and also defend Israel's interests, like quite deliberately, yes.
Right, and so I would say, and it works because really in America
I don't
right
think it
now,
works. I don't think it works. It doesn't work because there's already a crisis in confidence in mainstream outlets already. That's part of the reason why people are actually much more. People are approaching this issue much differently. This crisis has been brewing. There's a legitimacy crisis in mainstream media. It's been brewing since the Iraq War, when New York Times and all these other outlets, at the behest of the American State Department, lied to the American people, told them that there were WMDs, we had to go to war. It created a massive fissure in the way that Americans saw mainstream outlets. Then during COVID, there were a lot of people who did not agree with the perspective of epidemiologists, and the media was trying to do their very best for the public good. So in that instance, they weren't literally lying to the American public. They were just doing their very best. They were, operating as the fourth estate. That still created a massive fissure. And I think that the last 3 years, the way that mainstream outlets covered this genocide versus the way that people could see this genocide unfold in real life in front of their eyes on social media also increased that division, and it almost collapsed the legitimacy that people have for mainstream media in its entirety. So now this purchase of CBS or the purchase of TikTok and all the algorithmic gaming is not going to be able to combat the enmity that people have towards Israel.
Okay, so let's talk about Thomas Massie, right? This is an incumbent who is very popular and who has done a lot for his constituents. And, three billionaires, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, John Paulson, they spent about $30 million to $35 million. And there's only one demographic that opposed Thomas Massie, and it's the baby boomers. So you would think, just given this, you would think Thomas Massie would win the primary easily, right? And I actually thought that he would win the primary easily, yet he lost by 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cult. Republicans are a straight up cult. They're unbelievably cult-like. Donald Trump hates Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie does the Epstein files. Thomas Massie's a major critic of Israel. Donald Trump wants to reassert his influence over the party. He puts Thomas Massie in the crosshairs. There's also $35 million in ad spend. And yes, baby boomers do watch television, and they are very malleable. And all of a sudden, Thomas Massie is eliminated. Right.
And I would say Washington, D.C., it's a bubble right now where the people there basically are aligned on many big topics, right? Especially Israel. Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act, it's passed, and now you will see a slow merger of these two militaries, right? Israel and the United States. And they're doing this, as you point out, because they need a pit bull. They need Israel in order to secure American interests in the Middle East. And this is a way to circumvent congressional oversight, right? So I'm saying, given these trends, given what happened to Thomas Massie, given the NDAA, given the fact that Washington is essentially a bubble that they all think alike, whether it's Democrat or Republican, look at what Chuck Schumer has said about Israel, right? what reason do we have to be optimistic that there is going to be a turning of the tide against Israel?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with what I do as
I know very well what
my
you-
work,
what you do.
aside from commentary. But we are electing a lot of anti-Zionists into office from the Democratic Party side, and we've overcome tremendous amounts of media spend coming from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiary shell corporations in all of the races that I've been involved in thus far, and yet. Within the Democratic Party, because there is no similar cult-like attitude that the Republicans have, the Democratic Party's base of support is actually far more invested, given that there's plenty of readily available public polling on the issue. There is a lot of appetite for anti-Zionist, anti-Israel sentiment within the Democratic Party, which is precisely the reason why, in spite of the millions of dollars in ad spend within the Democratic primary system, prominent critics of Israel are getting elected. It's actually created a massive crisis within Washington, D.C. They're constantly talking about how they have to do away with this democratic socialist movement in their ranks. I don't think it's entirely about Israel, of course, but that's just one reason for why. That's one reason for why there's so much anger and resentment coming from D.C. But at the end of the day, if Israel was this all-controlling entity, or if there was any sort of like cult that was gaming the system behind closed doors, then this kind of stuff would not happen. It would not happen in any way, shape, or form. People would just end up mysteriously losing these sorts of elections and whatnot, and there wouldn't be any sort of like established movement that's harnessing the current anger and resentment people have with the way that Washington, D.C. is operating in line with Israel's interests.
What do you think of the 2016 Democratic primary, the 2020 Democratic primary, where Bernie Sanders was clearly going to win the nomination, and in both instances, he was railroaded by the Democratic Party establishment, right? And we know in 2016, because of the leaked emails, right, where the Democratic Party establishment was conspiring. Again,
they did it openly too. They did it by way of media as well.
And in 2020, the same thing happened where Bernie Sanders had won Nevada, and he was clearly going to win the nomination because there was so much energy and organization behind him. And then Super Tuesday, they all rallied behind Biden. And like 2 months prior, the Democratic Party establishment was like, he can't possibly win, so we need either Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris.
Yeah, boomers
Right?
are high propensity voters. They vote in the primaries, and they had they are slammed to their TVs, and they were much more malleable, much more persuadable about the electability argument. That's actually a key difference in this election cycle right now. We don't know where this will go, and I'm sure that the Democratic Party will do everything in its power to make sure that the establishment continues to maintain its grip on power. But this kind of deliberate sabotage that was implemented in the DNC system in 2016 and 2020 is going to be a much more difficult terrain for the Democrats to put forth, given that there is, one, a lot more diversity in people's media diets, a lot more interest in actually putting people into positions of power that will, combat the relationship, the pre-existing relationship that America has with Israel, and we're just better organized this time around as a consequence of all of those failures that we went through in the last 10 years, in the last decade. And I think that is the reason why it's very different this time around, hopefully. There could still be failure at the end of the day, but, we're just going to continue organizing around it.
I want to go back to 2020 and look at the sort of like conspiracy against Bernie Sanders, okay? Because like let's look at what happened, okay? So Bernie Sanders had already won Nevada by a landslide, okay? And then what happened was a series of events. First of all, Barack Obama did a call in to a radio show in South Carolina. James Clyburn then endorsed Biden. Then the nominees started to drop out. Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, they all dropped out together. And what's really important is Elizabeth Warren stayed in the race, thus splitting the left vote, right? And when people were like, Elizabeth, like I thought Bernie and you were friends. Like, why are you sticking in the race?
Well,
And
I mean,
then
we knew
Elizabeth,
that wasn't the case, but yeah.
exactly, right? So I'm saying like there's massive coordination behind the scenes, right? You need someone like Barack Obama in order to make all this happen. So given that Barack Obama sabotaged Bernie Sanders in 2020, and given the fact that Barack Obama still remains the most popular Democrat in the United States right now, he's still the most powerful Democrat in the United States right now. What makes you think he won't do this again?
A couple reasons. One, it depends. There are very popular figures now on the left, and their popularity is only going to continue growing. That could potentially happen. That could potentially happen where Barack Obama could move in at the last second and turn around and try to game out the system again. I just don't think that the infrastructure there remains, because the appetite from the base of support is very different. Like the appetite from the base of the Democratic Party, the high propensity voters that comprise like the backbone of the primary system, they do not believe in the electability arguments that was presented by mainstream media any longer. That's the only reason. I don't think if Barack Obama intercepted these current primary races, for example, if he were to come in and say, you have to vote for this person over this other person, I don't know if he would have the same level of influence capabilities. Because there are other figures that are also very popular within the movement, and there are also other organizations that are growing in power that are not that are not inside of the Democratic Party. They're not accountable to the party bosses, and there is a lot more outside pressure, and people are a lot more aware of the things that took place or the decisions that they made. I talked to a lot of boomers. If you were to ask a lot of boomers, many of them say they voted for Hillary Clinton. They thought Bernie was bad. They thought he was a spoiler. They no longer believe that. They understand that they were wrong about that assessment. And I get a lot of confidence from those conversations that I have with people, and I get a lot of confidence from these elections that I'm seeing, where a lot of people over the age of 65 are voting for random, unknown, very young candidates, Democratic Socialists. And these are high propensity voters that are lifelong Democrats.
What do you think of Tucker Carlson and MTG? Because these are both extremely anti-war people who have basically abandoned the Republican Party because they're anti-war. Like how? I mean, how would you perceive these two people in particular?
I think Tucker Carlson is very connected to J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, and therefore he's garnering a lot of legitimacy in the anti-war space. And there are plenty of people who actually believe him and think he's a sincere voice. And he does make a very convincing case in that front, especially against Israel. And regardless of what he is saying, I still think that his ultimate ambition is to either take that legitimacy and lend it to J.D. Vance, or maybe even take that legitimacy into going through with his own ambitions of higher office and maybe even run for president. That's what I think. But I don't think it's like a real. I mean, I think it's ultimately going to be him lending that credence to J.D. Vance. That's what I think. And I don't think J.D. Vance is actually a critic of Israel in any way, shape, or form. I think he's just performing a role for Peter Thiel.
And how about MTG?
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is just, I mean, she's a little bit of a kook. She's a little bit of a crank. Here's the thing. I think both Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene do sincerely think that the violence that they saw in Gaza is unconscionable. I do think that. Having said that, however, I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene has like any sort of real constituency, because she no longer she abandoned her post, she abandoned the party, and she lost whatever power she could have potentially had as a reliable vote, for example. She probably didn't want to get primaried by way of Thomas Massie. There's a very high likelihood that would have happened to her, but still, she would have still been able to be a vote and a voice before she got primaried. So I don't think she should have retired. But I don't know where she goes from this point on. Maybe in independent media, somewhere like that. But ultimately, I don't think she's like a significant force in American politics any longer.
And do you think that after the midterms, there might be a prominent anti-war caucus emerging in Congress that tries to get the United States out of this silly war?
Yes, but I don't think it'll be Republicans. Well, it could be Republicans because lame duck, Trump's on popularity skyrockets after the midterm defeats. He's not able to achieve the electoral gaming that he wants to set up. Abolishing vote by mail, things like that, and therefore the sequence of midterm defeats cause the party bosses to sour. This happened last time when Donald Trump. This happened last time Donald Trump was in power as well, and then eventually they will look for a new leader in the party to take over the role of Donald Trump. That's what I think is going to happen, and therefore, because he's losing his legitimacy, a lot of careerist politicians, even on the Republican side, will most likely try to coalesce around an anti-war force, recognizing that the attitude has shifted dramatically in that direction. And there's no cult-like figure that is all-powerful that can muster up the forces.
So you would know a lot better than I do, but I would guess that for the midterms, the Democrats are going to promote a lot of blue dog candidates.
Of course.
Are you concerned at all? Are you concerned at all about that?
I mean, that's just what they do. They've done that every midterm. They will always promote the most conservative Democrats they possibly can.
In which case, it's possible that after the midterms, there might be even more pressure from Congress to expand this war. Do you think that's a possibility?
There's always a possibility, yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, in the interest of making sure that we avoid that reality, I'm trying to get as many anti-war voices elected as possible right now. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. There's still going to be a lot larger of a force within the Democratic Party that will still most likely maintain a militant posture, but that only heightens the contradictions. Just like Israel overplaying its hand and constantly hitting the anti-Semitism button and demanding that governments like the UK start punishing people for being outspoken critics of Israel frustrates a lot of people. That tension keeps bubbling up and it has to go somewhere. You have to release a pressure valve. And democracy is supposed to be that pressure valve. If the Western world no longer has any confidence in democracy and the democratic process, which I agree with you, I think it is an oligarchy. I don't think it's a real democratic process regardless. But once it gets to that point, changes will be inevitable. That's it. And I think people, powerful interests of capital, will want to maintain a level of stability. They can make money in crisis. They can make money through volatility. But too much instability and too much volatility, all of a sudden they're not making money. Then it becomes unpredictable. So in an effort to avoid that, they will have to concede. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, I'm rooting for you, and I really hope that there could be a revolution within the Democratic Party that brings in young, fresh voices such as Madani, such as yourself, because this is really the best hope for America right now. The Republican Party has become, as you point out, a cult, and so really the best hope right now is that the Democratic Party becomes the anti-war, pro-worker faction in America again.
All right. Well, Professor Zhang, thank you so much for coming on. I got to go. I have a photo shoot that I have to attend.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That was a journey and a half. How did you guys feel about that? I mean, that went off the rails with the wild conspiracies in between. And then we arrived at a decent landing pad, I think. Never do that to us again. I can't believe you didn't ask him about spirit cooking. please have him as a regular guest. He is an interesting he's a roller coaster. We did see the same thing. We did see the same thing happen. He'll have like decent analysis and then he'll package it up with like just wild stuff. All right. Well, I got to go. We can see the future for a bit, I think. Okay. If you said half of what he said himself, you would have been cooked years ago, Lamau. I mean, yeah, I don't believe any of that. Why do you think he does that? I have no idea. I thought I could dive into it a little bit further, but anytime we tried to understand where he was coming from, it would go into like crazy places. Anyway, all right, everybody, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. We'll have more fun wall-to-wall coverage. You got cooked so hard it was like you were in Dante's Inferno. Yeah. If you're going to have CIA on, just reach out to John Kiriakou. Yeah, hopefully next. John Kiriakou's next. Were you? I disagree with him. I feel like you were being obtuse. Yeah. Not trying to understand his theory. What are you talking about? Sorry, bro. This is why I think like people even in this community are too stupid and like maybe some ideas are too dangerous to platform, because no matter how far-fetched and insane certain ideas might be, you'll still have someone be like, no, but like let him cook. He's friends with Glenn. You're never getting on the Greater Eurasian podcast. Wait, why? I was cordial. To the best of my ability. It's called the Socratic method. He made you Professor hang himself. Yeah, he gave me enough rope to hang myself. Fox News Sawyer segment. Well, listening to Jones speak was like watching Jordan dunk. I agree. We got to get Brace Belden on. Wow, what an interesting segment. I think I'll look more into the guest content as a result of the stream. I sure hope I don't lose myself in the process. Okay. Yeah, I will never understand the Professor Jung's theories. I am but a mere vessel. Okay. Anyway, love you guys, and I gotta go. I'm being rude. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Jubilee Professor Jung versus 20 Hasidic Jews. That's crazy. No one should be put through that. Okay. All right. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Love you. Bye.
Stunning Rofi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatters trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.